having some technical difficulties initially, but we will be working on that throughout the night. We're going to give you guys a nice clear stream. Um, so, are we streaming? Are we live?
We are live. Your mic isn't doing it.
Oh, my mic's muted. That's why.
Okay.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Sorry about those technical difficulties, guys. Let me restart. Welcome to OQ Politics' election night coverage. My name is Omar Qureshi. I'm joined today by Luke Kochi and Marcus Webster. Guys, I hope you're doing well. Hope you guys are ready to talk politics, talk everything you need to know about 2020. And let's start off. Luke, why don't you start us off with your biggest takeaway you're looking for from tonight?
My biggest takeaway I'm actually looking for from tonight is the Senate. So if Joe Biden wins the race or if President Trump wins the race, the Senate is going to be key to how they push their legislative agendas come the new year. If President Trump wins re-election and the Republican Senate is held, it may only be by a 50-50 majority, Omar. That's going to be rough to push a legislative agenda. That's going to mean that they can't be farther to the right. They're going to have to stick a little bit more centrist when it comes to what they're doing in Congress because they don't have a margin of error to lose any senators.
Cool. Marcus, you got anything you're looking forward to tonight? As he's pulling up his camera. We're gonna be with the webcam shortly.
Well, personally, I'm here just to see what goes on. You know, it's going to be a very interesting night. I think at the end of the day, we're going to have a president. Hopefully. We don't know exactly what to expect, and that's what makes this unique. That's why we're doing this today. You know, I really don't know what to expect. I think there's a lot of people out there like me, and we're gonna figure out what happens today. That's gonna be the thing. We don't know. I don't know what to expect. I don't think anyone here really knows what to expect. But we're gonna be here together. We're gonna be figuring it out together.
I think you hit on it perfectly right there. We're gonna be figuring it out together, and the main thing that I think everyone in the country needs to kind of realize at this moment is, regardless of whether you're left, whether you're right, whether you're in the middle, I don't care where you are, we're the only way we're going to get through this very troubling and trying time in our democracy is by working together, is by listening to one another. You know, we don't all agree. You know, I'm on the left, Luke's on the right. We're not.
I am?
We're not, yeah,
Shocker.
Shocker, right? But no, you know, just because we disagree politically, that doesn't mean necessarily that we're enemies. Luke and I have been knowing each other for years. We're good friends, and there's always a way to talk to someone, even if you disagree with them politically. So that's something I think we need to be on the lookout for tonight. That's something we need to be on the lookout for moving forward. And so, guys, you can. So, with that, guys, let's take a look at our electoral maps because we have a lot of stuff going on tonight that could really shape up and be interesting for the election tonight. Marcus, why don't you pull up Luke's map, and Luke, why don't you go through it real quick?
All right, so tonight, here we have my electoral map as shown on the screen. I think the president is going to hold the line in Ohio, Florida, Wisconsin, Iowa. I think he's going to lose Arizona. The Senate race there is key. It has shown that he has been losing votes, losing supporters, and the fact that Martha McSally cannot hold her Senate seat will probably indicate that the president may lose the election in that state. I think he's going to surprise us all and flip Minnesota. Minnesota, traditionally a blue state, I believe, just like the Rust Belt states of 2016 election, will follow suit with Wisconsin. I'm not sure if the president will hold on to Michigan, though. Biden was instrumental in helping that state during the auto industry crisis, and I think people will remember that tonight, Omar.
Interesting opinion, Luke. I don't think a lot of people had President Trump taking Minnesota. But hey, you know what? He lost it only by a few tenths of thousands of votes last time, so anything's possible, I guess. Marcus, why don't you hit us with your election night prediction?
Absolutely, let's do it. So what I'm predicting is pretty similar to most of the mainstream pundits, I guess. I think Florida is going to go for Trump. Pennsylvania, I think Biden's going to narrowly squeak it out. I mean, but that still depends on the state like Wisconsin. Michigan, it's still going to go to to Vice President Biden. At the end of the day, he did a lot for the auto industry. I think that's going to be a huge factor in. That's going to be a huge factor in that calculation. And Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado going to go for the Democrats. That's going to be that's how I'm seeing it shake out. But we'll see. We'll find out what happens. Now, I guess that's going back to Omar, right? Omar's map.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So one thing to keep in mind, especially with polling, especially with all the different metrics we have to measure presidential candidates and presidential elections, is always take it with a grain of salt. President Trump is behind in a lot of polls, but in 2016 he kind of did create his own margin of error that we should be going by. And based off that margin of error, based off of the people that I've been talking to, based off of a lot of different factors going into this election, especially how he's been doing on the economy in these specific states, I think it's going to be hard for Trump to win in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, even Minnesota. It's just going to be too much because Biden's just doing too well. The math isn't there. I don't see it happening. I don't see him taking anywhere in the Rust Belt, but I do see him keeping Pennsylvania, which might surprise a lot of people a few days from now, because we're probably not going to know what happens in Pennsylvania tonight. We're probably going to find out in the next coming days. But Pennsylvania, look, if President Trump wins that state, I wouldn't be surprised. The reason I chose that as my projection is because that the fact that a lot of the support for Biden there is soft, and a lot of the President Trump supports, the rallies have been going on, and I just feel like if there was a state that Trump could kind of regain from that 2016 victory he had, it would definitely be Pennsylvania. Ohio, but two things to keep in mind. Ohio and Florida are the keys for Trump. We're going to know the result of Florida most likely tonight by 10:30. We're going to have John Gonzalez call in about 7 to kind of break down that race more. But look for that around 10:30 when the results start coming in from Florida, when we have most of the results in. If President Trump is down in Florida, then I think we can basically call this election, because that's the Republican stronghold he needs to win. If he doesn't get Florida, the math doesn't work. Even if he gets states like Arizona, Michigan, he would have to sweep the entire Rust Belt. He would have to sweep states like Arizona, Pennsylvania, and doing all of that while also losing a key Republican stronghold state like Florida, it's going to be extremely tough for him. So I do believe that moving forward, we need to take polling with a grain of salt. And I think this is what we're going to be on the lookout for. And a lot of other stuff we're on the lookout for tonight, guys. Lots of key Senate races that are happening tonight. We're going to have lots of other races, a lot of ballot measures we're going to be talking about. Let's talk about one Senate race in particular, though, because I do want to get your opinion on this, Luke. Let's talk about the Arizona Senate race, because Arizona was once upon a time a Republican stronghold, a very red state, and now it's become more of a blue state over the years. Now, since the passing of John McCain, we know that incumbent Martha McSally was appointed to that Senate seat. So why don't you tell us where you think, and she's going up against Mark Kelly, so why don't you tell us what you think about this race?
I think that the Senate race in Arizona is fairly indicative of where it's going to lie in the presidential election in terms of where the electoral ballots are going to go. The failure of Martha McSally to hold that seat is going to be critical to the Republicans as they move forward after tonight. But in terms of her performance as a senator, I think she's actually worked pretty well with her co-senator Kyrsten Sinema. I think this is really, in large, a referendum on the state's dislike of the president. The president heavily criticized their beloved Senator John McCain for a very long time, constantly being at odds end with them. And I think that a lot of Republicans in that state remember that, especially moderates.
Yeah, it wasn't just odds ends. He insulted the man after he was 6 feet in the grave. It was completely disrespectful what President Trump did. It was completely it kind of just justifies all of the resentment and all of the anger that is shown towards Trump. Because if he can make fun of, if he can insult someone who's, you might not agree with John McCain. The man was a senator for decades. He was a public servant for decades. He served the country. And for President Trump to insult him the way he did, to say that, he was a coward for getting captured, to in any way call into question his character, especially after he was dead, it's just a continuation of a pattern. He thinks he can say anything and there's no repercussions for it. And I think tonight, especially for those actions, there's going to be a lot of repercussions. And let's not forget the biggest reason that President Trump is down. It's because of the fact that he has not been able to recapture that energy that he had in 2016. The message isn't the same. 2016, what was he doing? He was running as a populist. He was running as somebody who was going to change. He was running as a
Throw over the system.
throw over the system. And what did he do in these past 4 years? He became the system that he wanted to overthrow, right?
But I still think there are plenty of progressives, or not progressives.
Progressives,
Sorry,
yeah.
my mistake. I think there are still plenty of populists in the United States that see him as the only populist candidate.
I mean, that's okay. Yeah, when you're
He's
running
the only
against,
choice at this
when
point.
you're running
for
against
them.
Joe Biden, but you act as if populism is the only metric that people are voting by. If that
It's not.
if that were the case, then the Democratic primary would have gone to Bernie Sanders, and it'd be a completely different race right now. If that's what got people elected.
Populism isn't what gets people elected, but especially in a state like Arizona, it's critical. It's a state that generally has more liberty-loving leanings than even some Republican states across the country. You know, that's going to be key to the president there. If he could bring out the vote of populists in that state. And I think his rallies are indicative of the fact that he still does have support on the ground.
Let's talk about his rallies. If
He's
you wanted
made
to bring
10,
it up.
he's made 10 stops to Arizona
Oh yes, he
over the
has.
course of this campaign, sending his son Eric and his daughter there as well.
How many
Dozens
how
have
many
White
votes do you
House
think Eric
officials.
Trump is gonna get Donald Trump? Be honest with me.
You know, probably nil. Not that many.
Not many.
No,
Not
not
many
many.
at all. So
But the presence is what counts. I mean, who is Biden sent as a surrogate there?
in Arizona.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think he's had many rallies in Arizona, but I think there's a reason for that. We're in the middle of a damn pandemic. We're in the middle of hundreds of thousands of people dying in the past 6 months from a pandemic that is contagious. And what do you see a lot those Trump rallies? You see a lot of people without masks, crammed up into small spaces, and you've seen Stanford University survey just came out. I don't know if you've heard about this. Okay, well, there were 30,000, I believe, and Marcus, you can check this if you want. There were 30,000 cases of coronavirus that were said to have been linked to Donald Trump, and of that, I believe it was something around I think it was something around like a few hundred deaths. Again, check me on that, but there was a Stanford survey that did link deaths and a large amount of coronavirus cases to Trump's rallies that he's been doing all around the country that he hasn't been social distancing in. And that blows my mind because, dude, the White House was infected. Just 2 weeks ago, the entire White House virtually was shut down for the first time in history for something like this because everyone was sick. Everyone was working from home. The president was in the hospital. We didn't know if he was going to make it. There was a lot of stuff happening. And what does he do? Like just a week later, takes off his mask and acts like nothing's happening. COVID's over and everything's okay. That's not what's happening. People are dying. People are getting sick. The economy is in ruins. People's lives are at stake. And the Republicans are not shifting on a coronavirus stimulus package. I mean, neither are the Democrats, but
Nancy Pelosi hasn't done much to help that situation.
you can argue that until you're blue in the face, but that doesn't change the fact that yeah, but that doesn't change. But look, we can laugh about it, but that doesn't change the fact that Nancy Pelosi only is in this position because Mitch McConnell didn't accept the 3 other packages that were passed in by House Democrats. Okay, and the Republicans didn't pass the package till summer. There were packages passed in the spring by Democrats saying, hey, all right, we just got people $1,200. We should probably give them more money to survive a pandemic because it's not going away anytime soon the way that this clown in the White House is handling it. And yeah, I'm not afraid to call Donald Trump a clown. I'm not Joe Biden. I got no fear. But
Will you just shut up, man?
come on, man.
Come on.
Look. Okay, Joe. I don't want to play this game.
Listen, Omar, let's get back to Arizona,
let's
though,
get
for
back
a
to
second,
Arizona.
Let's go back to the population and what that state actually means.
Okay.
Arizona hasn't gone blue since 1996. Since Bill Clinton, the state has not voted for a Democratic candidate. And while I did predict that Arizona will go blue, I don't think that it's a sure thing. I think that the polls are indicative that the state will turn blue, and I think that it most certainly will. I don't think our viewers should necessarily not hold out hope for Arizona. I don't think they should think with absolute certainty. The president's ground game efforts in Arizona have been fierce, and like you said before, Joe Biden hasn't had any ground games. I don't even think he went there for one of his little 10-person rallies. And I think that might show,
Yeah.
especially if you look to what happened with Secretary Clinton back in 2016, not visiting Wisconsin, not visiting Michigan. Yet people see that. And although people might be expressing their disbelief or upset with the president in their polls, we might actually see Arizona stay red. It's a traditionally Republican state, and even with shifting
So then why
demographics,
do you
the
have it blue
president
on
can
your
still
map?
hold it.
Why do you have it blue on your map?
Because I think he's going to lose it, but he still can hold it.
I'm less confident in that, especially with someone like Mark Kelly running against Martha McSally, who, by the way, she did not win an election. Martha McSally was appointed by a Republican governor following the passing of John McCain. So, and she lost the election to the senator right now, Kyrsten Sinema. And there's a lot of resentment there, for those of you who don't know, between those two parties. But Martha McSally is someone who hasn't been elected, who lost an election, who is not popular in her state, and who hasn't really made the best reputation while she's on the Hill. I think we all remember her calling Manu Raju the hardest working man. I want everyone to know this. She called Manu Raju, who is the hardest working man in D.C. He's a CNN political correspondent. He called her a liberal hack for no reason, for questioning him or her on impeachment. It was actually quite funny, but it's serious when you think about it. Like, these are people who are representing us, and they're acting like children. And I'm not talking about just Republicans. I'm talking about Democrats too. But that's another thing. Like, I think people are kind of just sick of their politicians acting like children. They want them to act like adults, to present ideas and solutions to problems that actually will make their lives better. I think practicality and all that kind of stuff is out the window at this point, whereas practicality in politics as we know it. It's more about how are these politicians going to do the best for me? How are they going to act and represent my state in an actual professional way? That's something that Martha McSally hasn't done. And if you watch her debate performance, it was quite poor. She was trying to link, she's just constantly trying to link Mark Kelly to Bernie Sanders, constantly trying to link, it was weird. And she at one point questioned him about guns and asked why he has his position on guns, and it's because his wife Gabby Giffords was shot in the head, and he started Giffords PAC shortly after that they did, and she's the typical like Trump candidate. We're seeing a lot of those, especially this cycle. We saw a lot last cycle, but this is like even more reinforced. There's a lot of Trump candidates coming in they're just spewing the same stuff, the same rhetoric, the same everything that Donald Trump has been saying at his rallies, through his White House, and it's getting to a point where I think people are getting tired of that. Like, they're just done. I don't think people want to hear any more stuff like, we're going to make America great again when the economy is tanking, when coronavirus cases are spiking right now. That's why we're all 6 feet apart. It's just
that is the time to make America great again.
But he did.
When you're at your lowest point of an economy that fell apart, of a virus that's going all across the country, that is when you make America great again.
But
because you have to revitalize it.
What made America so great to begin with him? He didn't do anything. Oh, you're gonna bring up I'm sure you're gonna probably bring up like the tax plan that he did that cut taxes for corporations permanently and only cut taxes for working Americans for 4 years. Are you gonna bring up that? You're gonna bring up the fact that the stock market's up. You're gonna bring up all these metrics that don't fundamentally actually.
I'm gonna bring up the fact that he's the first president in 4 administrations not to put American boots on the ground in a new country. Donald Trump is the first president to not involve us in a new war.
Let's talk.
And that's something that I'd like to discuss.
Let's talk about that.
The foreign policy of the administration.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Donald Trump's foreign policy. Because, there's some parts of Donald Trump's foreign policy that honestly, that he gets half right. And then he just goes off a cliff after that. He's just wrong, dead wrong on a lot of the other stuff. Let's just go on the stuff he's wrong. He's alienated all of our NATO allies. Nobody takes America seriously. He doesn't stand up to Putin. This is stuff that I
don't think that's true.
Oh, you don't think
our NATO
that's true?
allies prior to the pandemic, NATO allies increased their defense spending, coming closer to the 2% commitment that every nation has pledged than ever before. The allies might be disgruntled with us, But the president's hardball tactics worked in the diplomatic negotiations.
Oh,
If it wasn't effective, they wouldn't have increased their defense budgets.
yeah, but he's still okay. You want to claim that you can, but it doesn't change the fact that the overall situation from U.S. foreign policy is a shit show. President Trump has pulled us out of deals like the Iran deal that were good, that actually made lives for people in the Middle East, in Iran, and us safer and better. Okay? And you can't deny that. That's something that I know you can't even deny, because he wants to claim that, oh, we gave Iran millions of dollars. We didn't give Iran millions of dollars. We unfroze money that was already earmarked for them decades ago, and we gave it to them. So the rhetoric there is wrong.
And
it's
how
just
great
the
is that
foreign
when that's the
policy-
largest
excuse
state
me,
sponsor of
excuse me,
terrorism?
Excuse me. Oh,
It might have been earmarked decades ago, but they're the
come on,
largest
Luke,
state
come on,
sponsor of
state
terrorism.
sponsor of terrorism?
You can't, yeah,
That's
they
it.
absolutely are.
That's Luke. Saudi Arabia sponsors way more terrorism than Iran does. You can argue that you can argue that until you're blue in the face again, but you're wrong. Saudi Arabia, who we sell arms to fight an illegal war in Yemen that's killing hundreds of people a day. Saudi Arabia, who every day is arresting people, who are chopping up journalists, who are doing the most atrocious things we are allies with. Israel, who's committing human rights violations in Gaza and the West Bank, who are killing people, who are draining the economy, who are draining their resources, we're cozying up to. Okay?
Right, and I'm not defending our relationship with Saudi Arabia. I'm not defending our relationship with Saudi Arabia.
We have to. Don't hit me with the we have to defend this the way he's handled Iran because they're state sponsored terrorism when he goes around and he does the exact opposite. Okay, his foreign policy, any proper foreign policy, you need to have a very steady and continuous stream going into in the way you treat every state. Okay, if you don't, then that's what happens. That's what leads to these things like wars. That's what happens. That's what leads to things like armed conflicts that we're involved in, that we're funding. We give 3.
And shocker, the president hasn't started new wars. So yes, I'm not going to sit here and defend our relationship with Saudi Arabia. I'm not going to defend the policies of the kingdom. I'm not. I think Saudi Arabia commits atrocious crimes against humanity.
They do.
And I'm not going to defend our relationship with the country, one that started at the end of the Second World War under Franklin Delano Roosevelt. What I am going to do is I'm going to say that Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorism. Iran commits the same type of atrocities as Saudi Arabia. So unfreezing earmarked funds for them isn't good. Giving them billions of dollars that even was allotted decades ago is not good if they do the same exact thing as the other countries
But
that
they're
we've now
not doing the
condemned.
same exact thing. There was an agreement that they would stop making their nuclear weapons. There was an agreement to go down that path.
Right, and how many agreements have we had in the past with Iran?
Well, none that worked as good as this one because they were actually following through on the regulations. Come on, Luke.
Denying access of inspectors is following through on regulations?
It's working a lot better than sanctions were. And
Not anymore.
and what?
I said not anymore.
What? Okay,
It's gone.
Because Donald Trump pulled us out of it. Again, we're going in a circle on this, dude. It's like the foreign policy. You can argue again until you're blue in the face. It hasn't worked. Yeah, like everyone thinks that America's a joke. You can call anyone overseas, and they laugh at us because of Donald Trump.
They laugh at us.
Because of
They
Donald Trump.
laugh at us with their face and then take their money with their hands.
Okay.
They accept American funds all the time. They might laugh at us publicly. They might decry our president, the administration, the foreign policy. But the foreign policy of President Trump has been remarkable and has contrasted decades of administrations. He's gotten us out of foreign wars. He's withdrawn us from foreign areas. He hasn't involved us in anywhere new. He's gotten our allies to put up their committed 2% in most countries pre-pandemic.
He also hasn't gotten. Wait, but he
What?
also hasn't gotten us out of any wars, Luke.
He's
Yes.
pulled us out of Syria for the most part. And Afghanistan we're set to withdraw within the next
We've
year
been
and a
set
half.
to withdraw every president since Bush even has been saying we're going to withdraw from Afghanistan. That has not happened yet, and Trump is not making
But the president
any-
constantly has been pulling troops from it.
He's
The only
not-
president that
Yeah, but
publicly will always
Obama
ask
Obama
why.
even pulled troops at times. That's not true, Luke.
President
Exactly.
Trump is the only president to actually decry why are we in these places.
Amazing. He decries a lot. All right. He also decries that CNN is fake news and that you can cure COVID with hydrochloroquine. He decries a lot of stuff. That doesn't mean you need to believe him on everything. Okay.
This is part of his base's message. This is the root of much of the populist movement is America's foreign policy.
How is this populist movement of about 20 to 30% of Americans who are hardline Trump supporters. This populist movement, it speaks for the entire country.
I mean, I don't think most people in the United States want us to be embroiled in foreign wars, so no.
That's
but
true,
it's a cornerstone of his base.
That's not representative of
But it's a
Trump's foreign agenda.
cornerstone of his
It's not
base.
at all representative. Look, we're turning into CNN. I did not want to do this. I'm sorry to say that, guys. We're turning into CNN. Let's stop talking about foreign policy. Let's talk about something that maybe we might agree on. This election, guys, is... If this election was a band, it would probably be Nickelback, because it freaking sucks.
Can I defend Nickelback?
No, you can't.
Like CNN?
That's way too much like
But
CNN.
Omar, look at this graph.
No, but this election has been quite the phenomenon. Even going back to the debates, which were, I think everyone can agree, like those debates were probably the worst debates, the worst TV we've ever watched in our entire lives.
The last one wasn't terrible.
The last one was pretty bad.
I think he made remarkable bounds from the first one.
Okay, that's not saying much. That's not saying much at all. He went from interrupting every single word into interrupting every other phrase. Like,
I think that if you compare his first debates against Secretary Clinton in 2016, and even going back to the Republican primaries, and then moving to the final debate against Joe Biden, you'll see remarkable progress in the president's debating abilities.
Yeah.
Well, as the person who is controlling all of the audio, I don't really think any of you are qualified to say the debates are bad, because I've been going up, down, trying to get those, you know. I thought about just muting the mics, you know. I didn't go that far, but, you know, it was a challenge, so, you know.
Well, big shout out to Marcus. Big shout out to Marcus. We're gonna be tuning into the webcam, which is Marcus's camera for throughout the night.
The webcam.
Yeah, you just got that. Yeah, Marcus's name is Marcus Webster.
The webcam.
But yeah, tonight,
OQ Politics.
OQ Politics. Be sure to follow us on Facebook, by the way, guys, at OQ Politics. Follow me on Twitter at OmarQ_. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We got a podcast out. Been talking to a lot of political strategists, a lot of people in politics about everything that's going on. Be sure to check that out. Just a little quick, cheap plug. So let's talk about... what do you guys think about ranked choice voting? Because that's something that's actually happening for the first time in presidential elections this time around. Maine is doing all of their presidential election or votes through ranked choice voting. It's on their ballots, and I think it's going to be a good test run going into this, because there's been a lot of talk throughout the years about ranked choice voting and whether or not it's viable and whether or not it can be or will be implemented. And you know, it's obviously, if you look at the stats, if you look at the way that it's run and just the way it's intended to run, it's the most democratic way to run elections. It's the most democratic way to vote, because you're voting, literally, you're ranking your choices from 1 to 4, 1 to whatever, I think it represents more of what the American people and what the electorate think. And when you have that, it's better for democracy. It's better for even a republic, as Luke tries to remind me every time I say democracy.
It is a republic.
It is a republic.
It's not a democracy.
Cool. It's a republic, but...
It's a constitutional republic with democratic elements woven into its fabric.
Hey,
beautiful.
Jeffrey Lore, you gonna just interrupt me with all your
So you said Jeffrey Lore. I thought you were gonna say Jefferson. I was about to take that as a compliment. Wow.
You know Thomas Jefferson had a Quran, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you know he wrote...
He had a giant
in
library.
case anyone didn't know, Thomas Jefferson did write the Constitution with Muslims in mind. So I feel extremely happy knowing that, even though it was probably in many ways problematic.
Listen, don't Hemmings that too much.
Oh, God. Oh, God. That was not funny. That was not in any way funny. All right. So let's talk about... let's talk about ranked choice voting, guys. How do you guys think it's going to influence this election?
I don't think it's going to influence this election much
All right,
at all.
sorry. How do you think it's going to influence this election and elections moving forward? My bad.
You know,
I haven't had enough Red Bull today.
I'm really unsure if ranked choice voting is the answer to America's problems. I think the introduction of multiple parties might help more than ranked choice voting, but that would be a more difficult feat.
We already have multiple parties, though.
Okay, more than just 2 main parties. Let's put it that way. Are you going for the Green Party this term?
I'm not against voting for the Green Party, especially if you live in a state that's not going to Biden. In my opinion, that's completely fine, because the only way that these parties, the Green Party, even Libertarian Party, as my dad reminded me, the Guns N' Roses party. The only way these parties get any sort of traction or any sort of public funding is by getting at least 5%, or depending on your state, 5% of the vote. And when they do that, it makes it easier for them to run elections moving forward. You know, this stuff isn't gonna happen overnight. You can't just say, "Hey, there's other parties out there." Great, because you don't have just money working against these small parties. You have political institutions. You have a political duopoly that does not want any of these parties gaining traction because, everything from the military-industrial complex, corporations, they all run through the two main parties. And a lot of the outsider parties, they don't have the connections, they don't have the support, and they don't want to have the support of a lot of these big corporations and a lot of these things that really run our politics, So it's a lot harder for them to get traction. That's why, it's important to, vote in the manner that actually represents you, and don't just blindly say, "Oh, I'm a Republican," or "I'm conservative, so I must vote for the Republicans every time." I think it's better to know what your vote means, meaning depending on which state you're in, know what your vote means, know when you can be an agent of change, know when not to be an agent of change, know when not to be, and also know when know what you're voting for. Because educate yourself. VoteSaveAmerica.com is a great source moving forward now to know who you're voting for, what you're voting for, and what your vote actually means. There's a lot of other sources out there. In a better educated electorate, leads to a better run democracy because we're getting better people into offices. We're not just sending corporate Democrats or corporate Republicans every time. We have one libertarian member of Congress who's not even running for re-election this time because it's impossible for him to win. It's Justin Amash, who was formerly a Republican, and he's been.
Your favorite Republican congressman, isn't he?
No, he's not because he's a libertarian. But look, he's a guy who kind of speaks to, I think, what a lot of people in America have been feeling, which is we're sick of the divide. We're sick of just the bull that exists between these parties because they're so partisan. They're just so polarized that we can't get any of the basic stuff passed. We're 6 months into a pandemic, like I said, and we haven't gotten another pandemic check. We haven't gotten any sort of funding for that.
And talk about dividing your votes, ranked choice voting.
How is that dividing your votes, though?
I was just trying to do a segue, Omar.
That's not that. Oh, well, it wasn't a very good one.
Okay, close enough.
It wasn't a very good one, but.
So ranked choice voting.
But yeah.
I think that if it's going to actually be brought into the United States, it should start on a local level. I think it should start for local elections, for county, municipal, town, and moving up to state, and then moving up to federal. I think that if we do institute ranked choice voting as a procedure, that the United States needs to properly educate the population on how to actually conduct ranked choice voting. As we learned from Florida with the infamous hanging chads, the population needs to know how to vote. As we learned from Pennsylvania with people not sending in naked ballots, we need people to know.
It's a PG show, Luke. It's a PG show.
Yes, it is a PG show, Omar.
Continue.
If we do move over to ranked choice voting, we're going to have a very, very large, I suppose, instructional program so that Americans know how to cast their vote properly, so that Americans aren't discounted and left behind in the dust, so that everybody is included.
Right. I mean, yeah, no, I agree.
What are your biggest, what draws you to RCV, ranked choice voting?
Because it completely, there's a few things that draw me to it. I mean, if we're talking about this election, the biggest thing that draws me to it is, this it kind of eliminates the idea of voter shaming and, people telling you, oh, you can only vote for one person, so you better vote for this for basically, it's like on the left. I know Twitter is a bubble, but whoops, live TV, folks. But if you go on Twitter, one of the things you'll see a lot is if someone espouses any sort of support for the Green Party or for third-party candidates, the immediate reaction by both people on the left and the right is to do what? It's to say, hey, you're taking away a vote from Joe Biden or Donald Trump.
When in reality, like say if I'm someone who's gonna vote for Howie Hawkins, and someone accuses me of saying that, oh, your vote should have gone to Joe Biden and not Howie Hawkins, then that's completely wrong because I'm not voting for Joe Biden. I'm not voting, you know, I'm not voting for Howie Hawkins. I'm not voting for Donald Trump. That whole thing's a fallacy. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. And I think ranked choice voting, one thing it does, and that's what political parties do to hold this power over us. That's what, if you go on MSNBC or Fox News, you'll see pundits, you'll see politicians come in and say, hey, don't vote third party because it's going to take away a vote from Trump. It's going to take away a vote from Biden. And this has been going on for years.
Yes.
Right?
Always.
So it eliminates that, and I think for a lot of people, that fear, that shame, goes away, and it kind of protects them from that. And on a bigger scale, dude, ranked choice voting, it just makes more sense. I agree. Who do I agree with the most is getting a more weighted vote than someone I might be lukewarm on, but worst case scenario, of course, I want someone who at least espouses a few of my opinions to get a chance. It just makes sense. It's weighted, So yeah, that's why I think ranked choice voting is the best. It's also a better representation of the electorate and voters in general. No one can see it, but we have some pizzas being delivered right now in the studio. It's actually pretty funny.
It's gonna be delicious.
Yeah, it's gonna be delicious.
I haven't eaten all day. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Neither have I. I just had Taco Bell today.
That's eating.
Yeah.
Your stomach might regret it later, but that is eating.
That's not my stomach that's gonna regret it later. But yep, it's coming up to be about 6:38 on the East Coast. We're gonna have Johnny Gonzalez calling in at 7, and he's going to be talking to us about Florida. And again, we're probably gonna know the Florida Senate race. One of our friends just fell.
Carrying a pizza, but he saved the pizza.
He did save the pizza.
The pizza is more important. Now, with that, I'll say that there's 21 minutes until the first polls close, and we will be taking a short 10-minute break, and we look forward to seeing you when we come back.
And actually, let me add something here. So yeah, when we come back, we will be filling in the maps, just to so that we can say what's going on. Oh, there's a lot of pizza movements going on here.
Go to me.
But yeah, we're gonna tease the map, so you're gonna see the blank maps on our break, So that's what that is. And we are going to cut the mics, and we're gonna eat some pizza.
See you soon, America.
Do some good stuff.
All right.
And we're back, apparently. All right. Hey, guys. Welcome back to Okie Politics' election night shit show. I'm Omar Qureshi. We're getting our first reports in from Kentucky. So with about, I believe, 10% of the results reporting, we have a tight race in the Senate. Again, only 10% reporting. Mitch McConnell is behind Amy McGrath by about 10,000 votes. Again, Louisville has reported, Lexington has reported, so those are some districts that are probably leaning more towards McGrath. But again, this is going to be a tight race. Polling was within margin of error, about 5% between these two. There were some polls that even had her tied or above late. So this is a race that's going to be very interesting to watch, especially early, because we're probably going to know many of the results of this race. I know Luke has a real vested interest in this race because his glorious leader, Mitch McConnell, is up. But, you know, as far as change agents go in this election, I talked about it earlier. This could possibly be, if again, this flips. Early reports really don't indicate one way or another. We're going to find out probably later on as more votes are tallied whether or not this is actually going to have an effect on the Hill. But if Mitch McConnell loses this seat, this is going to throw the Republican Party completely out of whack no matter what happens with the presidency. Because Mitch McConnell has been, in many ways, the driving force of the Republican Party in the Trump years legislatively. He has been driving legislation. He's been driving the politics behind the scenes a lot for the president. So if he goes and Amy McGrath is in, it's going to be interesting to see what happens and who they decide to go with. Again, this election is close. Trump is up, in case anyone's wondering, in Indiana by a lot. I think it's pretty much safe to call that state for Trump at this point, even with only a few percentage points reporting. So I think we're going to go ahead and call Indiana for Trump. Indiana, and it's...
We are live.
And we're live again. Sorry about that, guys. We had some technical difficulties in the studio. I lost power for a minute, but we're back.
What are the odds of that?
What are the odds of that? I'm telling you, man, it's CNN. It's fake news CNN telling us that our voices don't matter, right? And that's what Trump would say. Anyway, but yeah, so we're back, and again, talking about Kentucky. Kentucky, again, with about now 11% reporting. McConnell has really, caught up now. He's only 3,000 votes behind Amy McGrath, again, the Democratic challenger who's looking to replace Mitch McConnell. She has 129,000 votes to Mitch McConnell's 126,000. Again, this would completely shift the entire power of the Senate. With Mitch McConnell out, he has been the workhorse legislatively for the Republican Party, and a loss here would be big. Now, in a second, I'm going to go to Luke to actually talk about what it would mean and what this race means, but I think, again, only 11% reporting. We should take that with a grain of salt. One thing we should probably not take with a grain of salt is Indiana. The reports in Indiana are very, very in favor of Trump. And again, we're going to call Indiana and its 11 electoral votes for Trump. In the meantime, we're going to have John Gonzalez again coming in to talk about Florida. And we're also going to be talking about a referendum in Puerto Rico that is extremely important to everyone who lives there. And it should be important. That's not going to stay on. It should be important to everyone here as well. Because for a long time, Puerto Rico has been a territory that has been neglected, and the Puerto Rican people have been treated as second-class citizens, even within their own country. And so the referendum essentially is going to be a vote on statehood and whether or not Puerto Ricans want to move forward on that. So that's something to look out for, as well as we talk to John Gonzalez. Also going to be talking Florida. Florida is, again, a very important state for Donald Trump. If he does not win the state of Florida tonight, as we will hopefully find out, and it looks like we're going to find out with the results that are going to come in after 8 p.m., if he doesn't win, it's over for Trump. Mathematically, yeah, he might have a stake in there, but if he doesn't win Florida, the demographics and the blue wave are likely going to sweep the Rust Belt and many of the Midwestern states, and it looks like Trump will be out at that point. And that's extremely important to note. Again, 12% now reporting, and Mitch McConnell has virtually tied with Amy McGrath. So, again, that's something to watch out for. Luke, real quickly, as we're talking about Amy McGrath and the Senate seat, what are you looking for in this election specifically, or in this race?
Well, I'm looking for Mitch McConnell to win. He is probably the second most powerful person in the party behind President Trump right now. And Mitch McConnell to hold his seat is absolutely essential for the power dynamic in the Senate. There are enough swing state elections for senators for the Republicans already. They cannot afford to take any losses in states where they should be winning tonight, Omar.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because the Senate, the way the math works is the Democrats are likely going to pick up 3 seats right now because right now they're leaning those seats are Colorado, Maine, and Arizona. Those are 3 seats that Dems are likely going to pick up, and there's a few other seats that are going to be up this time around that are extremely close. Tom Tillis' seat actually has shifted into the lean Democratic category from the toss-up, considering how Cal Cunningham has been doing lately in polling. He's been crushing it in polling. And if the Democrats are able to flip those 4 states even while losing Alabama, I do believe that they gain 50, which if Biden wins will be enough for them to have a mandate in the Senate to pass their legislation. And again, so that's the magic number if you're the Democrats. You need to pick up 3 in the election in the presidency, or you need to get 4 seats outright. It's going to be a little harder for them to pick up 4, although it's possible. There's some other races out there that could yield that. In all likelihood, the most important race, or the most surprising race we could see is Montana. And I want to get your thoughts on this too, Luke. So Steve Daines is running against extremely popular governor in Montana, Steve Bullock. Battle of the Steves, they call it. So our friend Senator Steve is facing off against Governor Steve, and right now Governor Steve is kicking his butt as far as popularity rating goes.
Well, you know what, Omar? I bet you $100 that Steve wins.
I bet you know what? I'll take that bet.
All right.
Cool.
Listen, I said earlier that I think the president is going to carry the state. And
That's
if
fine.
If the president carries the state, I really think that Steve Daines is going to take the Senate.
Yeah, you think so?
Yes.
I mean,
it can differ. Like there are states where I think that the president might be able to carry. Like I think Martha McSally is definitely going to lose Arizona, but the president might still win it. I think that that the Republicans can take the Senate and the electoral votes from this state.
Well, the thing that complicates that is the fact that Montana is a state that already has another Democratic senator. They have a Democratic senator, a Republican senator, and a Democratic governor in Steve Bullock, who's running and who's very popular in that state. So I do think that. Hey, can you close the door? Yeah, that would be nice. Getting some residual sound. But
we have a very loud roommate.
Yeah, a very loud roommate. Shout out to William Francis Florian Flood III. Gotta love him.
William Triple F the Third. Our boy. I really do think that Daines is going to hold it. I mean, the last polls had him up by 4 points, and granted there is a margin of error there, and I'm not one to rely 100% on polling, but Daines has consistently showed himself a popular candidate. He's consistently showed that he is popular among the people in the state, and that he can fight this battle.
Mm-hmm.
And with Trump's surging popularity in the state, I think that, plus Daines' own ability to hold himself as a candidate, can push him over the line to victory.
I think so too. So the one thing that that I think is also going to complicate things is the way that Steve Daines has handled the environment in a state like Montana, where a majority of the people agree with environmental regulation, want someone who's going to look out for the environment and conserve their environment, with pipelines and stuff. And Steve Bullock is someone who's done that with his time as governor. He's someone who's gotten dark money out of politics in Montana. And I truly do believe that that's a state. Again, it only has 3 electoral votes, so even if it flips, it's not going to really change the dynamic, and I doubt it's going to flip because Montana voters they're not a monolith. They don't specifically vote or down party line like that. They're more willing to shift as far as their senator seats. As I said, John Tester is a Democratic senator, and he's the senator of Montana. So that's going to be something to watch out for. We got an update in Kentucky.
That
Yeah.
we do, my friend.
That
Kentucky has been projected
Yep.
to go to Donald J. Trump, sitting president of the United States,
Yep.
has just been called to win the state of Kentucky.
So Kentucky and their 11 electoral votes are gonna go, or their 8 electoral votes are gonna go to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is now up to 19 electoral votes to Joe Biden's 0. Tragic as it may be right now.
And a projected Trump victory will probably mean that Mitch McConnell will hold his seat.
That's a projected.
Not
Trump
certain, but
that's not happening.
you could bet.
I doubt that's gonna happen.
You don't think Mitch McConnell's going to hold his seat?
No, I don't think that Donald Trump is gonna win. I don't think that's very shocking considering all the polling and everything. But yeah, but I do. So yeah, again, that's something to look out for. Sorry, I'm just trying to get Johnny back on the call. Yeah, we're gonna again, like I said, we're gonna have Johnny just working something out to get him on. In the meantime,
Actually, this might be a perfect time to take a break.
are we taking a break?
Let's take a break for 5 minutes so that we can get Johnny on the line.
All right, we're gonna have Johnny when we come back. 5 minutes.
Are we good?
Hey everyone, welcome back to the show. Right now we have John Gonzalez on the line. He is a resident of Florida and a Puerto Rican rights activist. So we're going to be talking about Florida and Puerto Rico with him. John, how you doing, man?
I'm good, Omar. I'm good. How are you today?
I'm just getting through it, just like all of us. So
Very true.
Luke's also on the phone. We're going to be talking about Puerto Rico and Florida. Just initially, let's just talk about like how it's been on the ground in Florida and how you perceive the election generally between Biden and Trump in Florida.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a tight one here in Florida. There's no doubt about it. I got CNN on in the background here. They're reporting about 150,000
Yeah.
vote lead at this moment, but only 8% reporting, so don't fret. I think he's going to win Miami pretty handily, Biden, that is. But the key for the Florida election is going to be how tight the race in Orlando is.
Hmm.
Trump won Orlando back in 2016 by a pretty wide margin. So if Biden can flip that result, take Orlando by a good 50,000 votes,
Right.
then he's going to be in good he's going to be a good space in Florida. The biggest key, it's believe it or not, the biggest key is disenfranchised Puerto Ricans
Right.
in that region. It's one of the biggest. I guess you can't really call us expats, but it's one of the biggest locations that Puerto Ricans moved to
Hmm.
after Hurricane Maria, and so a lot of them are set up in Orlando and they're registered voters. And we don't forget how Trump has treated our island these last few years. We will not forget. So
Yeah.
I would expect Puerto Ricans in Orlando to play a huge role in how the election ends up shaking out.
Now, I believe you recently went to Orlando, right? Or was that Tampa?
Tampa.
Tampa. Okay. So, did you actually see anything on the ground in Tampa? Because that's also an important district for this election. Did you see anything on the ground there that kind of indicated one way or another about about who's in the lead there, or who there has more support in that region?
So yeah, so the demographics in Tampa are a little different
Hmm.
than they are here in Miami. It's generally older, especially the surrounding suburbs are well populated with older individuals. Uh, there is a lot of popular Trump support just everywhere you go. I was in Tampa for maybe 2.5 days, and I saw at least three of these Trump caravans with the pickup trucks and the flags in the back of their pickup trucks driving through and honking their horns. You know,
Were they locking
Trump
up bridges?
billboards and signs. So Tampa, it may or may not be close. I'm not entirely sure how it'll turn out,
Right.
but in terms of visible popular support, that seems like a Trump hotbed.
Right. Okay. And you're pretty confident that Florida is going to end up going to Biden with all of the ballots that are going out, the mail-in ballots and the early voting. That disproportionately does help Biden in the state. And like I said, we're going to know what Florida is going to be. And if Donald Trump loses that state, it's likely that the election's over tonight. And so you expected to go to Biden, right?
Yeah, I would say that it's the polls have handicapped it at a pure toss-up,
Mm-hmm.
similar to Georgia and Texas.
Right.
I would say that I think that there's a little bit more popular support for Biden, but I don't want to count Trump out. I don't want to give you the assurance that Biden's definitely going to win. If I had to handicap
Mm-hmm.
it, I'd say like I think there's a 55% chance that
Right.
Biden will win Florida.
I just want to ask you. So Miami-Dade County, Secretary Clinton carried that district, that county, by almost 300,000 votes. Now, 84% of Miami-Dade County reporting in, Joseph Biden only leads by 100,000 votes, actually less than that. So I'm really asking where your confidence in this is coming from when Joe Biden is winning by a slimmer margin in a county that should go easily to the Democrats.
Yeah, I think the big key is that a lot of people are voting by mail. Remember that back in July and August and early September that COVID was spiking in Miami when it had kind of calmed down in a lot of other places. And I think a lot of people at that point made the decision that they weren't going to do in-person voting, and a lot of people made the decision to get their votes by mail out by late October, by mid-October. And I think what you're going to see is there's going to be a big shift in what the ground looks like versus what the polls look like at the end of the night, maybe tomorrow.
Right, but we're
You're
talking
gonna
about
you're gonna see that there's a shift
almost a
there.
200,000 vote increase for the president in this county from just 4 years ago. And besides, Florida's early voting should be counted fully by 8:30, and they're being incorporated into the results as we speak. No, you're not going to find 200, 300,000 votes just out of those votes.
Well, that's that we know that are reported, dude. You know, it's not like they're gonna report them as they're exactly counting them. They're gonna count them in batches and then release the results. So I think it's too
Yeah,
early to
that's
really speculate on that.
It's too early to speculate, but for the state, but with 84% reporting in for Miami-Dade County, the president is only trailing by about 90,000 votes in that county. I don't think he's going to flip it. But the fact that he's not losing by 300,000 votes might just be indicative of the rest of the state. That's an amazing bound for him to lead. To close a 300,000 vote gap? That's just spectacular. That's turnout that you weren't expecting in Miami-Dade County for President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, it's definitely a good showing. There's no doubt about that. I can't deny that. But I think what you're going to see is maybe the support is going to be more spread out. You're going to see that it's more consistent around the state, whereas Trump won a number of districts by wider margins around the state of Florida than you would normally expect. I mentioned Orlando earlier. I think that that's going to be a big difference, is that the demographics of the state look different than they did 4 years ago. There are a lot more enthusiastic Trump supporters in this county. If you're talking Miami, if you're talking especially in the suburbs, there are a lot of enthusiastic Trump supporters in places like Fort Lauderdale, right?
Hmm.
And so you're going to see that I think it spreads out in over the counties a bit. I think that Biden will take Orlando, and that's going to be a huge get for him. And I think you'll see that Biden makes inroads in places like Tampa and in some rural areas dominated by older voters, given the demographic that supports Biden generally
Yeah.
versus the ones that supported Hillary in 2016.
One
I just
other
think it's a different race.
One other thing that's interesting that I just saw was I'm probably pronouncing this wrong, but Pinellas County, which is where or right around Tampa, Trump won that district, narrowly against Hillary Clinton. But right now, Biden with 80% he's leading by about 5 percentage points, which comes to about what is that, 25,000 votes. So again, I think these are early results. We're gonna see what happens throughout the night, and once we get to that 90-95 result, I think that's when we're gonna see a better idea of where the state goes. John, I wanted to talk to you briefly also about Puerto Rico, because there is a referendum in Puerto Rico that's being voted on today, I believe, and it's going to have implications in Puerto Rican politics and Puerto Rican legislation moving forward. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have our another plebiscite in Puerto Rico. So what that is they are voting a yes/no referendum on statehood. So last time around, the question was a three-part question, kind of like the multiple choices you'll get on a test, is if you want statehood, independence, or other. And that confused a lot of people. It was poorly written.
Mm-hmm.
This time around, the plebiscite is just, do you support statehood for Puerto Rico? And it's a yes or no question. And the indications, all the indications are it has broad popular support, and then it's likely to pass. I spoke to my friend who lives in San Juan. I asked him to give me the vibes on the ground there
Mm-hmm.
and to tell me what was going on, and he parroted that line as well, that it seems like there's broad popular support for the plebiscite, and that Puerto Rico will probably, I'm not going to say likely, but probably vote to become the 51st state in the union.
Right. And I think it's important for people to pay attention to this race or that ballot initiative because a lot of times Puerto Rican Americans are treated very badly in this country. They're citizens just like us, but the island has become extremely distant, and that's very purposeful because they don't want to make it a state. So I think the self determination idea is going to do benefits for Puerto Rico moving forward, and I truly think that it's going to give people a lot of to think about moving forward. Um, but yeah, thank you for sharing your ideas on that. Luke, you got any more questions for Johnny?
Absolutely.
John, what do you think about the reversal of Jacksonville right now?
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprising one. I genuinely thought I think it's gonna end up going red no matter what. I think we'll see it go red, but on election night, wacky things can happen. And as wonderful as polling is, and as wonderful as the stats, I'm a big 538 Nate Silver guy. As wonderful as all those things are, humans at the end of the day are irrational actors, and genuinely anything can happen. So
Big facts.
let's cross your fingers, hope and pray, and whoever you want to win, go out and vote. And that's the only way to make your voice heard as an American.
Thank you, Johnny, for joining us. We're gonna keep you guys updated on the race in Florida. And Johnny, good luck tonight. Enjoy the night, and we'll catch up with you later.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me on. Thank you, guys.
Yep. All right, so we're gonna get back to some of the results that are coming in now with 17% reporting. Mitch McConnell has officially taken the lead, and it is by a lot. He's taken yeah. Mitch McConnell currently has a 10-point lead over Democrat Amy McGrath, and that proves my point that early results should always be taken with the biggest grains of salt. Again, it's only 17% reported so far, but with the districts that are reporting, it's looking more and more like Amy McGrath is going to lose and Mitch McConnell is going to retain his Senate seat. She's currently down by about 45,000 votes. So that's something we're going to keep a close eye on as well. And as we noted, there were some very interesting results coming out of Florida. We mentioned that Jacksonville, which went for Trump in 2016, is now looking with 87% of reporting. Trump won this district by about a 1 percentage point with 87% reporting. Joe Biden is leading this district by over 5 percentage points, which amounts to right around 25,000 votes. That's a huge turnaround for Joe Biden and the Democratic Party in that county. Again, I was talking about Pinellas County, we're right around Tampa, where Biden is leading by about 20,000 votes. So again, I'm not sure about the total vote count in Florida yet, but
52%.
52%.
50% for the whole state.
So again, we might actually find out the results way sooner than we originally thought.
I will say it still was amazing that a district that the president lost, such as Miami-Dade, 300,000 vote deficit he's made up.
You're looking for anything you can grab.
I'm not reaching. That's amazing. If this were the other way around for Joe Biden and he went up,
I mean,
to 200,
yeah, you can point to that.
votes, you'd be going ballistic.
No,
right
that's fine. But you're also missing the point that Joe Biden's also doing a lot better than Hillary Clinton did in other counties. We also have we just got another result from Broward County.
Yep.
Wow, that county was going to go for Biden anyway. Broward County right now, Joe Biden is leading by a lot. That's
16% of the vote leading by 80,000.
80,000 votes.
So it looks like we have a lot going on, but do we have any new projections when it comes to the Senate or the Electoral College?
I don't believe we.
I don't believe we do right now.
We do right now.
So we have no projections for the Senate, so that's another reason to stay tuned because there's a lot that can still happen. That's a lot of empty map over here, and it's going to be filled up tonight.
Absolutely, Marcus.
Absolutely, and if you can just put up our Senate map, we also have a beautiful Senate map that we have going right now. Right, as Marcus said, nothing's filled in yet, but we're going to be filling it in throughout the night, so stay tuned. There are races that probably are going to be called tonight. I believe the main senator race is one that they're expected to call tonight. North Carolina, we're probably not going to know. Iowa and Michigan potentially, but and Iowa is a toss-up, so that's going to be very interesting. So stay tuned for that. I believe our next call is going to be with Isaac Roundsville of Arizona. He's going to talk to us about the Arizona Senate race as well as where Arizona fits into the presidential politics and the election between Trump and Biden there. And so that's going to be very interesting. Isaac's a consumer protection activist, and he's one of my good friends. He's very intelligent, so please look out for that around the 9:15, 9:30-ish time period. So yeah, again, results coming in very slowly, and again, this kind of reminds me back in 2016. 2016 is one of those elections. There's one of those days in your lives, especially for like us, we're in our early 20s. It's the election of 2016 is a day that you will always remember. Like you'll remember where you were in that moment, right?
Rome, the embassy party.
Yeah, he was at. Yeah, I was asleep, believe it or not. As the election results were coming in, I had a midterm that day, I believe, so I was knocked out. But I woke up to a nightmare that night. But I remember where I was. That was a very interesting time. I woke up and there were virtually no results by the time I crashed that night. Or I crashed around 7, and then I woke up around 10:30, and the results were inconclusive. But there was already talk of Trump, leading or Trump, doing a lot better than we originally thought. And he had won, I believe, states like Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin was already won by the time I woke up. So that was a surprising thing for me. And it's funny because I actually I did some calls and did some volunteering for Hillary up in Pennsylvania in 2016. Marcus also did some. And
You
one.
guys did great.
Yeah, well, we tried our best, man. It's given what we were working with. But look, in all seriousness, like as we're up there, one of the things I very quickly realized was that there was a lot of contempt, not just for the Democratic Party, not just for Hillary Clinton, but for the Democratic Party. There was a lot of contempt for like for politics and insider politics in general, and a lot of people in rural Pennsylvania, a lot of people, in that region in the Rust Belt, they were shifting towards more of this outsider, non-corporatist, even though he's become a corporatist politician, no matter how much Coach will tell you he's not. But
Absolutely devastated Big Pharma. We'll talk about that later.
we will talk about that later.
So
But can
I was both like 60 seconds back. I'm Jim Webb. I'm pulling to Jim Webb. I'm pulling the webcam. I'm coming in.
I still haven't had my time.
I still haven't had my time. 2016, Jim Webb. Calling out another Webb.
amazing.
I remember that election going to Pennsylvania. I would also like to say that I called the 2016 election for Trump in March.
He did.
I
I can attest to this.
I can attest to this as well.
Marcus actually did. We had a conversation about this, and at that point, I was completely oblivious to the fact that Trump might even become the nominee, let alone win the general.
This man right here, a soothsayer.
I still haven't made a prediction for this election. It's going to be very tight. I don't know what the heck is going to happen. But I went to camps, and then in June or July, I made a $100 bet, and I did not have $100 to my name. I was in tons of credit card debt. Kids don't get a credit card debt. It makes you do crazy things.
Like join the Navy, right, Marcus?
Well, no, I did that out of patriotism. But
God bless the armed forces.
Yeah, yeah. But going back to my experience in Pennsylvania, I couldn't get people. People weren't like too excited at all.
Exactly.
So it was just rough.
Yeah.
They were like, I don't want to go to the polls. I'm like, well, please. And they said no.
One of the
That was a rough time.
arguably the most consistent answer I got was when I would tell people about Hillary Clinton was, yeah, but I hate her. And when it's one thing, you go to, you go to a few houses or you go to talk to a few people and they say that. But when you really look into the contempt there was for, her as candidate because of who she represented insider politics. People were sick of it at the time, and I think like maybe like a month before or a few weeks before the election, I was filling out the map, right? Because I was doing this based off of one, gut instinct, two, I wasn't really paying attention to polls because I saw the polling in Pennsylvania that had Hillary up by over 5 points, and I was just like, that's not gonna happen because of all the things that I've seen on the ground, right? And so I kind of went with more of a gut feeling thing, and I was like, okay, he wins Florida, he's winning Arizona for sure because at the time it was Republican. He's probably winning Pennsylvania. He's winning Ohio, no matter how much the Democrats thought Ohio was going to go to them in 2016.
I remember that.
I remember that was
They were really hopeful about winning Ohio back
right.
then.
And so and then I was like Michigan. I got to that state. Michigan was the one where I was like, wow, wait a minute. That's interesting because again, the thing about Michigan was people forget in the primary who won the primary. It was Bernie Sanders against Clinton. Bernie Sanders won it late, and a lot of that had to do with the amount of young people that went out to vote for him in that primary. And the amount of young people that went out to vote for Hillary was not even close. You had places like Grand Rapids where she lost because of low turnout. She had low turnout throughout the state, even in the urban areas. So, those are things that kind of, as the night went on, as it progressed, as the results came in, I was like, wow, I've never been so scared and so ashamed of being wrong or being right, because in being right, it started arguably the worst presidency in the history of the United States.
This is not the worst presidency in the history.
That's why I said arguably. Definitely the worst in modern American history. If you go back about 50 years, it's definitely the worst presidency and the worst era of politics in our lifetimes for sure. Because if you go back,
Jimmy Carter.
He was not a worse president than Donald Trump.
Absolutely
Jimmy
was
Carter.
so.
Jimmy Carter is the only president that's actually almost. He's the closest president. The closest we've got to actually having a peace deal between Palestine and Israel. He did have a lot of gaffes, and that's primarily why he lost. That's primarily why he lost. That wasn't so much policy, but look, going back to 2016. Like, we all remember where we were, and like that moment, those moments of fear and those moments of being scared of what Trump would do and how and how that would end up. And I just think that it's weird that we're in a position now where we're not that way, and I think in a way it's kind of we've seen the worst of Donald Trump, and like I said, I think a lot of the American people are sick of it, and they just. As much as I don't want, I'm not someone who is a vehement Joe Biden supporter. He was probably one of my least favorite of the Democratic field. But in a way, it's just, I think even people who didn't support Biden, even people who are Bernie supporters, they're all. I think at this point, it's gonna be a group effort. But I do believe that it's just being sick and being sick of Donald Trump. Combined with they remember how they felt in 2016. They know what 4 more years could mean with Trump. He's allegedly going to stack the courts even more. We're going to see probably a flurry of executive orders, and these are people from his White House who've come out and said this, that we're going to see a flurry of executive orders. We're going to see a lot of money start to go even more so to the wealthier people in this country, and our wealth income inequality is going to get worse because of it.
The K-shaped recovery.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. You're just spewing out random Republican talking points that don't make sense. But look, I do think that America tonight in Florida especially, and in the coming days, we're going to actually see what America wants. We're going to see what America is going to be for the next 4 years. Is it going to be a healthy democracy that might not work for everybody right now? I'm not going to lie. Joe Biden probably not going to be the candidate that's going to cause the most change and help everybody, but he's going to help a lot of people. His Medicare plan is going to help a lot more people than Trump's that doesn't exist. Joe Biden's plan for a $15 minimum wage is people. I don't know why the Biden campaign has been not talking so much about this and the free community college. Those are two plans that are, for a lot of people in this country, I'm talking hundreds of thousands, even millions of people, is transformative. It gives access to higher education to people who otherwise wouldn't have it, to people of low income, to predominantly minorities, African Americans and Latinos, and it energizes them and gives them an option to go to college and potentially get a scholarship. $15 minimum wage allows people who are at the lower end of our economy, who are making less money right now. It automatically boosts their income. It boosts their standard of living. So these are, and again, these are some tangible things that might not be the progressive policies that people like me, people like Bernie Sanders, AOC want, but we see the fact that a Joe Biden presidency moving forward is much better for America, much better for progressives than 4 more years of Trump, 4 more years of wealth being transferred to higher class billionaires. Since COVID started, because of the lack of impact that Trump and his policies have had, because of the lack of stimulus, because of the lack of help he's offered to the American people, we've had over $90 billion in transfers of wealth in this country to billionaires. That is astonishing. Jeff Bezos has almost, added by his wealth by a third. So while he's getting rich, everyone else in society is going down. Everyone else is losing money. People don't know how they're going to pay for their mortgages, Coachy. People don't know how they're going to pay for their rent. People don't know how they're going to feed their children. It's scary. It's scary. And the fact that this president couldn't strike a deal with this Congress, no matter what, even if you don't agree, I'm being real. I'm being 100% real. Even if you don't agree with how it's going to play out in the future, your job as president, your job as an elected official, to live out the promises that you made to make the American people's lives better. And Trump hasn't been doing that. It doesn't, in a pandemic, it doesn't matter.
One of the biggest things that people have been criticizing the president for is following through on his campaign promises. You might hate them.
What campaign promises has he gone through? The wall isn't built.
The wall is being built
from Mexicans who are rapists.
The wall is being built. He's withdrawing us from foreign wars. He's passed tax relief plans. He's aided us in this pandemic.
Let's talk about that tax relief plan, actually. Who does that tax relief plan actually benefit? It doesn't benefit middle-class America. It doesn't benefit working-class America. When does that tax plan end for corporations? Do you know, Coachy?
Off the top of my head, no.
No, it doesn't end for corporations. It's a permanent tax relief for corporations. It's a permanent tax cut for corporations. But for middle America, for middle class, it only lasts for, I believe, 5 years. That means after 5 years, the tax cuts are done, and they're gonna readdress them. Are they really? No. So how are you giving tax cuts to corporations permanently, but only giving tax cuts to the American people for a set period of time?
I mean, that's the Democrat state of Delaware.
Corporations. You're not making sense. Again, you're trying to distract with points. Stick to the point. Tax cuts for the American people. Trump. Stick to the point.
Sure, they might only last for 5 years, but giving corporations tax cuts will inevitably help the American people by allowing more jobs to enter the economy.
Really? How is so you're I guess you're espousing to trickle down economics, and that money will eventually trickle down into everybody in society, right?
Yes.
That hasn't worked. Marcus, I think you can even attest to this. It hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. Trickle down economics under Reagan didn't work.
I was invoked again. I'm back.
He's
hey
back.
Guys.
Webcam.
Welcome to the
webcam live.
Oh, hold on. Oh shoot, I was not ready for the webcam. Here we go. It's the webcam. Yeah, I'm gonna go on Omer's side. Yeah, trickle down economics doesn't work. Look what happened when the stimulus bill came through. My audio is super low. I'm gonna boost that up. Okay, but look at what happened. That's the problem when you're also the audio guy. But yeah, look what happened with the stimulus. If you give Americans direct stimulus, they're going to put the money back in the economy. The refresh rate or the circulation rate of money when you give it to the poor is a lot higher than when you give it to the more wealthy.
100% true.
But that's just economics. I mean, there's a lot of political factors go into it. Poor, lower income people can't give money to politicians. That's what they don't do. Richer people, they give more money to politicians. The policy's going to favor them. So it's really what you can do about it. I guess you got.
I think Bernie Sanders proves that wrong with the amount of donations that he got.
Oh, I
Small
mean,
dollar
he's an
donations do
abnormal-
come from the
he's a-
lower people.
He's an
From the lower
abnormal
people.
normality though. Hold on.
Yeah, he's not. He's. So Bernie's.
So wait, actually, I feel bad because I was being on. Whenever I talk, I neglect people's mics. So Luke, would you like to make your point over again with the?
Oh, sure. I was just gonna say it's not that people that aren't millionaires can't donate to politicians that they like. Bernie Sanders had thousands of dollars, I think millions of dollars donated to him from small individual Americans, small donations.
But
So
yeah,
it's not that people that are lower on the income scale can't donate. They do.
No, proportionally though, but proportionally more money in politics is 100% coming from corporations. Bernie Sanders is an anomaly. Not every single candidate is getting the amount of grassroots donations that Bernie Sanders is getting. That's untrue. Most of the money is corporately funded money. That's why you see a lot of CEOs sitting down with politicians at dinners. That's why, literally, the way this works is, guys, the corporations, they give money to PACs, they give money to nonprofit organizations, the political nonprofit organizations, and they literally buy a seat at the table. It's actually kind of disgusting when you think about it. They're buying a seat at the table, and they are actually influencing policy to benefit them. It's quite atrocious. And to say that Bernie Sanders and the way he raises money and is indicative of politics in general, it's just asinine. It's untrue.
It's not that it's indicative, but you can't say it doesn't happen. Well, back to the tax plan. I don't want a 12.9% payroll tax. That's insane. A 12.9% payroll tax for the Biden tax plan on top of already my state taxes? That's ludicrous. That's, what is that, over 1/10 of all of my income. Probably almost a quarter of it is going to go straight out to taxes. When I could take that into, putting down a mortgage on my house.
So I guess if you want to talk about taxes, let's talk about SALT and let's talk about who took that away. Who raised your taxes? Was it the Democrats or was it the Republicans in that case?
It was the Republicans. The SALT tax hurt my own home state of New York, states like New Jersey and California, terribly. My own rep voted against the SALT tax increase. I'm not for the SALT tax.
And just for the record, which party affiliation is your rep?
Republican.
It's Lee Zeldin, I believe.
Yes.
New York's 1st District?
Yes, 1st Congressional District.
Right.
Great success.
Great success.
Awkward silence.
Awkward silence, yeah. But look.
No, I don't want that out of my payroll. I really don't. I can't. We could argue the grand theory of economics for trickle down versus stimulus, putting money in the ground and having it rise from the ground up.
It works,
But
though.
I
Putting
don't
money in the ground
want-
does rise.
But I don't want
trickle up economics
I don't
works
want
better.
20% of my paycheck taken out. I don't want 1/5 of it gone. I want to be able to invest that in the stock market. I want to be able to put that into my 401k. I want to be able to put that towards a house and my family. I want to decide where my money goes. If I want to donate money to the poor, I want to be able to make the decision on to what foundations I want to give it to. I don't need somebody else to make that decision for me.
But the thing, the problem is with that with that way of thinking, especially Kochi, is the way that we transform society to work for everybody isn't through just one or two people or just a handful of people giving out millions of dollars in donations to different charities. The way you change and transform American society for the better, the way you change and transform and structurally make society work for the majority of the American people is by making tax money go towards programs through the government, because it does need to be a combination of bottom up and bottom down as far as structural changes. But I'm not talking about giving tax at the corporate money. I'm talking about politics. I'm talking about laws being enforced in a way that help the American people. Laws being enforced in a way that make that fight things like structural racism that does exist in this country. We've seen it. Laws that fix things like income inequality, that restrict people from going to college, that restrict people from getting better jobs, higher paying jobs. We need to start thinking about things in that way. And I think if we do that, that's how we become a better society. We don't become a better society by saying, the corporations will figure it out. They'll take care of it. When for the past almost century, Ever since Warren G. Harding, corporations have been unable to help the American people out of poverty. The greatest thing that came in the last 100 years that actually lifted people out of poverty were things like the New Deal under FDR. It was Social Security. It was Medicaid. It was jobs guarantees. It was things like that that actually helped the American people and helped restore the American Republic, as you like to say.
Yes.
So you can't think of things like corporations actually help people, because they don't. The country isn't a corporation. The country is made. The government is made to benefit. I'm almost done. Is made to benefit the American people.
And you know genuinely that I'm not the biggest corporatist out there, but I can't sit here and advocate for a hike in my own payroll tax. That's ludicrous on my end. Why would I do such a thing? Why would I vote for a higher payroll tax when I already know over the next 2 or 3 years New York is just going to de facto raise my taxes anyways? I'm going to be handing over more money, and yes, I can totally get on board. Maybe you shouldn't have endless corporate tax cuts. Maybe you should take a harder stance toward corporations, because corporations aren't people. And just like a government can stamp on the rights of the people, so can a corporation. Corporations can actively take a part in American lives. Now, let's talk about corporations. Big Pharma. The president has fought Big Pharma tooth and nail throughout his entire presidency via executive order. He's made leaps and bounds that no other president has in terms of lowering the cost of the price of drugs. Insulin dropped from ludicrous rates. I think it was over 80% the price of insulin dropped. That is ridiculous. That's something no other president has ever done. And I think that in families where that makes a difference, that price drop, they're going to remember what the president did for them.
But that wasn't the
Because
president.
the president.
That wasn't president. That was the Republicans and Democratic members of the House who helped to negotiate that and help start that.
There was a mix between laws and executive orders that took on Big Pharma. And you really think that would have gone under a Clinton presidency? That absolutely wouldn't have.
You can't say definitively that wouldn't have gone over, because it was a bipartisan bill.
This president is absolutely not the diehard corporatist that you make him out to be.
He 100% is.
He's not.
He's 100%.
You wouldn't take on Pfizer and Big Pharma if you were a corporatist. He's not taking on Pfizer
and Big Pharma. Every day he's invoking their names when he's talking about how great they are about making a vaccine that he says is going to automatically cure Americans that we don't know even works.
Would you not want to encourage and laud companies that are going to be helping Americans with a vaccine that'll save lives? I'm sorry. Do you want to degrade the companies that are actually?
It's not about degrading. It's not about degrading them. You're acting like he's the enemy of Big Pharma when he's actually not. Let me also say this. This wasn't a deal where they took on Big Pharma. They brought Big Pharma to the table during these talks. It was more of a negotiation than anything. The president didn't say, "Hey, you're going to be paying this much, and that's how it's going to be." It was a negotiation.
It was a Rooseveltian style of negotiation, Teddy, not FDR. Because you won't see a company drop the price of their product by over 80% by simply asking them. Folks, that just doesn't happen.
Well,
you have to really hit them with heavy-handed verbiage. You have to really go to the negotiating table.
And the president did not do that. He did not do that when he was talking about when he was talking about going against Big Pharma, when he was talking about cutting pharmaceutical prices, when he was talking about that kind of legislation, he was not attacking Big Pharma and talking about the problems that exist with pharmaceuticals, with healthcare and things of that nature being corporatized and being materialized. When that happens, I'm almost done.
You're almost there.
Settle down there, buddy. Settle down there, buddy. I'm on my Bernie Sanders.
I'm sorry. I rustled your jimmies by bringing up corporations and Big Pharma.
You really did. And we actually should be. We need to end this soon because we're got some new projections coming in.
The webcam's gonna need a break too.
The webcam is gonna need a break in a minute, but let me just let me just say this. It's my Bernie Sanders impersonation. Let me just say.
The 2% and the 1% make up 3%.
Completely out of ballpark. Have you guys seen the Sacha Baron Cohen interview with Bernie Sanders?
Fantastic.
So in the interview, he's like, Sacha Baron Cohen plays this almost this Alex Jones type figure who is telling Bernie that he can somehow make the 1% or the 99% fit into the 1%. and and it's like not even one of those gotcha interviews. It's just one of those like Bernie's like, buddy, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. This is very confusing. Medicare for all. Like, and then he just goes into his own dribble, but it's great. Let's we'll come back to this point. Let me just call these.
I just really want
Go
to
ahead.
mention quickly. You can talk about the one piece of legislation that was a bipartisan push to lowering the cost of drugs. The president has also put through executive orders as well. And executive orders, as great as they are, as possibly unconstitutional as some of them are, that is not a bipartisan effort. The president putting forth a bipartisan effort, putting forth an executive order to lower the cost of drugs, is not working with Nancy Pelosi because Nancy Pelosi agreed with him. He's putting that forward because he saw a need that the American people had, and he identified it, he targeted it, and he took on big pharma and drug companies across the country with his executive orders.
Okay.
That's not a bipartisan bill, but by all means, who are we calling?
We're gonna call for you, Marcus. Can you actually put up Can you put up our presidential map so far? What we have so far called.
Okay, this is what we got.
So right now we have what 19 for Trump.
We have 19 for Trump, 3 for Biden.
Okay, so we actually have a few announcements that happened while we were talking. So right now we're calling the state of West Virginia for for Donald Trump. I got you, didn't I?
Calling it for Joe Manchin.
Yeah, he's gonna be for Joe Manchin the next 30 years. But no, in all seriousness, the state of West Virginia and its 5 electoral votes are gonna go to Donald John Trump, meaning that Donald Trump's up to 24 electoral votes. But we're not done there. The state of Vermont has been called for. I did it again. State of Vermont's been called. A big one right here. The state of Virginia has been called in favor of Joe Biden. Joe Biden gets Virginia and his 13 electoral votes. That was a state where actually, if you look at the percentage, Trump is up in.
He's up by over.
He's up in
15%. I love electoral math, don't you?
But they're saying based off of all of the ballots the provisional ballots that have come in, and it looks like
that's actually a shocker considering
considering
Fairfax and Arlington are all in. Oh well, Arlington is in 73%. Oh, Fairfax only in 1%.
I understand why this is happening. Okay, yeah, no, this makes total sense. A lot of the states that Trump was projected to win, or the districts and counties that Trump was projected to win, he did win in. And he's already been counted, and a lot of the ones that Joe Biden
is projected to win have not yet
have
been
not
counted,
been, but
or haven't reported.
Yeah, so and I guess turnout for Donald Trump was lower, so that makes sense.
We also have another projection.
We have another projection, Coach. Why don't you take this one?
The state of South Carolina, yielding 9 electoral votes, is projected to go to President Donald J. Trump tonight. A state just south of North Carolina being a swing state in this election, is projected to go to President Trump. Trump carried the state back in 2016 to no surprise, and he carried again. What's amazing about electoral math is that it's called for South Carolina with a mere 3% reporting in. Now, Omar, I would like to redirect us towards Florida.
Let's do
Once
that.
again, Florida, not to get your hopes up, has not yet been called. But I want to take a look at county by county how the president and Joe Biden are performing. Now, if you look at a map of the 2016 election, and how many votes
I will say this. I want to say this. Our good friend Joe Foster has joined the chat, and he just asked about the Senate. We will get to that, Joe, in just a few minutes. Keep going, Luke.
So, in Broward County, which our friend John, who joined us about 45 minutes ago or so, discussed how President Trump was doing poorly there. Biden was always going to carry the county. President Trump is outperforming himself in Broward County, and so is former Vice President Biden. Now, I really want to keep redirecting us to Miami-Dade County, and this is going to be my dead horse of the night. The president is up to 472,000 votes in a county that he only carried 333,000 votes in. He is now above 110,000 votes up, almost to 115,000 votes up. That's amazing turnaround in a county that should absolutely go to Joe Biden. And if you go to other ones around the state, the president is outperforming his 2016 numbers. Now, Florida is supposed to have all of their early voting counted by 8:30. And in fact, in Miami-Dade County, I don't even know if John was aware of this, all of early voting has been counted in Miami-Dade County.
Yep, it has been.
All of it has been counted, and it's been counted in a lot of the southern areas of the state. basically most of the areas that aren't the Panhandle. It's been incorporated into the vote. So as we see the night go on, I truly believe, Omer, that we're going to see a Florida for President Trump here. I really think so.
I think
With
it's
all
gonna
the numbers where he's
it's gonna be
outperformed, it's gonna be
difficult.
close.
It's going to be difficult for him to. I think because even the states that he or counties that he lost last time that he's about to catch up in, the numbers are getting to 95% reporting. So it's
not to fully go on to New York Times' numbers, but New York Times has adjusted their forecast to 95% likelihood that the president will carry it. Trump is up by 0.1%, not a hefty margin, but he didn't win the state by a hefty margin back in 2016. Folks, there are 82% of the votes in right now. I really am excited to see where this state goes tonight. It's a nail-biter. It's going to be a razor-thin margin. And one thing that I am happy to see across the board, Omar, is Joe Biden and President Trump are both outperforming the 2016 numbers in most counties. So Trump, as I've been saying, has been outperforming his 2016 numbers, but Biden is also outdoing Hillary by votes in many counties, basically saying that people have showed up to the polls, people have voted in this election. And America, that just is fantastic.
Thank you for that interruption, Luke. Moving on, we're gonna get. Let's take a look at the Senate because our good friend Joe asked very nicely. So the Senate, right now we have some results for the South Carolina Senate race that became interesting. Incumbent Senator Lindsey Graham is trying to hold his seat against newcomer Democrat Jamie Harrison. So this is a seat that's been looked at very closely by both Democrats and Republicans. The Democrats have funneled a lot of money to this race for Jamie Harrison because of the fact they think he has a chance. And with about 4% of the results reporting, Jamie Harrison is in the lead right now. He's up by about 12,000 votes, and he's carrying district that he was expected to take: Fairfield, Lee County, Marlborough County. Yeah, he was expected to take that. And again, only 4%. The major cities have not reported yet. A lot of the big population areas have not reported yet, but interesting to note. Let's go to our Mitch cast. Real quick, I'm sorry. Let me just do the Mitch cast, and then we'll go to whatever. Mitch McConnell is crushing it right now.
Oof. Amy McGrath, hopeful of the Democratic Party, underperforming in this election.
That's what
so
you
far.
get for not taking Charles Booker. Like I told you, Kentucky, you would have won this, or it would have been a lot closer.
No, I feel like the McConnell race this cycle has really reflected what we saw with the race between Beto O'Rourke and Ted Cruz.
I
in
don't
the
think
old
so.
days?
No. The results of that race had Beto up even very early.
I thought McGrath won a few of the polls against McConnell preceding tonight.
She won polls, but the results that we're seeing right now come in. It's not looking good, and the seat's officially been called. We're calling that seat.
For Mitch McConnell.
Kentucky has been called for Mitch McConnell. We are projecting that Mitch McConnell will be the next senator, and yeah, great.
And yeah.
Great.
Okay, let's do some rapid fire.
Go for it.
Okay.
We got rapid
We
fire
got
to the
calls
webcam.
right now. We have states coming in.
To the webcam, baby. Let's go.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah, let's go to the webcam. Let's go all in on this.
Okay, well, actually, let's keep it on the map so they can see the map.
Absolutely.
All right, we're back on the map cam.
I don't know, Marcus. Your face is gorgeous.
Yeah, but my face can't tell you that we're projecting that north. Okay, actually, hold on. Hey, someone else do this. I gotta do a lot of buttons over here.
I got
Okay,
you.
So we are projecting tonight here at OQ Politics. My friend Omar and I are projecting now that Alabama and its 9 electoral votes will go to President Donald J. Trump, with Mississippi and its 6 electoral votes. Additionally, Oklahoma with its 7 electoral votes, and Tennessee with its 11 electoral
We're
votes.
doing Senate. Hold on.
Let
Since
me.
you did that, let's just repeat everything you said. So
In the meantime, though, I just
No,
want to
no,
say.
Luke, repeat that so I can put them in the
Sure.
map.
Sure.
Live
Here we
TV.
go, folks. So, we have projected reportings for states going to Donald J. Trump. Alabama with 9 electoral votes. Mississippi with 6 electoral votes. Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes. And Kentucky with 8 electoral votes.
I'm in
Oh,
the
sorry.
map.
Tennessee.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
You know, maybe this is what media studies, this is why they get degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, they learn a lot more than this in media studies. Trust me,
This is
it's
true.
actually a degree. But look, Again,
So-
is any while Marcus does that?
Okay, did I get it right?
Oklahoma.
Not Kansas, not Kansas.
No, not
No,
Kansas.
not Kansas. We're,
It's
we're, we're,
Oklahoma.
we're doing great here at OQ Politics.
Oklahoma and
okay.
Tennessee.
Oh, you said Tennessee?
Yeah,
Tennessee with its 11 electoral
So right
votes.
now, OQ Politics and the world are projecting 66 to 16 right now, as in favor of Donald Trump. Again, very early. Nothing big surprising, other than okay, I do want to talk about this real quick.
Sure.
Virginia.
Yes.
This was a state that kept us up extremely late last time around.
Oh, I remember. It was one of the last ones, one of the last 3 called, right?
Yep, it was one of the last ones called. And that's interesting that Joe Biden got it called this early. I think it could be a sign of things to come in a lot of these, like the blue wall states, so to say, like the ones that Obama carried very favorably. I'm talking about Michigan, Wisconsin.
It's
those kind of
interesting
states.
because the cities have almost all been called.
Yep, they've all been called for Biden.
Okay, can we take a look at the Democrats? They're feeling a little lonely with their 16 electoral votes.
Oh,
Sick.
but not
But
for long.
not for long.
We have a few more going to the Democrats. We are projecting that Massachusetts and their, I believe, 11 electoral votes are going to Joe Biden. Not a big surprise. 2 Democratic senators, a Republican governor who has been known to work with the Democrats, and Charlie Baker, who is a vehement critic of Donald Trump. Their 11 electoral votes are going to Joe Biden. Next, we also have a call, I believe, in Connecticut and Rhode Island. We're just going to bunch those together because they're basically the same thing.
And we just lost the one viewer from Rhode Island.
Omar, you've been canceled
Wait, you
by
mean?
all of
I
Rhode
believe
Island.
I believe you mean the one person from Rhode Island.
Oh.
So
And
we have
we lost their grandmother too now.
so
She
we
was holding out for us, and
we have 11. So that's 11 more. That's 22 electoral votes in those 3 states, 2.5 states combined. So right now the vote count is 66 to 38. Luke, cue the CNN
Wait.
anxiety music.
Oh, wait, is that all we
Dun
got?
dun 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 dun.
We
No,
don't
yep.
have any other projections here?
Well, I think we do. Marcus,
Wow.
let's
we,
go
Marcus,
take it to the
we have the
webcam for this
webcam
announcement.
right here.
No webcam.
No webcam.
No webcam.
All right, then let's go to the
Let's just hear your
projection
voice
cam.
then.
Let's just hear your voice. I want you to make this announcement.
Okay.
Be proud, man.
Well, this mighty state, the strongest state in the union, and I am not joking, Delaware is going for Biden.
Bum 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 bum.
11, Delaware, a corporate tax haven, going for Joseph R. Biden in this election.
Yeah, I was also Marcus. There's one other state that did go for Biden that I believe you have covered up on your screen.
All right, okay. So we might not like the state. They might have shores, and they might have Snooki sometimes.
Oh.
New Jersey
No,
he
is
doesn't.
going for
No, he
Biden.
doesn't.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do
Marcus,
it.
Marcus,
Oh, I got it.
you're
I got it. Don't worry. The
Come on,
next state that
Marcus.
we're calling is gonna be for Joe Biden. We're talking about the state of the Illini, Illinois, and its 20 electoral votes are going to Joe Biden.
Joe
Bum,
Biden.
bum, bum, bum.
Okay, I thought we were talking about Maryland.
Nope.
So,
Well, Maryland, we just have a projection.
I did
Amazing.
not see Illinois. Dang, I actually wanted that. I was moving on about Maryland.
Illinois, for those of you who don't know, is Marcus's home state. He hails from Chicago, a very proud Chicagoan, a very proud Illinoisan, and a great American. Marcus, now why don't you announce the state of Maryland right
Well,
now?
he's got the flag. I can't take
Well,
it.
no, Marcus is a proud Marylander who did vote this time around, so we're gonna give it to him. Marcus, announce this projection.
Because of my mighty vote in the state of Maryland, Maryland is going for Biden.
Yep. So now let's take a look at the
Another
updated
state
map.
with a Republican governor.
Let's look at. Yeah, let's not talk about him. So right now the projection is 85 and 66 in favor of Biden. Again, long night ahead of us, long few days, weeks potentially ahead of us. But right now we're calling states with a fury. Lots of states have been called. No surprises again here. There was talk that maybe Alabama. There was very hushing talk that Alabama had a chance to switch. I did not think that because it's Alabama, they were definitely going to go for Trump.
Well, no one's saying about that.
No one saying thought that except for very, very optimistic Democrats.
And I stand by my statement. No one's saying about that.
Lols. again, so yeah, we have a lot of projections that just came in right now. For those wondering, with 5% now reporting, Jamie Harrison in South Carolina is up against Lindsey Graham by nearly 9 points, and that amounts to about 10,000. That amounts to about 10,000 total votes. So I think.
Speaking of Senate races, let's do some bum on the Senate.
Oh, what do we got here, Marcus?
Marcus,
Take
make
us
the
away.
announcement.
Oh no! I got it's a lot of clicking over here for me.
Oh, let's update the Senate map for Marcus then. Luke, why don't you help him out with this?
Well, I'm gonna need to pull up the Senate races.
Oh well,
I
okay.
only have 2 monitors right now. Marcus is working with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We are we
amazing.
value our technology. For those of you who don't know, there was a arms race for monitors in this house.
There was an arms race for
Here's
monitors.
the thing, right? I have a lot of monitors that are devoted to the stream. You have tabs.
Yes, this is true. This is true, Marcus. All right, so now we're pulling up the maps for the Senate races. Maine right now is too close to call.
Interesting. Maine too close to call.
Too close to call when she was down so
Toss
far.
up, Marcus. Toss
Yep.
up.
No,
Toss her
I don't
up.
know, what is it?
Marcus, toss her.
Toss up, Marcus. Just make it beige. Make that beige.
I'm
Maine.
just gonna keep doing green and or red and blue until we figured it out.
In addition, Senator, we've sitting Senator Mark Warner of
Mark
Virginia
Warner of Virginia.
is going to be carrying. Tom Tillet.
So we're calling Virginia for.
Yes, we're
okay,
going to be
so
calling
we're
Virginia Senate for Mark Warner.
Okay.
We're going to be calling Tennessee for Bill Haggerty as well.
You're the only 10 I see, Coachy.
Oh, shucks.
All right, so Tennessee and Virginia, again,
No.
2 states that were definitely projected to go that way.
Hold on, I'm coming in.
Webcam coming in.
I'm coming in. Oh, want the world to see. Now, there's a man in Illinois who, we only have one name for him. Richard Durbin. And everyone was wondering, would he win again? You know, against David Black from the Green Party? Everyone was wondering, what's going to happen? Who's going to win? You know? And then Mark Curran.
Mark Curran?
It's with a C, not with a Q.
Oh.
You got excited there, Omar.
Got very
I don't
excited.
know.
You and Thomas Jefferson.
But yes, Mark Curran. Maybe I should say Curran.
Corin. Probably Corin.
People thought he had no chance, and it turns out he didn't. Because Durbin, the whip of the Senate. Oh, well, hopefully, we'll find out tonight. Maybe the whip of the Senate. Maybe the minority whip. We'll find out.
At least the
But
minority
it's blue. Illinois. I called Illinois. I called one.
He called in Illinois.
He called one of them.
Big Rick
Dun, dun,
Durbin
dun, dun.
taking the Illinois Senate.
Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing really surprising jumping out. To go back to that South Carolina election, we have and even more of an update with more counties reporting. Again, not a lot of Lindsey Graham counties reporting yet, but Jamie Harrison is in the lead by 11 points, which amounts to about 16,000 votes. 16,000 vote lead currently for Jamie Harrison over Lindsey Graham, with only about 6% reporting. Let's take a look at the presidential map again real quick.
Wait, hold on. We got some coaching projections.
We have.
We do have some coaching projections for the
let's
Senate.
just before we do that, I just want to take a quick look at the as the executive producer,
As the executive and owner.
as the end owner of OQ Media. Let's take a look real quick at the map. So there's a few states here that I've been requested by our good watchers to look at. One of those states is the great state of Texas, and the potential blue wave or the blue shift that it could be facing in the next few years. I am of the opinion that Texas, the demographics are changing, yes, but they're not changing fast enough for that state to go blue just yet. I don't think it's gonna go blue. I don't think Corin's gonna lose that election. I do believe though the next presidential election, it would, unlike this time, it's gonna be a very serious toss-up.
It'll be a fight.
It's going to be a very big fight. That's why in Texas you have people, the campaign, the GOP in Texas. What's their slogan? It's "Keep Texas Red," because they know they're in danger of losing it, and that's why it's important. If you're progressive, if you are especially if you're in a demographic like if you're Latino, if you are brown, black, disenfranchised, poor, you need to go out and vote. Your vote matters in states like that. Your vote matters anywhere. Please go out and vote. If you didn't vote this time, please next time, 2022, 2024, go out and vote. It's extremely important that you have your voice heard in these key swing states that have these demographics shifting. Now, Coach,
Omar,
yes.
can I make a Senate projection?
Go make your Senate projection.
Cory Booker is going to win the state of New Jersey. Cory Booker, incumbent senator of the state of New Jersey and former Democratic presidential candidate, is going to retain his Senate seat in that state. Amazing, right?
I remember when he thought he was going to be president. It was really cute.
I thought he was running for vice president.
He was. I've never
Him and
seen.
Julian Castro.
I've never seen someone run so hard to be vice president. That was.
I don't even know her.
And that's why here at OQ Politics, you get something better than CNN. Our hairs aren't, well, completely white yet, and we have that little sense of humor that gives us the nice touch.
Yep.
Now, I also would like to talk about the state of Oklahoma, where, to no surprise, the incumbent senator, Jim Inhofe, is going to retain his Senate seat.
Yeah, definitely no surprise there. Oklahoma was this isn't a state that has had a very viable Senate election since I believe Joe Exotic ran in 2018. We all remember the Tiger King. Oh, was it governor?
He ran for governor.
I thought he ran for Senate.
He ran for governor and garnered 1/3 of the vote in the primary.
Yep, we love Joe Exotic here. We love the idea of Joe Exotic here at OQ Politics. Tiger King was an amazing documentary, but Oklahoma and it's how many electoral votes is that? Oh,
We were
Senate.
talking about the Senate.
Senate, my bad. Okay, cool. But yeah, Oklahoma is also another state that's probably going to go to Trump. Do we have another projection on our hands?
Marcus, why don't you take this projection?
Oh
Okay.
no.
Oh shoot.
Oh no, I don't want to call this
taking
projection.
a projection that the candidate Shelley Moore.
Can I announce this one actually?
Oh, okay. Well,
I actually have a dog in this fight.
Are you gonna follow it up with a 4 to 6 minute long-winded rant?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
so
No,
I
I'll keep it about 45 seconds.
Okay,
Seriously.
Good.
Shelley Moore Caputo has defeated progressive challenger Paula Jean Swearinger in the Senate election in West Virginia. Paula Jean Swearinger ran against Joe Manchin in the primary last time in 2018. She had a lot of momentum and a lot of support from progressives like Andrew Yang and Bernie Sanders going into this election. It wasn't enough to shift West Virginia this time around, but she's a name to keep an eye on. But that's another grab for the Republicans in the Senate. And so far, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing surprising, Luke.
Okay,
No.
I have another projection.
Nothing has
for
been
everybody.
shaking us up so far. You have another projection?
More projections just coming through.
My friend Johnny is actually a very astute fan of this candidate. He has some connections. I don't think I'm authorized to say some low key stuff, but this is gonna be conspiracy theories. We're gonna end up on QAnon.
QAnon.
God.
Not QAnon.
No, stop.
Anon,
It's
Shit.
a
anon.
journey, right?
Yes, and on and on and on and on.
But
You're gonna get me banned from YouTube. You know that, right?
Yeah, probably something like that. But we'll see how it
We're not
goes.
monetized, so we're good.
Yeah, no.
You're
That's
correct.
right.
This is not monetized.
You know what? That's a webcam.
Mark,
event here.
let's go to the
You
webcam.
see, we aren't like other YouTube companies and like media companies. We're out here in our garages giving you the facts from human to human, from person to person, not corporation to human. That's not what we do. No. We are taking it human to human, and that's why we're special.
Maybe we should finish the roof of the garage.
Oh yeah, we should definitely.
Yeah, before with the roof of the garage will be
But-
finished by the
but
time we do
yes.
our next stream.
That's a lie. But what we will do in this stream is declare that Christopher Coons will be the senator from Delaware for another stream.
I thought he was about to say Christopher Columbus. I was about to say, that's problematic.
I love it. New York Times with 0 votes reported has called the Senate race for Christopher Coons.
Well, they probably have 0
And so
reported
did we.
on theirs.
Yes.
But if you look at probably a lot of these. So for those who don't know, a lot of these companies like New York Times, a lot of these news outlets get their reporting from the state election boards because they release the results periodically throughout the night. So they do it based off that. Sometimes stats don't update completely as it's going through. So just in case you want to know and you want to get the results before the New York Times, definitely check out your state's local election board website or any states. They usually release them on there. And speaking of release results, we have more results in the Senate election. Right now, Jamie Harrison is still holding on with 7% reporting, a 98,766 lead to 85,000 lead against Lindsey Graham, amounts to about 7 points. Yeah.
It's
So
a hefty margin to make
hefty
up.
margin. The independent candidate is getting, whose name is Bill Bledsoe.
1% of the vote.
1%
so far
of the
is
vote,
going
1888.
to Bill Bledsoe.
1888, good year.
I have
It
another
was a good year.
projection from the state that started it all, kind of. You know, well, it depends on who you ask. I feel like all 13 original colonies are going to say they started it all. But where Lexington and Concord meet, well, they don't actually.
Massachusetts.
Yes, but Massachusetts, the state where Edward J. Markey, you know, you gotta love the last name, Markey Mark in the House. Well, more like Marky Mark in the Senate, because that's where he's going to be for the next 6 years. Let's change that.
Now, for those of you that don't know or remember, Ed Markey was primaried by a member of the Kennedy family. Was it this past fall?
Yeah. So Ed Markey was primaried by Joe Kennedy, who was a congressman in Massachusetts, and he challenged him to put new blood into the Senate seat. But
Is Kennedy blood ever new blood?
yeah, it depends on how they spin it. But if you look at Massachusetts, and if you look at Ed Markey, he has been a progressive leader in Massachusetts. He's been a progressive leader in the Senate. He was one of the first senators, along with Bernie Sanders, to sign up to endorse the Green New Deal. So he's been a component of change in politics for a long time, and he hopefully will continue to be so for longer. It would have saved people a lot of money if Joe Kennedy just didn't run and waited 6 years. It would have saved him a lot of time too.
Yes.
Because it's sad, because I actually don't dislike Joe Kennedy running for Senate. I just dislike the timing of it, because he needs to first establish himself as that progressive leader. That's the reason he didn't win. He didn't have the grassroots like an Ed Markey did. He didn't have people supporting his campaign with, small dollar donations to the level that Ed Markey did. And I think once you let kind of Ed Markey aside, he's probably not going to run after this year.
Okay,
I think
I
he
have
would have had
some
he
breaking
would have
news.
had a chance.
I have some breaking news. I have the power of the clicks, and I'm gonna use it. With 89% of the vote out of Florida,
Oh God.
Trump is up by over almost 2 million or 200,000.
Whoa. Reset.
If
Re-say that again completely, just so we're clear.
89% of the vote in Florida, Donald J. Trump is up by almost 200,000 votes.
And if I may add to that, we're seeing him up by almost 200,000 votes with Washington County and Holmes County, two Trump counties, not even reporting in yet. Trump has closed the gap and upped his margins in Jacksonville. Trump has closed the gap and upped his margins in Broward County and Miami-Dade County. He is outperforming himself across the board from his last cycle numbers against Secretary Clinton. And while Joe Biden, similarly enough, is also outdoing Secretary Clinton in many counties, I do not believe this is going to be enough to win the state for Joe Biden.
We have interesting news as well. Let's move on to the great state of Ohio, home of the Cleveland Cavaliers, who will be losing for the next 15 to 20 years in basketball. Okay, Ohio has Joe Biden with 42% of the votes reporting. Ohio is for Joe Biden right now. He's in the lead. It hasn't been called yet. He's up by about 300,000 votes, and it looks like he's in a good position. He's winning.
Does.
Yeah, he's winning counties.
It's interesting. The New
Like
York
Wood,
Times,
he's winning Wood County. He's winning Pickaway County so far, and he's looking like he's in good position right now going into the rest of the votes being counted.
Here's the thing, right? So Ohio is going to be one of those weird states tonight. There is a discrepancy between when the postmark ballots. Ohio hasn't been counting them as they come in per se. There's really until November 13th, votes can still arrive as long as they're postmarked before election. So that's going to be a serious issue.
Yeah, so that's going to be an interesting thing to see. But the interesting thing about that, though, too, is a lot of the votes you would assume, because mail-in voting and all that kind of stuff is disproportionately Democratic. Those votes tend to go more Democratic than Republican. So you would think that gives an even more of an advantage to someone like Joe Biden. There's a Sorry, we had a distraction in the studio. But, interesting reports coming in. 3% now reporting only, again, a very microcosm of the entire state. And a lot of this is Pittsburgh and Philadelphia reporting. Joe Biden is up in Pennsylvania, 82 to 69%. That's going to definitely change. It's not going to stay at that.
Can we take a sec to go back to Ohio?
Yeah.
If I was in the Trump camp, I'd actually be kind of worried right now about Ohio. So back in the 2016 election, Secretary Clinton only won a mere 8 counties in this entire state. And right now, Joe Biden with, what's the percentage in right now?
42.
With 42% of the vote in, Joe Biden is currently up in 11 counties. So from what we're seeing right now, granted there's still many that are out to count: Ross County, Athens, Noble. There are many counties out there that have yet to even report, counties that will generally be before the president. But Biden leaving 11 counties, contrasting to Secretary Clinton's only 8 at the end of her night, with almost half the vote in Ohio.
The interesting thing, a county like Delaware County, Joe Biden with 73% of the vote, he's already surpassed Hillary Clinton's total for that entire county.
Yeah.
If you look at a county like Butler County as well, right now Joe Biden has 27,000 votes. Butler County, Hillary Clinton only had about 58, and that's with about, I believe, half the percentage reporting. So we have. So these are, you're seeing a lot of shifts here, and it's looking good. Again, Monahan County, 50% reporting. Joe Biden has 42,000 votes.
Could you imagine if Ohio goes to Vice President Biden and Pennsylvania goes to President Trump?
That would.
What a flip that would be.
That would completely shift the map for everybody. And again, I've stressed this on my podcast. Again, Omer 2020, if you haven't checked it out, Spotify, Apple, and Stitcher now. I've stressed this many times. No president or no Republican president has ever won an election without the state of Ohio. This is crucial. And, right now it's looking extremely interesting. Like I was saying, Monahan County, right, with half the people reporting, Biden's going to probably even surpass Hillary Clinton even more. Than he did in 2016, or than Hillary did in 2016. So this is interesting stuff coming in from Ohio.
I'm interested to see what happens in Butler County, Omar.
So interesting. We just have an update from Miami-Dade County. Apparently, Joe Biden has outperformed Hillary Clinton in Miami-Dade County.
Oh yes, absolutely.
So that's a promising sign for the Biden campaign as it looks right now. Again,
wait, really?
Yeah.
What website?
It's not a website. It's the New York Times. If you look at it.
That's what I'm at. It says Joe Biden's at 579,000 votes, and Secretary Clinton carried that.
Outside. Sorry. Outside of Miami-Dade County. I believe they're talking about Broward County.
Oh, Broward County.
Broward County. My bad. I read that wrong.
Broward County, yes. Joseph.
I apologize. Unlike other major news outlets, when I make a mistake, I definitely will apologize. I apologize.
We're good about that here. We're also good about making mistakes.
Yeah.
So yes, in Broward
to be
County,
clear, Luke is not an editor yet. He is a pundit.
Okay,
and contributor.
with that notion, I'm going to make 2 more projections for the Senate races. When it comes to New Hampshire, we have Jeanine Shaheen.
Jean Shaheen.
Are you sure that's not Jean?
I'm 100% sure.
Jean is not my mom.
Jeannie?
It's 100. It's
Well,
Jean.
she won New Hampshire, so I'm sure she doesn't mind that I am messing up her name right now. She's really happy. And then we have the tiniest senator in the United States, not by size of.
I take great offense to this.
Not by the size of the human, but by the size of the state. The tiniest senator, Jack Reed, will be the senator of Rhode Island, and I'm sure he's not mad that I called him tiny. He might be actually, but he wins. So.
That sounds like a nickname Trump would give him. Tiny Jack. He's Tiny Jack.
Tiny Jack does sound like a name of the president.
Little Jack. Little Jack.
I believe now we are up to date when it comes to.
We are up to date. Marcus, give us the rundown on the maps real quick.
So yes, this is our rundown when it comes to the Senate map. You have it right here.
Mm-hmm.
We have Illinois, Virginia, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Delaware, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. I think I said that already. But those are all going to be your Democrats. And then Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia are going to be your Republicans. Now, should we go over to the Electoral College?
Let's go to the Electoral College, where we see that Joe Biden has a very, very slight lead, I believe, over Donald Trump.
It's not. We don't know.
We
A very slight lead.
85 to 55.
85 to 55, man. Call it. if I'm Fox News, I'm calling this.
Listen, I'm just going to say Florida is currently at 9%, with the president holding over a 2% lead over former Vice President Joseph R. Biden. Florida is, and I know I've been talking about it, I've been beating a dead horse. Florida is key to the president's re-election strategy. It is the first domino that must fall in his step to being re-elected as president of the United States. If the president can swing Florida, that opens up the door to him to being president for the next 4 years.
Now, here's the thing. Actually, I'm going to completely sidetrack your conversation.
Go
Please
for
do.
it.
We called Indiana at the very beginning.
We did.
We did?
Yeah, and no one else really did that.
Yep. We
Yes.
first did it. Yeah. We are trailblazers here at OQ Politics. Indiana is definitely been projected by OQ Politics to go to President Donald Trump.
I support that decision.
Yep.
Indiana, home state of Vice President Michael Pence, otherwise known as Borat as Michael Pence, is going to be going
Michael
to Donald
Pence.
J. Trump. Now, that really shouldn't prove as a surprise there.
So
Marcus, how
to completely
how do you-
sidetrack everything real quickly, can we talk about the new Borat movie?
Coach, you should be knowing.
Can we talk about the new Borat
we
movie?
not?
Can we please, just briefly? Can we
Let's
please?
not. No, I'm
Aw.
going to overrule. I'm going to use some webcam powers.
Okay, use your
So,
webcam.
Marcus, I have a question. I want to talk to you and ask some actual questions about the difference in culture between Illinois and Indiana, two states bordering each other by hundreds of miles. What are the main differences in demographics and culture between the two states?
Okay, that is going to bring in the webcam, actually. We're bringing in the webcam for this conversation. But yes, when we look at it, Illinois has Chicago, and Chicago skews the demographics. Chicago is a very heavy Democrat city. I don't think there's been a Republican mayor of Chicago in the past 50 years. Someone can fact check me on that. And then I think there might have been one, maybe about 50 years ago. But that's
It's amazing to see, considering New York, such a generally liberal state, has had Republican mayors as near back as the mid 2000s with Michael Bloomberg and before then Rudy Giuliani.
But here's the thing, right? So Indiana doesn't have that huge democratic city. If you look at Indianapolis, it doesn't draw the same massive amounts of Democrats in. So that's why Indiana is kind of a swing state. In more recent elections, it hasn't been a swing. But it has, it has swing state tendencies. I think Trump has an advantage because he picked Michael Pence. I almost messed up.
It's that Sacha Baron Cohen is very funny.
But that's what really Indiana
You make a
follow consistently. Illinois, it does have that Chicago, but I think without Chicago, it would basically be a swing state.
right.
You have the major, massive source of Democratic voters, and then you have it is overall a little bit more liberal when you get into the agricultural, like rural areas of Illinois than Indiana.
Mhm.
Once you get into the agricultural areas of Indiana, it is hard red. So that's the real big difference. Indiana is very hard red and then blue in the cities, and then Illinois is softer red in the agricultural rural areas, and then very massively blue. So that's why it's not a swing state. That's why it's not competitive. Although I'd like to note that Illinois actually did have a Republican governor.
When?
Bruce Rauner,
Bruce Rauner.
just a few years ago.
Really fascinating.
Well, the thing is, all the Democratic governors, Ryan Blagojevich, who actually was stumping for Trump the other day. That's kind of crazy, but that's the Celebrity Apprentice thing. Blagojevich was on Celebrity Apprentice, and he gained respect for Trump apparently during that process. Trump did actually go on a limb and put him on the show while he was up for federal corruption charges for selling Jesse Jackson's vacant house seat.
Can I bring up Allegheny County?
Well, actually, let me correct myself. It wasn't Jesse Jackson's house. Jesse Jackson was trying to buy Barack Obama's Senate seat
seat.
Yep,
while
just-
I was in the House.
I don't was it Jesse Jackson? I don't believe it was Jesse Jackson specifically, but
No,
I there
Jesse Jackson Jr.
Junior. That's who it was. You're right. You're right.
I forgot that there was a senior. Obviously, he was not the one trying to buy the seat. Jesse Jackson Jr. was trying to buy that seat from Blagojevich. While he was in the House, he was trying to get to the Senate where Obama was.
So right now, interesting, going back to Pennsylvania and looking at the maps comparing 2016 to 2020, you have in Allegheny County, the city of Pittsburgh, 28% of the vote in, over a quarter of the population, and the president leading the city by almost 100,000 votes. Now, a quarter of the population in is not indicative of the entire county itself or where it'll lie, but that's an interesting little note right there for Pennsylvania, that Allegheny County would even hint at being red. The center, or the county surrounding the major city of Pittsburgh, one of the three major cities in Pennsylvania. Now, Marcus, why don't you bring us back over to the Senate? Is there anything new over there?
One moment.
I think we do have another projection coming into the Senate.
Indeed we do. Marcus, would you like to call it?
Well, I am not currently on that path.
How about this? We'll have a special guest. We have Dave Rubin in the house to call the Dave Rubin in the house to call the election. All right, Dave. Why don't you tell us?
Well, my brain is full of so many high-level important ideas, but I do know this. The state of Arkansas is definitely going to Donald John Trump. We know this, and I know this because my name is Dave Rubin. I am smarter than you, but not as smart as Joe Rogan,
I
apparently.
in the Senate, so it took me a second there. But,
We're getting
yes, I got
canceled.
Oh, why? For making fun of Dave Rubin? Everyone does that. Even
Fair enough.
right-wing media. Ben Shapiro makes fun of Dave
You're
Rubin
right,
on a
Ben Shapiro
daily
does.
basis. Oh, God. Jen Perlman. She's going live.
Oh, North Carolina, Omer, a state that we've neglected to talk about much tonight. 66% of the vote in, and former Vice President Joe Biden with almost a 300,000 vote lead.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting. Well, yeah. Well, we're also going to find out more about North Carolina later on in this election cycle. One second. I am trying to find out. I have some sources telling me some things about Florida that I don't want to say out loud yet. But
91% of the vote in. President
It's-
is up by 2 full points.
why don't you hold off on that for a little bit? You might be surprised in the next 30 minutes.
We'll see.
No, yeah, we'll
Well,
see.
I'd like to say, for the sake of interesting media, we're not about just we got.
Hey, I don't want to get into the
Biden underperforming Hillary Clinton's percentages in Broward County.
Yeah, he is in the. But I don't want to get into actually projecting stuff. I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into projecting stuff based off of sources. I want to get into projecting stuff based off of my own personal knowledge. All right, so we'll move on. Democrats are stunned to see Texas suburb of Williamson County go blue in a presidential election. Beto O'Rourke flipped it in his losing challenge to Senator Ted Cruz last time. So again, you're seeing Texas, which is a state that we were just talking about. In a few years, it might go blue, but we're seeing Williamson County. It was a Republican county for a long time. Now it's gone to Biden officially. Georgia's Cobb County has been counted about a third. Biden's lead comes close to Biden's lead looked like it's coming close to holding, and it will cement a suburb shift away from Republicans, which could be trouble for Republican Senator Tom Tillis as well in his race against Cal Cunningham. We have a lot of stuff going on right now, guys. So let's just take a minute to breathe and kind of let's just take all of this in. We have a lot of stuff coming
This
in.
is a lot.
Luke, just where do you want to start, man? Just go ahead.
I really want to start with North Carolina.
Let's go there because that's one of the most interesting things, even more interesting than Texas, I think.
North Carolina, a 200,000 vote lead for former Vice President Joseph Biden with 66% of the vote in. North Carolina has recently been thrown into the well of swing states with the amount of people from outside states such as New York, New Jersey, all moving there due to lower taxes and lower cost of living. Not for long, apparently. State of North Carolina is one that is key for the president to win his election. To lose North Carolina is to lose 15 electoral votes. And if he loses those 15 electoral votes, he'd have to make them up by winning a state such as Michigan.
Yeah, and that's just if he loses North Carolina, that was a scenario we didn't really talk about a lot because that was seen as one of those states. You know, it wasn't a it was a toss-up state, but a lot of people, even a lot of Democrats were still expecting that to eventually shift towards Republicans. They were expecting it to shift towards whoa. Okay, never mind. They were expecting it to shift towards Trump in that state. So a lot of interesting things are happening. There's the race in Kansas also. I might add, it was with about 33% reporting, Biden has a 40,000 vote lead in there.
I think you'll find that Biden's lead is about to become dust in the wind, though.
But here's the thing: Topeka hasn't come in. Johnson County, which is a Democratic stronghold, still has not had a lot of votes come. So you have a few counties there that looking good. So
a few. But then
few.
There's the rest of the state.
Yeah, but these are all counties that Trump lost. All the ones that Biden is up in, and with 80% reporting, this is interesting because that's another race. So. Another race, a very weird state because Kansas had a Democratic governor for a long time, and
it's not exclusively a Republican.
It's not exclusive.
Presidentially, it's been a Republican stronghold, but it hasn't exclusively been a Republican state.
Right,
in its history.
and it fits into that kind of Montana weird. Well, not weird. It's more representative, I believe, of the entire population. Voters aren't a monolith, as Dave Rubin would say. I'm gonna just slowly shift into the Dave Rubin voice throughout the night.
Please don't.
And so, would you rather have me shift into the Bill Clinton voice? Yeah. So Hillary didn't win that district by a lot, but damn, Joe's doing pretty fine.
Oh.
Wow. No one reacted to my amazing Bill Clinton impersonation.
No, because the governor.
Thank you guys.
Because the governor of
Vermont,
Republican governor.
He was already there.
Well, I'm saying he's holding his governorship.
Yeah. Breaking news: Vermont also not a monolith. America not a monolith.
Yep.
Go out and vote, people.
A state can choose a Republican senator and a Democrat president, or a Democrat governor and a Republican president. America not a monolith.
Exactly. So that's one of the things that I'm trying to show people. It's like, so you have to. That's the thing. If you're a voter, you can't just listen to these, these voices that try to insulate you and say, "Oh, vote red no matter who, or vote blue no matter who." You need to vote for the candidates and the people who are voting for your best interests. So, again, we're seeing a lot of that today. Georgia has some very early results coming in. Wow. Yeah, but that's probably going to change. So Let me just go through these results real quick. We have about, I believe, 30% reporting in Georgia. We have 30% reporting in Georgia, I believe. 24% reporting in Georgia. Donald Trump is currently up 200,000 votes. We haven't seen a lot of votes come in, or we haven't seen the completion of votes come in Atlanta and Fulton County, Savannah County, or Chatham County. So there's a few counties there that are only reporting 10%. So be on the lookout for those as well tonight. Joe Biden has room to really catch up. It's nowhere near called yet. Missouri has 10%. Ohio is up to about 50%, and Joe Biden adds to his lead. He has now added. He has a almost 350 point voter lead over Donald Trump in Ohio, which again,
Fox News putting President Trump's chances of winning the state of Ohio to nail, projecting, or not projecting, I should say, but
Predicting.
with their little prediction meter, 79% that the state of Ohio will go to Joseph Biden.
So let's talk about this real quick and the ramifications that this could possibly have if, again, this is early results, but these counties that he's winning, the counties that Joe Biden's doing well in, Trump took very easily a lot of these counties. So Luke, let's talk about this real quick. What does this mean if we see a shift in Ohio for the first time ever against a Republican president?
Oh, this is not
for the first time ever. This, like, if Trump somehow wins this, we would become the first Republican to win the presidency without Ohio. So how if you're Trump, how do you maneuver this? What does this mean for states like Michigan? What does this mean for states like Wisconsin?
It's weird, man.
It's weird, but
You gotta also think about it. This is a president of first. So if anybody is really going to win the election without carrying Ohio, it would be him.
But
he'd have nearly insurmountable odds. He would have to pick up Pennsylvania. He would have to carry Wisconsin, Michigan, the Rust Belt. Keep Arizona in his pocket. Same thing with Iowa.
So I'd like to keep us all honest. Let's go back, and this now I have not had time to edit these slides, but let's go back and each one of us let's look at whether or not we had Ohio in our plan going towards Biden.
Well,
I just want to put everyone's face to their map, and including mine.
Put my face to my map. I'm good with it.
There's Luke. You did not have Ohio going to Biden. Let's go.
It hasn't yet.
You know, not to Biden, and then myself. Oh,
That's the wrong webcam.
And not to Biden. This is something that no one expected. That like 2 hours ago, 15 minutes ago, we kind of had some idea, but we didn't think that this is where we would be.
I will say, he is picking up steam though in a lot of the rural counties. Butler County, he's picked up steam. He's picked up steam in Columbiana County, Williams County. He's rolling in. I'm wondering how much of it is truly just X percentage of the vote has come in from the specific areas. I think the president can still take this state back. It's going to be a tough fight, but I think he can still take it back.
It's gonna be interesting, but these margins are not looking good though, because
Dayton particularly is not looking good. Dayton,
Montgomery
Ohio,
with 50% reporting, he has 1,000 vote lead. These are not looking good for Trump.
No, not at all. So Montgomery County, where Dayton,
This was a state, mind you, that he took all but what was it? Like 5 counties.
He took all but 8 counties. He won by about 9, almost 10% of the vote. I think Secretary Clinton garnered 43% of the vote.
Interesting.
So a nearly 10% swing. It would be something to see. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be something to see. I'm worried about Ohio. I'm sure the Trump camp right now is absolutely sweating over the prospect of losing the state of Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
But there is still room to return. There are many counties that he won back in 2016 that aren't even reporting at all. Van Wert County hasn't reported. Wyandotte County hasn't reported. Marion County hasn't reported. Harrison County. It goes on. There's
but a lot of those counties, the vote total though wouldn't be enough to get him over. Or I haven't done the math honestly, but those are counties that don't really have a large vote total to begin with. Again, I slipped into the Dave Rubin voice very briefly.
You did.
I need to stop.
I do want to look though. I want you to take a look at Hamilton County and pull it up. With half the vote in, Joe Biden is carrying 161,000 votes. The president 69,000 votes. In 2016, Secretary Clinton carried that county with 215,000 votes, and the president lost it with 173,000 votes.
Right.
There's room for this man to catch up. Ohio is not a set deal. Although I will say to my left, as I said, Ohio is not a set deal. Fox News has put their little meter up to 79% from 78%. That the president will lose and Joe Biden will win the state of Ohio.
Interesting. So let's go to. Oh wow. Okay. So again,
North Carolina's 68% reporting.
And Biden has a. Wow, he still has a 200,000 or almost 300,000 or sorry 250,000 vote lead in the great state of North Carolina, which of course is north of South Carolina. Interesting, a lot of interesting results. Update
for 91% in.
Update for the 7 people who live there. North Dakota with 7% reporting. Donald Trump is up by 3,000 votes, which is shocking to me because I did not know that 3,000 people even lived in the state of North Dakota.
America's not a monolith, man.
America is not a monolith. But yeah. Missouri 3% reporting, that's nothing.
Kansas 35% in.
Yeah, so let's so let's take a minute and let's kind of regroup here. So again, the early results were expected actually to favor Trump, which that's what we were told. That's what a lot of us expected, right?
Yes.
A lot of early results favor Trump, but we're seeing in North Carolina, Ohio, we're seeing a lot of these results starting to favor Biden. We don't know what's going to happen in Florida yet, but I do believe that if this is a sign of things to come, the idea that Biden is the candidate that could break through the Rust Belt and could also break through to Carolina Belt. I don't know what to call that, but and maybe take back a state like Carolina and Georgia even, where we're still at 26%.
70% of the vote in for North Carolina.
70% of the vote in now for North Carolina, and still no winner called, but Joe Biden's still holding on to a 150,000 vote lead. Yeah. So again, the results we expected were that Biden was going to be down early and then eventually catch up, but it seems that not the opposite, but it seems that Biden is up early. So does this mean now that maybe all the mail-in votes that haven't been counted, that will be counted in the next few days and weeks, might even favor Biden even more, and he might build on some of these leads? I think it's very likely, dude.
Well, we shall see. I think it's about right time to take a break, though.
Okay, let's do that. OQ Politics, our live election coverage will be back after this break. During the break, if you're looking for something to do that's not give yourself a panic attack during the elections, let's go to Apple Podcasts and check out my podcast, Umar 2020. Luke's been on it. Marcus will be on it eventually. I've had Johnny on it as well. Great podcast, Umar 2020, Spotify, Apple, and Stitcher. Check it out. We'll be back in a few. My bad. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to OQ Politics and our coverage of the 2020 election. During our break, we had a bunch of projections, and to announce those, Luke, take it away with our projections for tonight.
Well, everyone out there, I can firmly project with the rest of my folks here at OQ Politics that former Vice President Joseph Biden will carry my home state of New York and its 29 electoral votes. In addition to that, we have a list of Vice President Biden has also carried New Mexico, bringing with it its 5 electoral votes. Now, in addition to the states that former Vice President Biden has won, President Trump has also added a slew of states into his victory card. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming have all fallen squarely into the Trump camp, with states like Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida falling into too close to call. Still waiting on results from states such as Wisconsin and the Rust Belt state of Michigan, which only has 17% reporting in. Omar, look at this map. This is insane. We can see a victory for either candidate that blows away all projections of what
This is, I mean, definitely, especially if North Carolina and, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen with North Carolina tonight, but if Ohio stays the way that it is tonight, and our early results for Michigan right now are looking pretty good for the president, actually.
Yeah.
More good, because he's winning Grand Rapids, he's winning states, the districts that he won last time around. Allegan County is actually good for Joe Biden, but doesn't have a lot of people reporting yet. But so we're seeing, like I said, a very interesting map, guys. I don't know what to make of this. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is
insane.
This is again broken all predictions that we had.
I'm gonna lose the COA politics department all on this.
Yeah. So yeah, you're not the only one. But if let's just take a step back. Nobody before tonight, I think, had Ohio going to the Democrats. That was not a prediction. That was not a like no one would put that wasn't good odds on that. But again, we were talking about this before. What does this mean for the Rust Belt? I think what this could mean, him winning these working class counties, Biden, like he's up big in a lot of these counties. If he holds on in these working class counties, especially like Athens County, Dayton, I think this could be exactly what the Democrats needed, and this could be change from 2016. You might see that go into states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, which Hillary only won by about a percentage point last time around. So this is a good early sign for Joe Biden that he was able to connect with a lot of those working class Americans more so than Donald Trump. And it could be a sign that Trump's message of promises made, promises kept, as asinine as it sounds to a lot of us, didn't connect with these people. And in Ohio right now, early results again, I think that's what it's showing. Texas actually is reporting 66%. Well, I'll get your opinion on all of this in a second,
Yes.
but let's just look at Texas right now. Texas, we have oh wow. Okay, so never mind. Sorry, I saw that. I saw something else. So Texas, we have 66% reporting. Donald Trump is up. They're actually virtually tied. They both have roughly 33,800,017 votes. I believe Donald Trump maybe had like 500 more than Joe Biden at the current moment.
Subject to change.
Subject to change,
Moments.
but very close race. This is not what we have. This is not what we have seen in recent presidential elections. Even going back to 2012, Texas has not been this close. Again, demographics are shifting. Bernie Sanders, I know I've name dropped him a few times, is also he also plays into this because a lot of voters were registered for the Democratic Party in the primary. A lot of young people, a lot of Latino voters were were brought into the political process during this Democratic primary process. So you might be seeing a residual effects of that in this election and in the general. But to see it at this rate is actually, even at this point, 66% is quite astonishing.
This is nuts. Let's draw our attention to the state of Ohio. One that earlier I mentioned that Secretary Clinton only carried 8 counties. Trump swept the state for the most part, winning it by almost 10 full points. Joseph Biden, with a hefty margin of percentage reporting in, has 14 counties, effectively doubling the amount of counties that Secretary Clinton carried back in 2016. Now, we still have time left. The jury is still out on the great state of Ohio. It has 58% in, 42%. It's a lot of wiggle room that the president has. Probably a little bit less than he would like to have. In fact, he probably would already like to call it at this point. They
Right.
didn't call it early in the last cycle,
Mm-hmm.
but last cycle it was a hotly contended swing state.
Mm-hmm.
This time around, it was not considered as much as a swing state as it has been in past years. Now, what is absolutely crazy about what we're seeing right now is that if the president loses Ohio, he can still carry the race.
Right.
If the president loses Ohio, if he takes Wisconsin, if he takes North Carolina, if he takes Pennsylvania, he can still carry this election. President Trump can lose Arizona. President Trump can lose Michigan. He can lose Ohio. He could lose all 4 of those states and still have a pathway. He can still have
Not a
pathway
likely
victory.
pathway though.
Not a likely
Not as
pathway.
likely as because he needed Ohio. Like Ohio was. If you're looking for Trump to win in the easiest and most likely way possible, Ohio needed to be won. And if he loses Ohio, it's the likelihood it just drops immediately. And before we talk more about this, just very quickly, I do want to note this because we all did live there at one point. I have a projection for us. The great non-state of D.C., the District of Columbia, and its, I believe, 3 electoral votes are going to Joe Biden. Very much expected at this point. Joe Biden, Democrat, DC. The D stands for Democrat. That was gonna happen. Shout out to Deontay, Mike, Joe Foster, and all the boys back at the Tirnanog Trap House, who live there. So yeah, another 3 to Biden. Biden builds on his early lead again. Way too early to really decide where this is going, but with Ohio, North Carolina at 78% and Biden leading still by over 120,000.
Now, Omar, we do have another state to call.
We have another state to call?
We are late on calling this state. The great state of Louisiana and its 8 electoral votes will be going to President Donald J. Trump.
God, amazing. Bobby Jindal must be really proud right now. Okay.
Shocker.
Yeah.
The jury is still out in New Hampshire.
Jury's still out in New Hampshire. Only 16% reporting. I think that's a safe bet. I actually I have a little experience with New Hampshire. Little exposure there. They were pretty high on moderates like Joe Biden. A lot of the support for Trump was very soft to begin with there. Polling also indicated that. Jeanne Shaheen, I believe, won there. So that's probably a sign that Joe Biden's carrying the state. Again, only 60%, also only 4 electoral votes. But again, from what we're seeing on the map,
might make the difference in this race.
it could, man, it could. But
Now, I would like to mention, and this is not a call, Florida is up to 93% of the vote in, and the president has widened his lead to 3 points, up from 2 points just about 30, 40 minutes ago.
yep, still too early to call though, as
We're
we're
too close to call.
well.
We won't say too early to call, too close to call at this point.
So at what point? I mean, he's up by 300,000 votes almost, right? Or over
He's
300,000
up by
votes.
almost 400,000 votes in Florida.
No. It's 300. It's 300,020.
Okay.
300,020 votes. He's up by, I mean Donald Trump. So yeah. So what's the threshold for contesting those ballots?
I
What
almost
it-
feel like it's a game every year and that they just like to make Florida the last one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's really a threshold so much as it's a game. I mean, Florida, as we mentioned earlier, has already counted its early voting. It's already counted
Oh
most
my
of its
God.
absentee ballots. So all of the mail-in ballots that you generally expect would go to former Vice President Biden have already been counted. So I think they're really just waiting to call it to be absolutely certain, so they don't have to reverse their call.
Oh my God. I have another thing. I don't even want to give this any attention.
What?
Okay, so I'm going to just briefly indulge me. So Georgia's 14th district, there was a woman running by the name of Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is probably it was one of the worst possible people who could ever be represented in the House of Representatives. She is not indicative of the American people. I don't think she's really that indicative of Georgia's I hope not, of their 14th district, because she's peddled conspiracy theories that are untrue. She's peddled racist, Nazi promoting material. It's sickening the fact that someone like that has been elected. This is someone who's claimed that Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib's election to the Congress, like rightful election to the Congress, is indicative of an Islamic invasion of our government. That someone like that does not belong at all in the House. He's even been condemned by Republicans like Kevin McCarthy and Steve Scalise. These, like, it's the fact that she was given any sort of platform. The fact is by even the Republican Party is just it's something that's scary. Like, because this is something that I know a lot of Republicans have dealt with and have tried to come to terms with. They can't. The fact that you have people like Steve King, the fact that you have people like
Steve King is a disgrace to the Republican Party.
yeah,
To the
and
country.
you won't find many Republicans that even disagree with you. But like the thing is, I just don't know, how do you stop things like this from happening? Because she's obviously not a good person. She's not a good representative. She should not be a representative based off of her just her racism and her views. You would think, like, right? But she is, and again, she's elected now, but it's sad. It's honestly, as a Muslim, it's sad for me to see, because I'm someone who, you know, I don't like it when people who say that Islam is evil, people who say that, you know, Muslim coming here and winning seats, you know, are an invasion, are an Islamic invasion of our government, because they're also the same people, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, who say that we need a secular government. So it makes zero sense. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. I wanted to get your input on that, because I know you have, you know, not favorable views on her either, to say the least.
I don't think anyone who values our democracy and values fair actors in our politics is happy tonight because of that win.
Yep, no one is.
Well,
Steve King might be, though.
I will say, gonna be interesting to see her on the House floor.
Yeah,
It's going to be interesting to see her on the House floor.
of course it is.
How she'll interact with House leadership.
I mean, yeah, I don't.
Like, let's say that she stays there for a while. She's a tough incumbent. Then she becomes a tough incumbent to knock out. Years down the line, Republicans hold the House, and obviously the mainstream Republican Party won't hold their views. It'd be interesting to see how they actually mesh up together.
It would be, but I'm not really interested in that. I'm it's something that concerns me. It should concern a lot of people in this country.
Who held that district prior to her?
Prior to her, I believe it was Katie or Karen. I'm butchering. Karen Handel. That's her name. Karen Handel. She was there, I believe. Or no, I don't think it was her. Karen Handel. Who was it? That's Georgia's 6th. Can someone, one of you guys look up the 14th Actually, I'll do it. I'll go 14th congressional district. Oh, it was Tom Graves. Tom Graves, a Republican from the Georgia area. Yeah. So, again, I'm honestly done talking about this. I just wanted to bring it up because I know that you're someone who wants to get stuff like that out of not just your party but politics in general, and so am I. And it's just, yeah. Let me just shift to something else that might be good news for my fellow progressives out there. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has officially been reelected for a second term. Just wanted to project that and put that out there. So good news. One of my personal heroes, great congresswoman, actually represents the American people. Is not a racist. Yeah, glad to see her get another 2 years, and hope to see her rise within the party and within politics in general. Luke, back to you.
Ohio, man. The margins in the counties that Secretary Clinton won by, or lost by rather, being absolutely outperformed across the board.
It's not
by
great.
Vice President
It's not
Biden.
great for you guys.
But if I were in the Trump camp right now, I would be going insane over these numbers. I would be calling whoever I had to call. I would be sweating. Right
I'm-
now, looking at Ohio, because if he loses Ohio, he has to win North Carolina. He has to take Michigan.
He has to take Arizona.
I don't think he has to take Arizona. If he takes Michigan or Arizona, I think they're interchangeable.
But no, here's the thing. If he loses that though, then he has to win Pennsylvania. He has to win
Yes.
Michigan, and he has to win Wisconsin.
Yep.
Because I mean, things aren't looking good for him. 80% reporting in North Carolina. He's still down by. Or actually, he's narrowing the gap a little bit, but
He's narrowed the gap.
but it's not. But it might not be enough.
He's down by just shy of 100,000 votes.
That's gonna be interesting. 80% again. 80% reporting.
Who
Too early to
else
call.
Has yet to call in? Johnson County, Franklin County, Graveland County. Those are going to more than likely favor Vice President Biden.
Yeah. Again, just update from Colorado. We have a few results coming in from Colorado. Not looking great for Coachy's friend Corey Gardner. He is down by a good amount right now.
Margin.
Hefty margin. He is down by almost over 200,000 votes, losing by 22% on a seat that he was expected to lose. The Libertarian Raymond Doan has taken over 12,000 votes as well. Earned 12,000 votes. I want to make that distinction extremely clear. And it's not like that would have made a huge difference anyway. Nice job on moving your camera, Coachy.
Thank you. Meant to do that.
So again, Corey Gardner, he's weird, right? He's someone who he didn't even make an attempt really to save his own job when you look at it, because
Not
things.
make a throwing save.
Yeah, no, he didn't. It was even someone like Susan Collins, who probably isn't gonna win. Not even poll.
What did Marcus? Can you pull up Maine?
Maine's only at 4% reporting right now. Collins, yeah, Collins is up early, but you have.
Florida at 93% reporting, and Maine is only at 4% reporting.
I think part of that has to do with early voting as well. Also, it's
I
ranked
guess,
choice
yeah.
voting, so it probably takes a little
It's
bit.
gonna take a little bit longer up
Yeah,
there.
it's probably. See, that's the thing about democracy. It might not be perfect. It might not be swift, but if you get it, the thing you got to do is get it right. You got to get it right, and once you do, then you can honestly say, hey, this is the best way forward. Okay. 71% reporting now from Texas, and John Cornyn. Let's look at the Senate. A very close race here.
49 and 49.
John Cornyn is up right now by 300,000 votes. MJ Hager is the challenger, Democratic challenger, obviously. She has about 3.8 million votes and some change. He is up to 4.1. This is again going to be a very close race. It was expected to be a close race, but Cornyn is expected to take this. But with what we're seeing from the performance with Biden. You never know, because Biden is still up, by a slim margin, but he's still up in a lot of these counties. And again, this is that getting new people registered, getting new people involved in the political process.
You know what's interesting about that is Republicans closed the registration gap in a lot of swing states.
Yep.
I wonder if we're going to see that actually show up tonight or not. That's a little stat that isn't talked about that often. How Republicans in the month leading up to the election. Generally, Republicans don't do well in terms of registering new voters in the time leading up to an election.
Mm-hmm.
And they closed the gap in many swing states. So I'm intrigued to see how that is and isn't going to play out tonight on the stage for the party.
Okay.
Ohio has all but a singular county reporting in. Oh, I can happily say though that Stark County is reporting at 30%. Stark County, everyone's favorite county in Ohio. If you are a political junkie, you remember a very passionate speech given by a man who wanted to be the Stark County Republican Party treasurer. You can hear the laugh from Marcus.
God.
If you haven't seen it, please do yourself a favor.
Actually, let's,
Relieve yourself of stress. Can we pull it up?
We can pull it up during our next break, actually.
We'll pull it up. We'll have it ready for us.
Okay.
We'll have it ready for you guys. We'll give you guys a little treat, and we'll
out.
react to it in real
Yes.
time.
Can we actually brought up a couple of gaffes. I would like to see.
Well,
I'd like to see
we
George
got-
Dukakis in a tank. I'd like to see what's his name, Howard Dean.
we can do that. There's plenty of time for that. I just there's plenty of time for that. We'll get to that. Don't worry.
We're at a very intense point that we have to actually cover the states and not goof off.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's
I
get
don't
back
think
to.
We're getting much out of the states right now.
Let's get back to it though. Do we have a few calls?
No. Oh, Georgia's at 40%, and the president is leading by a 400,000.
Marcus, do we have any calls?
Let's check. I think we are pretty much up to date.
We don't have.
We are up to date. We are actually ahead. We are ahead in some of these states. Oh wait, did we called North Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. Did we call
President
Wyoming?
Closing the gap in Ohio. It's now only 102,000 vote margin.
Interesting. Did we call Wyoming, guys, for President Trump? Because Wyoming is going to President Trump.
Wyoming, we have called for President Trump. Wyoming, and it's 3 electoral votes.
Amazing.
I've
We
called before.
love Wyoming. We love the Wyoming football team. Josh Allen, one of the best, most underrated college football quarterbacks ever. You can hear me talk about that.
We are not up to date at all.
On
Wait,
my-
Are we not up to date? Oh, the Senate?
Yeah, we need to get in on the Senate real quick.
Oh, Marcus.
Oh, I
Wyoming.
got you on the Senate, buddy. Show me our Senate map. I got you. All right. Let's start out west in Wyoming. We have Cynthia Loomis winning her campaign for senator. She has won. Wyoming is going to go red, as is South Dakota. Mike Rounds wins re-election there with 66% of the vote. Nebraska, Ben Sass wins a very interesting election with Chris Janik. Ben Sass, of course, is going to be in there for another 6 years. And let's see, what else do we have? We have Delaware. We already reported Delaware, right? And we have our Kansas. Our Kansas. Tom Cotton, great. In
What
for
do you
another
mean
4 years.
Arkansas?
Yeah, Tom Cotton, amazing.
And now we are up to date.
And now we are up to date with the race. I think that with the tension that we have right now over these swing states, this is the perfect time to pull off the gaffes, boys.
You really want to get to these gaps? You do
I-
know we
I
have a
want-
call.
I need some brevity right now.
We have a
my
call.
friends.
We have a call coming soon. I'm trying to get us connected, but okay. Actually, Isaac is ready. If you want to call him.
Okay.
we have a
let's
call in?
take a quick break so that we can set this up.
Here, how about let's take a quick break, guys. We will be back in just a very quick few minutes. Let's take
Very
a.
quick few minutes.
2 or 3 minutes.
Actually,
2
we'll
or
take
3
a
minutes.
we'll take a 3-minute break.
Take a
We
3-minute
will be
break.
back.
We
We'll
will
see
be
you.
back. We'll see you.
Yep.
We good?
Yep, we're getting there. Don't worry, guys. All right, and we are back. Welcome back to the stream. Joining us right now is Isaac Roundsville. He is a political activist from Arizona. He's been active in Arizona races before. Isaac, how you doing, my man?
Here tonight too, from all sides of the ideological and political spectrum.
I try that. Let's talk about Arizona. We don't have any early results from Arizona yet, but we're expected to get something in the upcoming minutes. I'll update you live if we do. But just going into this race, where did you see this race going? Like, how do you see this going up in the presidential race?
Overall, I felt pretty good about Biden, just because I feel like this state, Trump is running so much off of his, I think his personality in a large part, and I mean there's a few key policies that he has, but I don't think they appeal to Arizonans as much, and I think his personality like militates against a lot of Arizona voters who really like they had an affinity toward John McCain, and I mean, granted, Trump did win Arizona in 2016, but it was by a significantly small margin that people were actually a little surprised by.
Right.
And then Kyrsten Sinema won her seat in 2018. And I don't want to rely too much on the polling, kind of just on the intuitions of the voters. There is polling that does show Biden will win, but that I think the intuitions of the voters are like they like the perception of independence and kind of being above the partisan sway.
Yeah.
And that kind of shows. I mean, Barry Goldwater was also a Arizona person who represented like the state's this concept of country over party, and I think they find that appealing in Biden overall, and I think that's how he'll be able to win it. But one thing that goes against that though, Jeff Flake, the people here,
Right.
like they hate him, and some might say that's because he's just doesn't do anything very useful. Instead of he just says words, and he's a puppet. But also,
would you say that Jeff Flake flakes on policy?
I think his entire inception since the beginning, and Trump being one to just do so well coming up with nicknames crushed him, and the fact that they dislike Flake and he is so openly against Trump, you might infer from that I mean maybe a lot of people in Arizona really like Trump. But one other thing I'll add though that makes Arizona unique, and this might be the case for a lot of states, but so technically Republicans are the largest voting bloc here, but they're very, very closely followed by a huge block of independent voters, which is then closely followed, not as much, but a pretty significant block of Democratic voters. And those are independents who are relatively quiet, don't speak out that much about their political views. In fact, one of them I just got an Uber ride from one of them tonight. And then you put those next to the Republicans who are so vocal, so loud, it can lead to a warped perception of Arizona. And I think it's a bit more of an independent state, but I'm happy to see myself proven right, but I'm also ready to be proven wrong because who knows?
Right. Well, I'm expecting Biden to do actually very well in there because of many reasons you said, and it's gonna come down to also demographic shifts. We are seeing demographic shifts in that Sun Belt. In Texas already, we're seeing with 73% in, Biden is doing a lot better than we all expected, even better than Luke expected. Yeah, he's getting along with some goosebumps over here. Yeah, it's not doing.
I feel that. I was feeling that when I was looking at Florida.
Yeah. Oh well.
Well, Florida, we're still at 93% after almost an hour of being there. I guess they just might be sitting there playing dominoes or something.
Yeah, it might be a long night for Florida, but they golf in Florida, by
always?
the way. They golf.
Golf?
Yeah, they golf in Florida.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's also talk about the Arizona Senate race. We talked about it earlier. I was talking about how incumbent Martha McSally went after Mark Kelly for being a socialist, for being a Bernie Sanders supporter, and things of the like. So how do you see that race playing out? How do you see Martha McSally doing tonight?
I think my personal views of her are she has had a sort of what I call the Trump stink kind of just associated with her.
Yeah, we were talking about that specifically.
Has been sort of delegitimized by the people of Arizona who didn't elect her, but she still got appointed, and I think that is and there's just been this air of desperation that's kind of clouded her this entire time, and so that's the demerits for McSally. But I think Mark Kelly, I mean, once again, to somewhat relitigate the Biden stuff, he does appeal. He is similar to Sinema's Gambit. She had purple signs in this throughout the state. Mark Kelly is also like, his ads are kind of somewhat nostalgic and focused on this idea of country over party. And his being an astronaut appeals to that too.
That always appeals to it.
Yeah, it appeals to me.
He is really going in on this another sort of similar, nonpartisan, but and all the stuff that you would say, oh, he's terrible to put as a general candidate. For instance, I mean, all of those things are kind of good for him. And for instance, the gun control issue. McSally tried to attack him on that during the debate, and she fumbled so badly because, and she literally was like, "You were linking hands with Ilhan Omar to support gun control," and then the moderators put up the picture, and Gabrielle Giffords was right there too, and then Kelly was just like, "Yeah, this is an issue that is very important to me, and it's something that I try to link arms with all sorts of people."
They pulled up a picture in the debate.
They did, yeah. It was.
That's it. That's an interesting debate format.
Yeah, it was. I was pleased by it.
It was a very good debate.
I haven't watched it yet. I have to actually watch that. I have this thing
amazing.
where
You picked an amazing time to start watching senatorial debates.
I have this thing where post-election cycle, I'll go back and I'll watch the debates just because I have more time because I can spread it out. That's one that I'll front load on my list. I'll put it right behind Joni Ernst debate.
Okay.
Oh, I think, isn't that the one of the soybeans one? Or
You are correct. That is the soybeans debate.
I didn't actually watch it though. I have to confess.
Yeah.
I remember back in 2015, I was in my AP Gov class back in high school, and Joni Ernst was immortalized in the memory of my friends and I because she gave the Republican response that year to President Obama's State of the Union. And she spent a lengthy amount of time talking about how she used to wear bread bags on her feet when going to school in the rain. Not something to make fun of, but that was her response. And
meme worthy for sure.
Yeah, as like seniors in high school Gov class watching that, we just couldn't help but to chuckle at the route that they went for that. Oh, never mind. Now, Arizona. I want to ask some questions about the demographics about Arizona. Arizona, big retirement state, heavily favoring elderly voters. They split pretty well between President Trump and former Vice President Biden. How do you think the elderly vote is going to play out in Arizona in terms of older voters not liking the president's personality and demeanor?
I mean, I think, I don't know. I don't want to generalize too much about an entire age group. So I don't know if they're going, if it's his personality as much that might motivate them. I think stuff like him on healthcare. I mean, Arizona does take that issue more seriously. Like Jan Brewer, Republican governor, she agreed to Medicaid expansion during her tenure as governor. Which was people kind of forget that, but people here, and especially the elderly people, take that very seriously. Government-assisted healthcare is a big deal, and I don't know. I might have too much faith, but I think a lot of Arizonans will see through a lot of Trump's nonsense when it comes to healthcare and not really helping. And I think that appeals more. And also the COVID pandemic, I think that, I mean, elderly people, and this, I think given what has happened with Florida, Trump winning that, I feel like old people are probably not going to be swayed across the board as much as I thought they would be. That looks like it might not happen. Could maybe happen in Arizona, but didn't happen in Florida. But as far as his personality goes, I don't know. I think a lot of old people I've talked about, they're completely fine with it. And then there's a significant amount of old people who hate it, but they are willing to kind of swallow it or deal with it, hold their nose when it comes to his character, because they find certain policies profoundly important. So, but
Do you think
but then-
Arizona could be a snapback state? So, say, go to Vice President Biden during this election, and then in a re-election campaign where there's a more moderate Republican candidate, snap back to the Republican side? Because the president carried it with, what, 8% in the last cycle?
I believe it was 7.
7%, and then I think Mitt Romney carried it by 11, Bush carried it by 12, something around there. Over a
Oh,
10% victory.
Sorry, I was wrong. I was completely wrong on that. Trump carried.
Wait, hello?
Hello. Wait.
Can you hear us?
Isaac, did we lose you? Hello, Isaac.
You're cutting out just a little bit.
Okay. Can you hear us now? We'll work to get Isaac back. Let's.
In the meantime, I'd like to mention Ohio. The president has closed the gap.
Actually, before you get to that, I think it would behoove us to talk about some of the states that we're projecting and calling right now. So.
Oh, yes.
I'm just gonna do this very quickly. Colorado, a state that is unsurprisingly now going to Joe Biden. Joe Biden will carry the state of Colorado. Can you keep your earbud in just in case we get Isaac back? Can you just let me know? So Colorado, Joe Biden is carrying Colorado, and it's 9 electoral votes. Another projection that I'm going to make right now very quickly is Colorado, the Senate race. Cory Gardner has lost. John Hickenlooper is victorious. He is going to add another seat as expected to the Senate. So again, Colorado now has a 2 Democratic senators for the first time in a long time, and Colorado has gone for Vice President Biden. We'll talk
Isaac.
about that more in depth. Now we got Isaac.
Are you back with us? Perfect.
Sorry about that.
Happy to hear you, man.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Might have been my headphones.
Tonight has been plagued with technical difficulties, but as can be expected by a bunch of political nerds with about 10,000 wires and extension cords.
Yeah. I think we were talking about being a snapback state.
Yes, a snapback state.
I think it went to Clinton one time before too, and I think Arizona has a similar kind of dynamic that Iowa has, in that it kind of prides itself on being up for grabs, and I think that's something that's an asset to have if you're an independent voter, and we've seen this dynamic with some quote unquote undecided voters who probably are decided, but they like to say they aren't because they're like they get more attention. Not to, and I think people in Arizona, they actually are though, like independently minded, and I think they like that, how it kind of results in. Yeah, I think so. To your question, I think so, and it's been shown before. And one great thing too, and I would love to see this play a part. But Trump denigrating mail-in voting. People in Arizona have been doing that for decades. And to me, I find it very annoying that he just openly spouts complete nonsense about it and denigrates it. And I think I would like to think a lot of other people in the state would somewhat, or that would at least factor into their decision.
Right.
Voting for.
But that's part of his strategy too. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to delegitimize mail-in voting because it does hurt his chances of potentially winning this election if people vote mail-in. If more people have access to the election. That's just how it works mathematically. And I don't know. The strategy doesn't seem to be working out in states like North Carolina and Ohio right now for him because he's down in those states. And Florida,
The president has widened his lead as Florida to 3.3%.
yeah, but still 93% reporting. That's who God knows what's gonna happen there. Hillary Clinton was up there in 2016 for a while, and then it switched. So we still got a lot to expect in Florida. But again,
mail-in voting, like you said, a huge factor in this, I think. And we're going to see in the coming days, it's probably going to play a bigger factor. So, I'm going to be on the lookout for states like Iowa, Arizona. Do keep us updated on your wonderful Twitter machine about Arizona. Any thoughts on that, Isaac? In the meantime, though, thank you for coming on, my friend. When are you coming on the podcast?
That's a good question. I would love to come on to talk not about Trump. Hopefully that will be the case, and then
God willing,
talk about Trump given that it's an election, it's just something we have to talk about.
Right.
But the reason I've been pushing it off is because this election has been talked about so much, and I would love to talk to you about another set of issues.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I actually did want to talk to you about was consumer protection and how that's going to be affected not just by this election, but the change in the Senate and the change in, who's in charge of a potential Biden administration in these different, Secretary of Labor and, and so on. So,
yeah,
because I know that,
come on.
yeah, that's something you actually are studying too. So, I think it'd be interesting to talk about.
Definitely, and
Cool.
ideally under a Biden administration, but we'll see what tonight holds. But yeah, awesome talking with you.
Yeah, man.
Keep up the good work.
Thanks for coming on the show, Isaac.
Yep.
Of course.
See you, man.
Very nice to meet you, and Marcus, very nice to meet you too.
Absolute pleasure.
That was Isaac Brownsville of Arizona. Just came in to talk about the Arizona election and stuff. So we're gonna actually be talking about that. Moving forward.
We're gonna talk about the election?
Oh, we're no shit. Yeah.
Did you just curse? Now you're demonetized.
Oh God.
Oh wait, we weren't monetized anyways. One of the perks of OQ politics, we're not in it for the money. In
Yeah.
fact,
Yes.
in fact, we're only in it for you, the voter, and for us, the egotistical politics majors.
Okay.
So, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Ohio, and Florida, and surprisingly, Michigan. 5 states we need to talk about. Omar, choose your pick.
Let's talk about
Michigan, that great state of Michigan, all those Michiganders out there.
So Grand Rapids again with 42% reporting. Trump is I have the wrong one. That was the Senate map. My apologies. But Grand Rapids 43% reporting now. We have, Trump is leading by a good amount, over 25,000 votes. We have
President is winning Oakland County with almost half in, edging out Joe Biden by about 8,000 votes right now. A county that is a Detroit suburb. In fact, Detroit itself, Macomb County and Wayne County, not that much percentage reporting in, but right now leaning towards the president.
Yeah.
A shocker to be sure. Not a welcome response for the Biden camp.
Yeah. Well, not yet. It's obvious. We saw 35% reporting in Macomb County. We have Wayne County only at 3%. We have a long way to go in those areas. Wisconsin, we're getting some early numbers. Let's talk about that. We have 23% reporting. Wisconsin is a state that we're expected to see the results of, if not by around 1 o'clock in the morning, definitely by 1 a.m. or 6 a.m. That's what
6 a.m. is the absolute latest that we will be hearing the final result of the state of Wisconsin.
But the Secretary General did say that we
Secretary General?
Secretary General. I got
the globalists are taking over.
I got Mata Yuan on my mind. Yeah. Oh God. Alex. This is just go off topic for a second. Alex Jones doing a live stream with Joe Rogan and Kyle Kulinski right now.
You're kidding me.
With Kyle Kulinski, like the socialist Bernie Sanders supporter, because he's friends with. They're like both like really good friends with Joe Rogan.
Really?
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm gonna check that after we're done with this.
Yeah, check that after this podcast.
Definitely
After this
podcast.
one, yeah. Who wants Joe Rogan when you can have Omar Qureshi, Mark Mann, and myself?
Yeah. So, but okay, Wisconsin. We are expected to hear results at some point late into the night tonight. So let's take a look at that. I'll just go over very quickly. With 24% reporting, Joe Biden does have an early lead. Again, very slight lead though. Only 10,000 vote lead. He's winning Madison County as expected with 50% reporting. Milwaukee with 23% reporting.
getting a sizable lead in a lot of these counties, but based off the 2016 map now, we're seeing that Donald Trump, although, is up in some counties that Hillary Clinton even won. So again, that's extremely interesting. We're looking at Douglas County, we're looking at Bayfield County, counties that Douglas County and Ashland County, two counties that Hillary Clinton won. Trump is up 63%, and with 61% reporting in Douglas County, Trump is up by just over 2,000 votes. So, interesting results. Again, nothing to really tip your hat on, nothing to really look too deep into, but I do believe that the results, will be coming in at some point in the next few hours. They only expected the results to take until 6 a.m. if there were complications, if there were something like ballots that were provisional ballots that weren't official yet. But it's looking so far. The news is good out of Wisconsin as far as those go. I actually have an update, if I may, a projection. It's a race that we were talking about earlier. The South Carolina Senate race has been called. We are projecting that Lindsey Graham, incumbent Senator Lindsey Graham, has won re-election in South Carolina. He will be serving South Carolina for the next 6 years. Again, Lindsey Graham winning.
Lindsey Graham, an interesting candidate, an interesting senator, a fierce opponent of President Trump during the initial 2016 Republican primary campaign. In fact, President
that lasted
Trump
a hot
gave
minute.
Lindsey Graham's personal phone number out in a rally, thus causing thousands of people to call Lindsey Graham.
Well, the whole thing is Lindsey Graham has never answered an email in his entire life. You know that, right?
Yes. Oh, he's an interesting senator. There's a lot of Republicans that dislike him. A lot of Democrats and liberals dislike him. There's a lot of people that just dislike Lindsey Graham. I do find him an interesting character, though. I don't have straight up disdain like I do for the Georgia Congresswoman, or for what's his name, Steve King. In fact, I think in terms of his alliance with the president, Lindsey Graham proved himself really to the party and the president during the Kavanaugh hearings, where he truly stepped up to defend President Trump in that whole entire shebang. Omar, you're holding up your finger. What do you got?
I am holding up my finger. I just want to put this out there. We have 69% reporting in Ohio. Repeat, 69% reporting in Ohio.
Nice.
President Trump has taken the lead. President Trump has taken the lead.
69%.
Okay.
Nice.
Very important. Trump is up by about 2 points. That equates to actually almost
100,000 votes. It's like 100,002 votes, folks. This is
again
a wild race.
So he's taking the lead again. This is a state that was very much in favor of Biden. It was looking, and now Trump has actually been able to narrow gaps in some of these counties. But again, 69% of the votes reporting. 69.
Nice.
Very important
nice.
number of the night. 69.
Yes, nice. If we're going to talk about 69% in Ohio, I would like to redirect our attention to North Carolina, swing state, and the state that is north of South Carolina, if you were not currently aware of that before. With 84% of the vote in, Joe Biden holds a razor-thin margin of votes over President Trump. Currently, it is 49.7% to 49.1%, which to you listeners out there equates to literally 30,000 votes exactly. Razor-thin margins for Joe Biden, almost reminding me of the election between Secretary Clinton and President Trump last year, where Secretary Clinton held the razor-thin margin over President Trump in Florida until the very last moment of the show. Florida, of course, as I will complain and say again, 93% in an hour and a half later, still not yet called, still leaning towards President Trump with the same amount of votes called. His lead percentage-wise has actually increased. He's now up 51.2% to 47.7%. If I were in the Trump camp right now, Omar, I'd be feeling pretty good about Florida. Not certain, but I'd be feeling pretty good about that state. I'd be worried about North Carolina, though, and I'd be kind of starting to settle my stomach on Ohio by taking a 2% lead in that state with 69% reporting.
Yes, with 69% reporting
Nice.
in Ohio again. Very nice.
How much?
Again,
69%.
But again, so in all seriousness, though, so yeah, I think you're right. President Trump, who probably an hour ago was
On death's row.
spitting bricks, he's probably looking at this map right now, and it's looking to be better in his more in his favor. But again, we don't know. Again, only 69% in Ohio. It's 93. It's been in Florida for the past hour.
I really want to know what they're doing. Like, are they at SeaWorld? Are they feeding the gators?
So
Are they in Cinderella's castle right now? Where are these people? That
They are
counting these
golfing.
votes?
I'm telling you, it's 10 p.m. They're always golfing or at the beach.
If you want to see an interesting district in Florida, I would like our listeners to pay attention to Monroe County. Monroe County, of course, is not going to change the course of this election. But in the 2016 election, Donald J. Trump carried the county with 21,000 votes, Secretary Clinton with 18,000. Already the number is 25,000 for President Trump and 21,000 for former Vice President Joseph Biden. The voter turnout in Florida is astounding. Each candidate outperforming the last year. Joe Biden outperforming Secretary Clinton, President Trump outperforming his own voters in 2016. What goes to show and what will eventually win Florida is out of both outperforming candidates, which one will be able to hold the margin of victory.
Yeah, I do believe that President Trump and look, he's doing well. Like, I'm not gonna lie, he's doing a lot better in Florida even than I thought he would be at this point. Again, we have a lot to do.
His margin in Florida right now is higher than his victory margin,
Yep.
correct?
A lot,
am I
a
wrong?
lot higher than his victory margin, and I would say that given that he's now he's up 2 points in Ohio, it's gaining some ground. Wisconsin, he's up now.
Yep.
If we go back to Wisconsin, 29% reporting. President Trump is up right around 40,000 votes, not that many.
Pennsylvania, he is also up by about 70,000 votes, give or
But,
take, 51% to 47, but we still are early. 20%
we're still
reporting
early.
in.
Only 18% of Montgomery County reporting, 9% of Philadelphia County, and 15% of Pittsburgh. We got a long night there. So this is kind of weird. This is how COVID plays into this. Like, COVID has been,
We actually haven't talked about it much.
We haven't talked about it much.
I'm proud of us.
But this has been the cloud that's been hanging over almost everything 2020, this whole year, and it really hangs over this election because I would argue probably the only good thing that came out of COVID, other than this podcast and this live stream, is the fact that I think COVID has brought more opportunity and more people into the political process and been able to vote than would be otherwise, because a lot more states did mass mail-in voting. A lot more states did automatic voter registration and easier voter registration, like laxed their laws. And it's really allowed people time also to kind of stay inside and look at politics more. And there's downsides to that as well. I'll admit, but trust me, there's a lot of downsides.
Staring at 8chan for maybe 20 hours a day might not be the best thing.
Do not co-sign that. But just briefly, so this is the COVID election, and I would say that more people in our political process, as I said, is always good. And if there's one good thing we can take out of COVID, if there's one good thing we can take out of this pandemic, it's that we found a way to get more people involved. It might not be as many as we want. It's definitely not as many as I want, because I want our everybody involved. But this is good. This is a good start, and I think this is going to open up things in the future. Very briefly, before we take a quick break, I do want to say that we can call a Senate seat. Republican John Cornyn has won re-election against his challenger MJ Hager. Put up a good fight. It was a very good election considering the odds. Again, Texas State Democrats might not take now, but state to watch out for in the next few years.
Two more things to note. We would like to call Kansas. With its 6 electoral votes for President Donald J. Trump. In addition to that, Arizona with 69% reporting is leading for former Vice President Joe Biden. It is 1.2 million votes to 963,000 with 69% reporting. That is a 55% to 43% lead for the vice president, the
So
former
just
vice
clarifying,
president.
we are calling Kansas, not Arizona.
Yes, we are calling Kansas, not Arizona. Arizona looking very good for the Biden camp right now, with most of the urban areas reporting. Rural areas have yet to come in, but if I was in Biden camp, I'd feel pretty confident out of what I'm seeing in Arizona. Maybe it would help me settle the uneasiness in my stomach over the president's 8% lead in Pennsylvania and 2% lead in Ohio currently. Gentlemen, are we taking a break?
We are taking a break. OQ Politics will be back. We're gonna have somebody from. We're gonna have Marcus's friend from Iowa telling us.
Michael Lauer.
Michael Lauer from Iowa.
Matt
telling-
Lauer?
Michael. Not Matt Lauer.
Do not-
That's his name on Twitter.
We do not co-sign any of that. Michael Lauer will be here talking about Iowa in
Not
just a
Matt.
few minutes. We'll be back after a short break.
Yes. This is a very interesting turn of events. Omar is on the council. I am at his seat. So I have someone to introduce to this show. And on the line, we have from the great state of Iowa, Michael Lauer. Mr. Lauer is a politically active graduate student at Iowa State University, where he received his bachelor's degree in political science. Michael is a registered Democrat who ardently supported Martin O'Malley in I cannot.
Martin O'Malley.
Oh, Martin
Sounds
O'Malley
like a Simpsons
in
character.
2016,
God
which we
bless
will
Maryland.
discuss.
God bless Maryland.
And Bernie Sanders in the 2020 primary,
Good man.
and volunteered for J.D. Scholten in Iowa.
man. I love this guy.
And most importantly, he's a great friend. So let's hear it from Mike. Oh, and let's unmute him on desktop audio.
Let's do that.
Perfect.
What's going on, everyone?
Nothing much. So it looks like we have 12% in Iowa coming in, with Biden with an early lead. Do you think that's going to hold up, Mike?
Well, we'll see. It's good to see. I'm looking at the breakdown now. Biden's doing well in Iowa City and Cedar Rapids. Looks like there's not much reporting from Des Moines yet. Iowa, I know there's been a lot of absentee voting, and it's gonna take a couple days for those votes to come in. But I'm feeling optimistic. I know Joe Biden came to Iowa just this last Friday here on, I think, mostly to support the down ballot Senate candidate Teresa Greenfield, who has done a pretty good job at challenging incumbent Republican Joni Ernst. The Senate history for Iowa is pretty interesting. Up until 2014, when Joni Ernst got elected, Iowa had two incumbent senators. I think Tom Harkin was retiring. He had been a 4-term senator, and Chuck Grassley, who's still in the Senate, is, I believe, in his 5th or 6th term. So Iowa has a pretty interesting Senate history, and that as of recently, there has not been a lot of turnover. It's been really hard to get rid of incumbents. But I think Teresa Greenfield's been put up a pretty good fight against Joni Ernst, and I think it's honestly going to take a couple of days here for them to process all the absentee ballots. In Ames, Iowa, in Story County, where I'm at, they've had early satellite voting. In Iowa, it's interesting. They don't have early voting per se. They have in-person absentee voting, where you basically go to the polling place and complete an absentee ballot on the computer and turn it in, but it's not to be processed until after Election Day. They're not allowed to be processed early. So it's going to take all the county auditors across the state a few days to take care of those. But every single day of absentee voting, I've seen lines around the block in Ames, Iowa. So I think turnout in Iowa, it's been historically high. It's been within the top top five states for turnout, along with another great Midwestern state, Minnesota. So I'm predicting Iowa's going to crack at least 75% total turnout this time. And we're just going to have to wait and see for what the result is. I'm, of course, hopeful, but Obama won the state twice. Trump won it last time by 9 points. And, I think Joe Biden, he might pull it off, but I think it's going to just come down to what the final count is. We're not going to be able to get a projection until all the votes are counted, or at least till we're closer to that point.
So now, Matt, I have a question.
Mike, not Matt.
Oh, sorry. Mike. Mike Lauer, not Matt Lauer. My mistake, my friend. So I have a question for you.
Sure.
How unlikely would you think it would be for the state of Iowa to exile Joni Ernst from the Senate and give their electoral votes to President Trump?
Iowa has a pretty interesting history with split ticket voting. A lot of Iowans aren't necessarily registered by party, or they don't vote strictly on party lines. And even if they are registered by a party, they do tend to split tickets pretty often. I wouldn't say it's likely. I would say if the state does go to Trump, that Joni Ernst probably would carry the Senate. I think that the state, it would either have to be a really close margin between Trump and Biden for Teresa Greenfield to get that Senate seat. But of course, what do I know? Joni Ernst hasn't necessarily been a legendary senator like the likes of Chuck Grassley, and I think I've met her in person, and certainly not as impressive as Chuck Grassley is, even at 86 years old. So,
Now,
um,
we said Joni Ernst's name, so we have to mention soybeans. Do you think that's going to have a consequential effect on this Senate race?
you know, um, I'd like to say so, but you know, I doubt. I'm not sure it will. Uh, I think we'll see. That was definitely a great debate moment for Tracy Greenfield. But at the end of the day, that was a purely gotcha question, and I don't think people who are leaning on voting towards Joni Ernst would count that against her. Maybe it would. Maybe that rhetorical difference might sway an independent voter one way or another. But at the end of the day, I think Iowans are pretty hard set on looking at the policy questions and really evaluating the personality of a candidate. And I think that's been Teresa Greenfield's greatest argument against Joni Ernst is that the greatest argument she's had against Joni Ernst is that Joni Ernst has kind of forgotten Iowans in Washington. Chuck Grassley's famous for completing a 99 county tour of Iowa every single year. And
That's impressive.
and the man I volunteered for, J.D. Schulten, not only did he visit every of the 34 counties in the 4th District where he's running, but he visited every single one of the 345 towns in the 4th District of Iowa, which is one of the most heavily Republican districts in the country. And in the 2018 midterms, he lost to Steve King by a margin of 3%, which is essentially a 19% point improvement over the 2016 election where Steve King beat Kim Weaver by, I think, 19 points. And of course, even if Trump wins the election this year, I'm going to be happy to say that Steve King is no longer going to be my congressman.
God bless America for that.
We got that one win early in June, and Randy Feenstra, at the end of the day, he's most likely win the 4th District, but anyone is better than Steve King. He's the worst congressman in the nation, and I was so happy to see him go. So you know what? I wish the best for JD. I think he's got a pretty good shot, and he was actually on the campus of Iowa State today trying to convince some student voters to make their way to the polling place. Iowa's a great state where you can register to vote the same day as you can register on election day to vote. It's kind of astonishing to me that all states don't have that, but I think that's one of the great things here. We definitely value democracy, and it's one of the few states in the nation where congressional districts are determined by independent commission. That's why I think in 2018, 3 of the 4 districts, 2 of them flipped from Republican to Democrat. We had 2 more women represented in Congress, and I think they're both going to get reelected this year. I think Iowa is a state that definitely values democracy, and I think that's one of my hopes for Joe Biden this year is the Iowans are going to see that, Joe Biden is the candidate that's going to, really values our democratic system of government, and I really hope that at the end of the day he's able to carry the state. I know a lot of people have counted states like Iowa out. And I have perspective. It's not that important of a state. It's only 6 electoral votes, but I think 6 electoral votes can make a difference in a close election. And as we see the way it's going tonight, it looks like we probably won't know who actually wins until the end of the week, unfortunately. And I think I hope the Upper Midwest and the Rust Belt is able to swing towards Biden, and then at the end of the day, we'll be able to clinch this, and that's what my high hopes are, as Pete Buttigieg would say.
Absolutely. Well, when you started, we were at 12% of the estimated votes reported. We are at 16%. I think we can get it to 20 if we ask this next question.
All right.
Now, as you can tell by the flag that's behind me, and belongs to the person whose seat I stole to be able to talk to you for technical reasons. We have a Maryland resident in here. We have 2 actually. And one of the most controversial things that your 2016 primary pick, Martin O'Malley, did was install what some would call a rain tax. Are you familiar with the rain tax?
I am not.
You are not
Oh.
familiar with the rain tax.
Oh,
So,
shoot.
this
I
is
should've
something
sent you
that's
some,
amazing.
materials on this.
Martin
Uh,
O'Malley imposed a tax on his state's resident based off of pavement. It was a tax on the percentage of runoff that you had from rain. So the more pavement you have on your property, the higher the tax. And it was dubbed by a rain tax.
Well, and certainly in a state like Maryland, I don't know how relevant that sort of thing is, but in a state like Iowa, runoff is actually an extremely big issue. Agricultural runoff is one of the major sources of pollution in the state of Iowa, and one of the major causes of topsoil erosion, which is actually a big concern in the long term, because topsoil erosion greatly affects how fertile the soil is and how much you're able to grow. And in the central and northwest Iowa part of the state where I'm in, topsoil erosion, topsoil is what's necessary for crops to grow. And as an agricultural state as this is, the more topsoil you lose every year, the less fertile your soil may be in the long term. So, the rain tax or pavement tax in Maryland, I don't know how important that may be. I think it has to do with maybe carrying pollutants into the environment.
Well, and Maryland does have a problem with flooding. The more pavement, the less water is able to absorb into the soil. And that's the
Exactly.
rationale. There's severe flooding in some parts of Baltimore, a little south of Baltimore, even in the suburbs of Maryland around D.C., which is a very valid point for the rain tax.
Yeah, and opponents of taxes will always try to find some new moniker for a tax they don't like. They're calling it a state tax, a death tax, or calling a runoff tax a rain tax or something like that. There's always going to be some pithy moniker for what a new tax is that's done in the best interests. I mean, you just take a look at the Affordable Care Act, calling what's it called? The personal mandate for health insurance. I mean, the Republicans eliminated that in 2017, but the idea behind it is that we're able to fund an affordable healthcare system for all people. So as much as we may like to make fun of Martin O'Malley and the rain tax,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we definitely hit a nerve on the rain tax here. At the production seat, Omar is he's having a
He's
little
bouncing
something.
up and down with rage. He wants us to
He
point
wants
out that the
in.
rain tax went to fund infrastructure for the state of Maryland.
No, it didn't.
Oh, it didn't?
You could have just spent rebuilding some fucking infrastructure.
Whoa,
Whoa. There are
he is
children on
heated.
this show.
It's past 10. It's past 10.
We so in our defense on YouTube, we did not say that this content was for children.
This is true, and it's not monetized, so you're good, Omar.
But yeah, I would like to hear your opinion on whether or not Martin O'Malley versus Trump in 2016 would what would have been the results of that?
Oh my God.
A Catholic University of America alumni against Donald Trump.
Wouldn't be the first
Y-
guy.
I would have liked to think he could have done better than Hillary Clinton would. But Martin O'Malley is, as much as I was a fan of him, I still have his campaign merch that I wear pretty pretty frequently, and it's nice campaign merch. I won't lie. But that man was just awkward as hell in the debates, and it's kind of a similar situation to Joe Biden. You talk to him one on one. He's a pretty nice person to talk to, but there's just something about him when he's talking in front of a crowd of people where it's just like, what is with this guy, So, I'm a big fan of. I'm still a big fan of Martin O'Malley. I would have liked to see him as president. I don't want to sit back and relitigate the 2016 election yet again for the 1000th time in the past 4 years, and probably for the the first of 1,000 times with the next four, but you know,
Oh,
he would have won
gentlemen,
Maryland, that's for sure. Or
I'm
maybe
sorry to
not.
interrupt, but we have some big news out of Florida. It is
Alright.
up to 94% of the vote counted. Up from 93%, a number that it held for an hour and a half. Bum, 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 bum.
What do we got out of Florida? What are the margins?
On what?
So what's the percentage of Trump versus Biden?
Oh, 51.2 to 47.8. Trump.
I'm surprised.
Trump leading by 400,000 votes.
I'm surprised we haven't called it.
I'm shocked too. North Carolina, and sorry to steal the segment, Michael. North Carolina, 89% reported. Trump leading by 0.8%. Ohio, 74%. Last time you'll remember, it was counting 69%. Nice. Up 500,000 votes. Pennsylvania, 31% reporting. Trump leading by almost 10 points.
Oh wow.
Michael, back to you.
You know, I'm not sure where to be honest. Oh yeah, Martin O'Malley. So, you know, well, I've had enough talking about Martin, to be honest.
So it looks like in Iowa we are about 20%. It looks like the Democrats have a very strong lead, but that's we're at 20%, so we can't really litigate that in.
You know, I think it's going to take a couple days for results from the Midwest to come in, and you know what? Given at this point that the South seems mostly a lost cause, except for possibly North Carolina, you know, I think we're just going to have to wait and see. To be honest with you.
Now, from my past conversations with you, I know you have strong opinions on Ben Sasse. It looks like he has his Senate seat at this point.
Sassy.
Have you been following that race much? Any particular Midwestern insights on that?
You know, I don't think any Democrat's going to win Nebraska for several generations. Ben Sasse is, he's been hailed as possibly the John F. Kennedy of the Republican Party. But I know it's a couple weeks ago, a private recording of him at a fundraiser event criticizing Trump, surfaced, and there was some chatter about that. But just like every other Senate and congressional Republican at this point, publicly they'll support Trump in anything he does, even though privately they'll criticize him. I don't think that's going to change at any point. Quite honestly, and I'm not surprised at all he's won his Senate seat. I don't think it was ever considered to be competitive. So, I hope the second congressional district of Nebraska turns into a single electoral vote for Biden. But I'm not surprised at all that Ben Sasse will be winning statewide. Ben Sasse. I don't really have much to say about him. Is that he's a Republican who sometimes says the right thing, but always seems to do the wrong thing.
Well,
And there's a criticism on the Republican side of senators like Ben Sasse. So where he'll say the thing to appease moderates and the left, and then go ahead and vote with the more right-wing members of his caucus. And there's a Republican criticism that says that does worse with the Republican voters.
And I'm sure it does. I think it would make him more unpopular on the far right, just as someone like Joe Biden would be more unpopular on the far left. But at the end of the day, he carries the center and the more moderate parts of the party, and especially in a deep red state like Nebraska, he can basically guaranteed to be a safe choice unless there comes a time where he becomes so unpopular that he's at risk for being primaried. I think that's sort of maybe a ploy to seem, preserve some of that, maybe a more moderate appeal, especially in the Midwest. That's important for everyone to have, even people like Joni Ernst and Chuck Grassley. As you remember, when the Affordable Care Act was being crafted, the Democrats did a dance for months with Chuck Grassley trying to get Republican input and Republican support on the bill. But the Tea Party movement, when Chuck Grassley came back and did his 99 county tour, the Tea Party movement against cooperation with Democrats on the Affordable Care Act was so strong that Chuck Grassley was forced to step back from negotiations because they were so unpopular. So even someone who expresses a desire to be moderate in either party really faces quite a backlash from the more extreme and also vocal segments of their party. So I think Ben Sass, I'm guessing he's going to hold on to his Senate seat. He has this cycle, and he probably will for another. He's going to be a senator from Nebraska, probably until he decides to run for president, which will probably be in a couple of years here, maybe 2024, maybe 2028. We'll just have to see. But I think he's going to be here to stay. And coming back to Iowa, people like Teresa Greenfield have really tried to play towards the bill and campaigning as someone who's going to be bipartisan, almost as the same vein as Joe Biden has. We'll see how that turns out for her and Joe Biden in Iowa. I'm personally hopeful. As we see, Joe Biden looks like he's not doing well in these southern states. But I think, as we've seen, especially in the Democratic primary, Iowa is a state that values bipartisanship, values moderation, and values change. I mean, it voted for Obama twice. In the Democratic primary, Pete Buttigieg narrowly won the Democratic caucus here by uniting essentially the same coalition of people or most of the same coalition of people who united behind Barack Obama in 2008. A lot of those Gen Xers and older millennials. So Iowa is definitely a state that signifies it can be progressive in some ways, but also conservative in other ways, like voting for Donald Trump by 9 percentage points in 2016. So it has a very elastic electorate that responds to retail politics and a lot of rhetorical appeals to moderation and bipartisanship and hope towards a better future. And I think Teresa Greenfield has been doing well at campaigning on that. And Joe Biden, we'll see. They haven't spent a lot of resources at campaigning in Iowa. But maybe we'll get some uptick momentum for him coming in the next couple days.
So I have to butt in with a couple of calls. State to the south of Iowa and to the east.
Hold on.
Oh?
Let's see. We might have to switch seats here.
I mean, I can.
Okay.
I can handle this.
Let's do it.
Let me switch to the loop map.
That's not the right one.
Not the right map.
You're gonna want filling in. There it is.
There we go.
That's the one.
There we go.
Hello, everyone.
And then transition.
We can now project that the state of Missouri and its 10 electoral votes will go to Donald J. Trump. And I would like to add that in North Carolina, the race has been called for the governor, Roy Cooper, Democrat. However, the state is still undecided for the president. The governorship, though, being possibly indicative of how the state might lean.
All right. That's a new development.
These are major developments.
Well, I think while we got someone from Midwest on the line, I think we've established that Iowa is going to be very close to call, or at least it's not very indicative of what's going on at this point. But Ohio, on the other hand, has reinvigorated towards Trump for a weird 30 minutes. It looked like it was solid Biden with like about 50% of the vote in, but now we're at 74% of the vote in.
5% up.
And
or more.
Exactly 5%.
Oh, exactly 5%?
Yes.
Oh, yep.
51.8 to 46.8 in Ohio.
And in Pennsylvania, the president is up by 10% with 32% of the vote rolling in.
But it is fair to note that in Pennsylvania, a lot of votes are going to be coming in later.
Yes.
A lot of Democratic votes.
Bucks County, Northampton, Lehigh, my apologies, Allegheny, they still have a lot of votes to report in.
So I mean, this is a huge problem that Biden has had trying to reconnect with the Obama Trump voters. Do we think that's probably what's going to decide this election? Do you think Biden did enough to reach out to the Midwest and the Rust Belt this time?
This is a question for me.
Everyone. Let's get everyone in on this.
I would say that if there were any candidate to reach out to the Rust Belt, it would have been Joe Biden. Possibly Pete Buttigieg, being from Indiana. You know, I think maybe. I really just think we're gonna have to wait and see for these results to come in. I know Joe Biden spent a lot of the closing days in Pennsylvania. I know he traveled to Ohio yesterday, which may have been a reach state, according to recent polling. But I think Joe Biden's message has resonated in the Midwest, because I think that's those were the states that Democrats needed to win back, and I think that's exactly where his message has been focused on. States like Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, states that desire a stability in government, and may have
Well, that is fair. That is the Iowa way to watch the election coverage. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for that Iowan take, that Midwestern foundation that, sometimes a guy from Chicago on the East Coast misses. Thank you, Mike, for coming in. And, as much as you can come in a COVID environment. Actually, I'm going to swap seats with Omar. I think he wrote something on a paper that I couldn't read.
Omar can read?
He can write. I can't read, apparently. But I'll talk to you later, Mike. I don't know what we're just gonna figure this one out.
Well, folks, while they're swapping seats, I would just like to let you know that the president holds a 400,000 vote, approximately, lead in Texas, with 81% reporting. The president is leading 51.3% to 47.3%. Diminishing the hopes of Democrats that they could potentially flip this state this cycle. It's not decided yet. Joe Biden is not out of the race yet in Texas, but it definitely is not looking as hopeful as perhaps the Biden camp had wished for this cycle. Now, Omar. Oh, God. Yes, sir. Do you have something to say to our honored guest?
I have not thought about the rain tax in over,
We're
5
back.
years. It's been a long time since I've actually thought deep about this, and I'm going to stick to the same thing that I said earlier. If he had just invested in some infrastructure, you wouldn't need to tax the rain. That's just dumb. It was stupid from the beginning. It's stupid now. It's going to be stupid in 10 years. This is somebody who, I got nothing but love for Martin O'Malley. That was my governor for 8 years, but damn, bro. You're taxing rain. That's just that.
Oh shoot, we lost Mike.
On its merit strictly, it's just dumb.
Did we
And,
lose him?
We lost Mike.
We did lose Mike, but
Mike.
Hold on.
Mike.
is back on this phone.
What day is it, Mike?
We're
Election
some
day.
technical,
He's back.
You can hear him?
He just spoke.
Okay, I don't.
reverb. We're having a lot of reverb here.
Oh shoot, that's why. Okay, but no one say anything for the next 10 seconds. Let me get this under control. Okay, now people say things. Let's see if we can get this working.
Hey, Mike. So I just went off on the rain tax. You didn't hear it, but I was. Yeah. What's up?
Hold on, it's still.
There we go.
It's still not. Actually, let's.
Oh my gosh.
We gotta do something different. Okay, everyone, close this call. Okay, well, this is not. We're having some serious technical difficulties.
Let's just take a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Let's take a
We'll
10-minute
just
break.
cut it for 10 minutes.
We'll be back after a word from our sponsor. Our sponsor.
The potatoes.
Yes, we have a sponsor of potatoes.
Stand by, guys. We'll be back in time. 10:55. All right. And we're live. All right. Hey, guys, welcome back to the stream. We have some amazing announcements to make, some amazing projections that we're going to make. I'm going to give everyone a minute to come back into the stream, so I'm going to waste some time by talking. If you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe to the channel. If you haven't subscribed to the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or Stitcher, you should. Omer 2020. Also going to be rebranding, calling it the OQ Politics Podcast, releasing some awesome content, blogs, videos in the next coming weeks. Be on the lookout for that. Contributors, Luke Kochi, Marcus Webster, Sean Gordon, bunch of cool people. So be on the lookout for that stuff. I think I've given enough time for people to come back in. So now, let's get to some projections. We have some projections from the West Coast. Early results coming in from the West Coast, 11 p.m. Eastern. Washington State, Oregon, California, all as expected, go for former Vice President Joe Biden. Former Vice President Joe Biden has just gained all of California's electoral votes, 55 electoral votes, 7 in Oregon, and as well as 12 in Washington State. New Hampshire, we also have called New Hampshire. New Hampshire's a new one. We're calling New Hampshire for former Vice President Joe Biden. He has won the state of New Hampshire, and it's 4 electoral votes. That was seen to be somewhat of a battleground state early, but we are calling the state of New Hampshire for former Vice President Joe Biden. Other announcements, Senate announcement. We're going to call the Senate. Oregon is going Jeff Merkley. He has won re-election. Governor Jay Inslee in Washington has won re-election. And we also have one very special projection that we're going to go to the webcam right now to go through.
And did I get all the rest? Did I get the update to Senate?
Yeah. The Senate's fine.
Okay.
The webcam now.
The webcam.
So we will be going
Here we
to
go,
the webcam.
people. Marky
Hello.
Mark and the boys.
I am back. You know, you can't keep me off the stream. But we have a very special. Water. We have a very, very special projection for the presidential race. Actually, I am in the wrong. All right, here we go. This is what happens when you have the tech guy doing things on camera. But this state is going for Trump. This state right here, the state of potatoes that I'm holding in my hand. If you haven't guessed it yet, you are about to find out. It is this state right here. And it's done. We did it. I clicked it. It's right there. This state, guys, this state is going to. It's already done.
I love how
This is Trump right here.
he never
This is Trump right here.
he never mentioned the state. He never once mentioned the state.
For those of you that don't know, it's Idaho.
This state right here. Right here. This is the state. This state right here.
Okay, we're having too much fun
No,
here.
we're
Let's.
not.
Oh god.
Oh, no.
Have fun.
Oh god.
Everyone's getting potatoes. Everyone gets potatoes because this is the state. This is the state that won.
You don't even have the camera on.
$1.99 a bag at Lidl, everyone. Get
All
the sale
right.
while it's running on giant 3-pound bags of
You get
reception
an
potatoes.
Idaho.
Oh.
There you go. Happy Idaho's been declared. This is the most attention Idaho is going to get on a stream. If you're from Idaho, say something
Oh,
in
put the
chat.
camera on me. I got a shout out. Shout out.
Leave it? Okay.
Transition, my guy. Transition, my guy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Idaho and my good friend Claudia Drace. Hope you're watching. You're probably not because you're probably busy at work. But shout out to Idaho. Shout out to Boise State, the Broncos.
All right.
We love them, but we don't love the fact that you vote for Trump.
Everyone, get your Idaho out.
Idaho out.
Idaho! This is a new tradition. Watch in 4 years. We'll do the same thing.
Hopefully it's blue by then.
We'll be back
I doubt
in
it.
4 years.
Maybe.
If we're not canceled.
That
All right.
was the question.
All right. On a serious note, though, let's get back to brass tacks and business. We have some results to talk about. I'm going to start on the West. Joe Biden, with 75% reporting in Arizona. Joe Biden is leading. He is leading in Arizona. He's up by over 200,000 votes. Joe Biden, hefty margin with 75%. Yep, Republican stronghold. Georgia, we're gonna go to Georgia now with 63% reporting, not 69.
Not nice.
Not nice at all. Donald Trump is up 54 4%. He's up by 10 points, which equates to about 350,000 votes. Florida, Joe Biden up, Donald Trump up, still at 94%. We're gonna expect Florida to tease us all night. So we're gonna keep a close eye on that.
94%. We're 45 minutes later, guys.
The state that everyone was saying was going to be called later on this week, North Carolina. Very, very interesting developments here. With 95% reporting, President Trump has taken the lead in North Carolina by just under 100,000 votes.
At 183,000 votes?
Just under 200,000 votes. Yep. So President Trump in the lead in North Carolina. President Trump also in the lead in a state of Ohio with 85% reporting. President Trump has taken a 400,000 vote lead, which equates to about 10 points in Ohio, which is more so what we expected from President Trump, I believe.
Closing in on his victory from 2016.
Yeah, and that's more so that's how Republicans have generally done, except for Obama.
Years.
Yeah, Obama years. It was he really carried the Rust Belt because of the fallout of the Great Recession.
Now, can I mention the state of Pennsylvania?
Yeah, 42% reporting. You can definitely mention the state of Pennsylvania.
42% reporting. The president holds a nearly 400,000+ vote lead. 56%, which equates to 56% to 42%, roughly. Technical difficulties.
Bum.
Can they hear me?
All hands on deck.
What's up?
Ethernet. We gotta find the Ethernet problem.
Or is the screen paused?
I'm switching to Wi-Fi. Actually, switching to Wi-Fi.
We're having some technical difficulties. We'll figure this out. It's our first stream, so give us time.
First stream, I still think we're doing than the entire Florida board.
We're probably doing better than Ben Shapiro did in his first stream. It's like,
Actually, I think we're still live. I'm just gonna keep doing.
I think we're still live as well. The quality of the video.
hey, well, let's just keep talking. The people will tune in, tune out whenever they want.
Absolutely. So back to Pennsylvania, 42% of the vote in, 56 to 42% in favor of President Donald Trump. Donald Trump currently carrying by almost 500,000 votes in the state of Pennsylvania. But with only 42% in, that leaves a large margin for former Vice President Joe Biden to catch up. And as we saw in Ohio, you cannot take any lead for granted, especially in a race like this. Now, I'd also like to then focus on the Rust Belt. In Michigan, President Trump is up by by a little bit over 200,000 votes, 54% to 45%. Wisconsin, the president is up by less than 50,000 votes, 50% to 47%. And in Minnesota, the president is down by over 200,000 votes, with
Again,
44% of the state going in. But it's early, folks. We can't count on all of these numbers to say the same for the night.
One thing I do want to point out, a race that I told everyone to be on the lookout for in the Senate. Again, the very slept-on state of Montana, with only 25% reporting. However, a lot of the Billings, granted, has not Billings has not reported yet, but
Neither is Great Falls.
But I know whatever that county that starts with an M, I know it has a lot of people in it for Montana.
Missoula?
Yep, that one.
Yeah.
So yes, Steve Bullock is winning, which could be a sign of things to come in this election with those larger cities and counties in Montana that really decide these elections. Steve Bullock, again, the very popular governor of Montana, is up against the incumbent Steve Daines, and it's looking more and more like Steve Bullock is moving into the lead here in this race with 54% to Steve Daines' 45%. Again, with only 25% reporting, but a sizable lead for the state of Montana. He's up by about 13,000 votes. We're going to see what happens in Billings and Great Falls. Be on the lookout for that. That is a seat that I predicted would flip because of the popularity of someone like Steve Bullock. Battle of the Steves again. Someone like Steve Bullock, who is one of the more popular governors there is, got rid of dark money in Montana, battled for environmental regulations that actually Montanans were very much for, and he also is a very popular governor, works with Republicans. He's known to do that. But again, he's a big change agent. I think that's an election, Luke, that we're going to be keeping an eye on. That's a race that is going to be really, I think, a surprise a lot of people how close it's going to end up being. Regardless of whether Steve Bullock wins or not, it's going to be a close race.
It is going to be absolutely a tight race. It's in terms of electoral votes, in terms of how many people live there, it's not key, but it is something that we absolutely must pay attention to.
Yeah.
And it's something that you must always pay attention to in the Republic is even the smaller states, they deserve their voice, and you need to pay attention to them, or else they will nip you in the bud.
We can argue about that later. Let's go to Iowa. Iowa now with 49% reporting.
53%.
I'm talking about the Senate here. Still in the Senate.
Okay.
49% reporting. Teresa Greenfield is in the lead still. She's in a lead of over 70,000 votes. 70,000 votes. She's up by about 8 points. Libertarian Rick Stewart has gained almost 18,000 votes in the election.
18,000 is a damning number for a third-party candidate.
Yep.
For the third-party candidate.
Yep.
Or one of the two parties.
Yep. 18,000 votes. So that might be playing into this election moving forward. We're going to keep a close eye on that race as well. There's a lot of key Senate races that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. Maine, surprisingly, only 17% in now. Susan Collins in the lead there early, but again, way too early to even contemplate. Mississippi, not even going to talk about it. Republicans are going to win that.
Senate projection in Louisiana. Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican from Louisiana, has won his re-election.
God damn it.
Whoa. Wow. Strong language. The Republican senator favored to maintain his state has indeed done so, following suit with the president's victory in his state, showing close alignment between the state of Louisiana and the Republican Party.
Great. Moving on, we have another update from the state of New Mexico, where Ray Lujan is running for the Senate against Mark Ronchetti. New Mexico, a Democratic stronghold. We're gonna see how this plays out. I believe that it's a safe Democratic seat, but all of the counties, this is to be noted, all of the counties so far seem to have the Republican up. So this is going to be interesting to look into. Actually, that's surprising. All the counties but 3 counties have the Republican up. So we're going to look into that. Georgia, let's go to Georgia real quick. Georgia with 64% of the vote. Dave Perdue in one of the 2 elections that are taking place. Dave Perdue and John Ossoff, Republican and Democrat, are facing off. We have 54 to 43. John Ossoff, he was expected to do very well. He was one of the ones who was expected to win in a very tight race. He's down by a considerable amount, but again, only 64% reporting in Georgia. There's also a special election in Georgia. Let's go to that. A very surprising turn of events here. Raphael Warnock is up by over 70,000 votes right now, with Republican Doug Collins taking away votes from Kelly Loeffler. This is an interesting development right here because it's a special election. The Republican senator resigned in the middle of his term. This was a special election that's going to decide who's going to carry out the rest of his term.
Omar, I have to stop you right
Interesting.
there. Fox News projection, Donald Trump has won and carried the state of Florida and its electoral votes. A hotly contested state in this race.
Can we please get, as soon as you can, Marcus, pull up the CNN riff. Let's do that. But first, Luke, talk to me. What are you seeing on the map? What are we seeing in Florida? What's going on? Because this was a state that was expected to either flip for Biden or it was expected to be really close for Trump. What's going on in Florida right now?
Right now in Florida, we're seeing a 3+ point lead for President Donald J. Trump as results are pouring in. In Miami-Dade County, I've mentioned this before on this live stream, the president has outperformed substantially. In 2016, Secretary Clinton in Miami-Dade County, a heavily liberal city, carried 624,000 votes compared to former candidate, now President Trump's 333,000 votes. Right now in Miami-Dade County, we are seeing Joseph Biden, former vice president, carry only 612,000 votes in Miami-Dade County, a 10,000 vote loss or more for the Democrats in that county, and the president has gone up to 529%. votes in that county. An amazing 200,000 vote increase. And across the state, I've said this before and I'll say it again, every county has outperformed the 2016 numbers, but President Trump has gone on amazing levels to outperform basically everywhere, with the exception of Orange County. Actually, no. I'm going to correct
Orange
myself
County,
on that.
yeah.
In Orange County.
He's
Secretary Clinton carried that with over
She did.
319,000 votes. But former Vice President Biden only at 294.
Again.
Hopefully underperforming compared to Secretary Clinton. And
Hopefully not.
President Donald Trump at 245,000 votes in
Right.
that county. He's up over 40,000 votes from the last cycle. Florida is firmly in the Trump camp, putting Trump over 118 electoral votes for this cycle right now. This is great for the Trump camp because with the victory in Florida, it means that if he pulls off Ohio, he can pull off Pennsylvania and some Rust Belt states, he can win this election and still lose a state like North Carolina
But
along the way.
it's important to note, Ohio, there are going to be some discrepancies in the vote count that comes in. We don't know if all the votes are going to come in tonight. They're likely to come in the next few days, the actual results. So be on the lookout for that over the next few days. Don't take that's why people are being very careful this time. This time around, all the networks, even Fox News, who I vehemently disagree with all the time and think that they are actually faux news, they are even being careful with calling a lot of these states. So
Trump is
flicked. He's flicked off somebody.
The president has flipped Mahoning County, a county that Secretary Clinton carried by over 3% in 2016. He has flipped Mahoning County and is now winning it by over 2%.
So I just actually want to do an update. Trump has not tweeted in the last 5 hours, which is amazing news for the country.
Oh, he has?
He's retweeted, but he has not tweeted out.
Oh, okay.
He's retweeted, but he has not tweeted out anything vulgar in the past 5 hours. Breaking news, just into OQ Politics. Donald Trump has not tweeted anything racist for the past 5 hours. Astounding accomplishment for our president, apparently.
Now, Omar, I would like to draw our attention over to Pennsylvania right now.
Actually, I have a question. So, before we go to Pennsylvania, has Fox News the only one who's actually called Florida? Because I don't see.
Need to check. New York Times hasn't.
New York Times hasn't. CNN has not yet. CNN never calls anything.
CNN never calls. They waited until like 3 in the morning to call Florida. They waited until after Trump won the floor call.
Okay, no. So they literally CNN. I remember they waited. You remember when Michael Jackson died?
Yes.
Everyone else confirmed it. Like 7 hours before CNN confirmed it. It was just we're reporting it. We're not confirming anything. We're reporting it. So CNN, obviously, God bless them. They're really good. They work really hard to make sure their sources are right. God bless them.
Oh, yes. The most accurate network.
I mean, they're way more accurate than faux news, but again, not that accurate. Watch the Bernie Blackout video or documentary if you haven't from Vice. It's a very good documentary. It tells you why all mainstream media is not to really be trusted as news. It's more so commentary. But moving on, we are going to. I'm not ready to call Florida just yet.
Well,
I will wait on that
so I've been
for a
looking
few
at
minutes.
Florida, and almost all of the red counties
Mm-hmm.
are at about 97%, 98%.
Yeah.
When you look at the blue counties, you're seeing 93%, 95%, 96%. You see there's 94%.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, he's right.
But it's
He's still outperforming his old numbers.
Yeah, so there
by a
are
higher margin.
So there are numbers to come in. That is important to note. There are more numbers to come in.
And
So
the blue numbers.
OQ Politics.
The blue would be enough.
500,000 votes he has to make up a difference of.
Here's the thing. Okay, so OQ Politics is reporting that Fox News has projected that Donald Trump is winning Florida. We're not projecting that as of yet. However, it's looking like more likely that Donald Trump is going to win the state of Florida. We're again not projecting,
I
but
predict it, but
we're likely predicting it. 95%. I'm sorry. Before we go, 95% now in North Carolina with 95% of the vote in North Carolina. Donald Trump is in the lead. He is leading by just over 80,000 votes, or just over 80,000 votes. Donald Trump is leading in the state of North Carolina, which was expected to be called much later. But a lot of reports from North Carolina are indicating that mail-in votes apparently are being counted very fast. So
they were supposed to be the first votes counted tonight, actually, Omar.
It's
Well,
interesting.
The first results coming in were supposed to be the mail-in votes. They were front-loaded in North Carolina.
They were, and it's kind of interesting. It's insane that I actually want to commend this. Look, regardless of what happens, anyone who worked a poll, anyone who's counting votes, spending their time working for the Board of Elections, thank you guys for your service.
Absolutely.
It's actually insane. Like, again, I hope Democrats win. Kochi hopes Republicans win. But no matter who you are and what your background is, it's important that we do this service and we do it again without partisanship, without any sort of bias on our side.
Thank you for your service to the Republic.
Yep, for democracy. Anyway, so let's take a step back.
Wisconsin.
Actually, I want to look at Texas real quick, if we don't mind.
Oh, by all means, please have a gander.
Let's have a gander at Texas, where Donald Trump is starting to take the lead. Again, we are seeing the results. As John Cornyn won the state of Texas, I think it became more and more clear that, in the manner in he won it, the manner in where John Cornyn won Texas, I think it became more and more clear that Donald Trump is likely going to carry the state. Again, this state, though, in 2016, if you look at it from 2016 to now, this state, Donald Trump won by 9 points, but right now he only has a 5-point lead, which, again, demographics have shifted in Texas. The number of people who are registered to vote in Texas has been increased over the past few months. A lot of that, again, due to the Bernie Sanders support. A lot of that due to the Bernie Sanders registration of a lot of these people. So this is something to keep an eye on. Even if the Democrats don't win this cycle, which I don't expect them to do, but next cycle, next 4 or 5 years, you do need to be on the lookout for this. And if you're a Republican in Texas, you should be worried because these shifting demographics at the rate they're shifting are very problematic for the Republican Party. Because
You say that as my mother literally just texted me, "What's up with Arizona? Don't they love their guns?"
Apparently not as much as they
Apparently
love
not
John
as much as
McCain.
They disdain President Donald J. Trump to all over.
Look, let's
Marcus.
let's very briefly. I do want to stick on Texas for a second, and I want to get your opinion as a Republican. So Texas has, for a very long time, I've called it the Republicans' California. It's that one state that's, for you guys, guaranteed. Like that's what gets you the most votes. That's what that's your stronghold. That's mine.
It's your bastion.
That's your bastion, right? It's your dire wolf if you're a Stark, right? So let's not talk about season 8. But in all seriousness, you can't ignore this. Demographics are shifting. Texas is looking more and more in the next few years. It's gonna go blue, and if that happens,
with more and more Californians fleeing such a desolate state for such a great state, of course demographics are going to shift.
Shout out to my boy Joe Rogan. Look,
People leaving California, high tax, terrible quality of life for Texas, of course the demographics are going to shift.
but look, so demographics are shifting. As a Republican, though, how do you see this? Because if Texas shifts to a more democratic state, even if it's 51-49, that's you guys still lost the state, right? So you guys lose Texas. Victory for you guys, for the Republicans, is just nearly impossible unless you build. The only way I see it happening is you build somehow a stronghold in that Rust Belt.
Or you build a wall on Texas's western border and the southern border. That's a lot of walls you have to build in Texas.
That's a lot of walls, yeah.
So, Omar, I addressed this criticism back in 2016, and I'll address it again. I remember calls in 2016 when Secretary Clinton had a 98.2% chance of victory as projected by the infallible New York Times.
In Texas?
No, for the whole
Well,
election.
okay,
I
we're
remember
talking about
way back
Texas,
when-
though.
Yes, I remember way back when facing criticism that Republicans may never see another Republican president again.
Okay.
There was an SNL skit where they literally said as much, mocking the people who believe that.
Okay.
If Texas turns into a swing state or Texas goes blue, I think that the Republicans will be able to figure out a way to garner votes elsewhere to counteract it.
Right.
States.
But
I'm
where
going back to what you said earlier.
where did those
There's no
votes come from?
There's no monolithic.
I understand that, but where did those votes come from? And the question would be, you lose Texas, what's the ideology moving forward? Because I've talked to people, more moderate Republicans about this. I have talked to Trump supporters about this, and they let's just say they all have very different opinions about the party moving forward. And just real quickly,
I think part
if
of what you might see in Texas is,
Okay.
is the greatest generation is sadly passing away. The silent generation is all but gone. In terms of conservative demographics, the elderly in the United States have been a bulwark of support for the Republican Party. And as the greatest generation sadly passes on and leaves our country, leaves this world, you see a shift. The youth now gets a larger voice, obviously. And I think a decent amount of of millennials and of Gen Y are fairly liberal people when polled.
okay,
But Gen X is just starting to reach a voting age.
Mhm.
A generation which has been polled as perhaps the most conservative generation to actually hit the United States.
Gen X.
Gen X, yes.
You just wait till all of Gen Z gets.
Oh, sorry, not Gen X. I mean Gen Z.
No, Gen Z is not conservative.
Yeah, everything that I've seen says that Gen Z is pretty conservative.
I don't know what the hell you're looking at. That you're looking at definitely some.
So let's
You're probably looking at the Trafalgar Group polls, bro. I don't know what you're looking at. You're not looking at any A plus polling.
for the
sites
sake
for
of
that.
the statement, let me just go on with this.
Okay, yeah,
So
I'll let you go on.
Let's say that Gen Z turns out, by the reports that I've seen, not the reports that he's seen, let's just assume that my companion here is incorrect. If Gen Z turns into a more
Just assume I'm incorrect.
a more populist group, a more right-leaning group, then that will, in years to come, counteract the millennial and Gen X push to the left. Gen Z might just be the replacement of the greatest generation. We can see that in the future. So
That's not
maybe
true.
for a short period of time, the Republicans might lose Texas, but with the coming of age of Gen Z,
So
we
are you?
might see more Republicans.
Question:
on
Are you
the
talking
stage.
about Gen Z in general, or are you talking about Gen Z in Texas? Because I've not seen specific polls about Gen Z in Texas, but
I'm talking about Gen Z in general. So I'm
no,
talking about
that's
across the board.
okay. So that's no offense. I don't know what polls you've been looking at. I would assume they're more Republican leaning polls, probably Republican push polls, but every major polling, all major polling indicates that that more and more
Business Insider, Daily Mail,
wow, great. So I just
Huffington Post.
you're just naming outlets. You're
Oh
not,
no, I'm naming people that have posted articles saying that Gen Z is a fairly right-leaning generation. Don't count on them to be
I
the
promise you.
leftward bulwark that you think they are.
I promise you though, I promise you a lot more of Gen Z and millennials definitely 100% side with more left-leaning policies in general. I think the problem okay, so just to I'm trying to build a bridge here. So indulge me for a second. Most major polling shows that over 50% of Gen Z and Gen X. We got a fire in the house.
Also, sorry, I just turned on my mixtape. I'll turn it off.
We're gonna wait for that to go out, but I will get to my point about Gen Z.
I am hearing frantic footsteps on the second floor.
Okay.
Okay, it's off though.
Shout
Our
out.
roommates apparently don't know how to cook without lighting the kitchen on
I
fire.
promise you that was our friend William Francis Florian Flood III.
Did I ever tell you he actually lit my old kitchen on fire?
We will get into that in the post game. Let's all right. Let's keep talking. But
Yes, please, Omar.
but more specifically, you look at all major polling, most major polling. I've not seen those polls that say that Gen Z is more conservative. But if you look at most major polling, it definitely points to Gen Z being more liberal, being more apt to socialist, being against capitalism. That's a lot. Most major polling. You can look it up. Emerson, Harris X. They all say the same thing. So, given that, I think if we're trying to build a bridge here, I do believe it's more of a populist message than anything that appeals to Gen Z and Gen X. And by
Building that
populist
bridge,
message,
I will be there.
no, I want to be clear. By populist message, I don't mean that bullshit that people like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA
Oh my gosh,
like to
you just called
push out.
Charlie Kirk a populist?
He's
You
position.
discredit every populist.
I'm
out there
aware.
for calling
I'm
Charlie
well
Kirk a
aware. I'm well
populist.
aware. So for those of
That
you
is
who don't
a
know,
neocon if I've ever seen one.
for those of you who don't know, Charlie Kirk is the founder of Turning Point USA, which is I don't even know what it is at this point. It was supposed to be
They
a-
make great posters. If you're in college and you're a Republican,
It
you
was
definitely
supposed to
have
be a
poster on your
safe
wall.
space for Republicans and conservatives on college campuses, but I don't know what it's turned into now. Now it's just basically a Trump fan group of every college campus around the country. But the point is, I think populism for the younger generation works because the younger generation is growing up. We're more apt to information. We're more apt to people suffering. We're more apt to problems that everyone faces, and we're more sympathetic, I believe, to a lot of those problems. Now, liberals are way more apt to that than conservatives. I would argue, and I'd probably be right about that.
I'd say on a collective level, yes. On an individual level, perhaps not.
We can get into that. We probably will get into that later. But to kind of put a bow on this, I do believe that you will see over time, and as you're seeing right now, what's happening around the country, dude. You're having people like Kara Eastman, who's running for Senate in Nebraska. That race, who's running for Congress in Nebraska. Race has yet to been called. You have people like AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Bernie Sanders. You have even more. Adding this year, Cori Bush, who beat a Democratic establishment corporate incumbent for a seat that family has held for generations. You have people like Mondale up in New York. You have multiple people who are coming up and winning very close races. And in the case of Kara Eastman, she might be able to flip a race with Don Bacon. I have not looked at the race yet, but I'll
Is Don Bacon a relative of Kevin?
Don Bacon is a bipartisan Republican. He likes to work across party lines. He's part of the Problem Solvers Caucus, and I'm familiar with him. But that's besides the point. So I'm saying there is a large movement in this country of young people, especially, who want to get these people elected. You want to get more progressive, more, I don't want to say socialist, but more people who see the problems, more populist, socialist candidates
So, Omar,
elected.
Can I ask you this?
Go ahead.
Do you see a future for paleoconservatism?
What do you mean by paleoconservatism?
Are you familiar with the term?
Not really.
So,
Indulge me.
You
Or-
know what neoconservatism is,
Yes,
correct?
I'm 100%.
Yes. So, neo, not to sound like I'm explaining something to people who are intelligent, is new by the Latin term, and paleo is very much the opposite of that. Paleoconservatism, the movement is basically, it's a relic of the conservative movement that still exists. It's led by Pat Buchanan, Reagan's former comms director. Paleoconservatism reflects a more populist, more nativist ideal. It holds a very anti-corporatist stance. So when I say that Gen Z is leaning right, I'm not necessarily saying that they're bringing up the ghost of Henry Kissinger's foreign policies necessarily. I'm not sure, in fact, that they are. I think that neoconservatives might actually find a new place in Generation Z for the very reason of they are more compassionate. They are more aware of the little person. They don't like large foreign engagement and foreign wars. They're more nationalistic, more patriotic in nature than a neoconservative would be. They don't like globalism. They've seen what it's done to the world. When you think about it, Generation Z has a lot of potential to wow us and surprise us. And I think that the contrasting poles between you seeing that they're very heavily liberal and I see that they're very heavily conservative means there might be an evolution in the shift of ideology. See, for the past 70 plus years, neoconservatism has generally ruled the conservative ideology of the Republican Party. But perhaps going forward with the Generation Z, one that adopts some, I'm not going to say liberal, but more compassionate tendencies, you might actually see a conservative Gen Z that reflects these paleoconservative ideologies. One that champion religious freedom, champion of individual liberty, despise corporatism, despise foreign intervention, and detest globalism on a massive scale. Omar, do you have anything else?
Well, actually,
Oh,
I'd
Marcus.
like to hop in.
Fire away, buddy.
So, I've been listening to both of you kind of talk while I'm just trying to mute and play around with the audios. But I think there's room for both of you to be right on this. when it comes to it, there's a lot of people who, are growing up in this hyper partisan environment. And when you look at that and you see the hyper partisanship, you see all of this shenanigans go on, you kind of just have a tendency that you don't want to be in the middle. You want to take a firm stance. And you don't really see these amount of moderates coming out of today's politics in the young Generation X or Z. Why all the new generations, they're all being hyper political. And I think that's going to result in people either being super on the right or super on the left. And I think that's why Omar sees his polls, and he sees all these super activated left people, and you see certain polls that show super activated right people. At the end of the day, the problem, well, I would call it a problem because there's no one in the middle, and the middle is where things get done. The middle is where people come together and they say.
Then perhaps breaking out in this neoconservative ideology, or not neoconservative, sorry, perhaps breaking out into a paleoconservative ideology might be a way to bridge that gap. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt, lauded as one of the better Republican presidents throughout the history of the party, was the first major progressive president. I mean, progressive is treated as a filthy word in the modern way, but there's room to build bridges. There's room to engage with the other parties, and I think paleoconservatism and the evolution of that, or the growth of that within Gen Z, whether they know they are that or not, might just be able to build the bridges between the AOC progressives and the people on the right, the populists on the right. Now, I do need to take a moment to give a shout out to my home district. Congressman Lee M. Zeldin has carried the 1st congressional district by nearly 10 points against his opponent, Nancy Goroff, a professor at Stony Brook University. Lee M. Zeldin, my representative, New York's 1st congressional district, both a bipartisan congressman and an ally of the president, has reclaimed his seat and will be continuing on as one of the best congressmen in the United States of America.
Wow. Fucking shocking right there.
I think that's number 5. Number 5 for the Omar.
Dude. Oh yeah, the swear jar. For every time I swear on this podcast, I will be donating $2 to charity.
Which charity?
Amnesty International.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the charity. Or the Human Fund. Do you know the Human Fund?
I don't want to know. So,
George Costanza, Seinfeld.
I never watched Seinfeld. So, with 88% of the vote reporting in Ohio, it's looking more and more like a Trump victory. We're not
outperforming his 2016 results.
Yeah, I'm not ready to call it just yet, but I'm almost ready to call it, honestly. Based off of 2016, based off of, again, there is one thing that I want to know, that I want to be noted. Ballot cast before Election Day will be reported by 8 p.m. Okay, so actually, yeah. Okay, so we'll know by tonight. Never mind on that. Ohio, I don't know. Okay, so I'm looking at 2016. I'm looking at now. Ohio seems to be. Actually, give me a second. In the meantime, Luke, why don't you talk about something? I will be looking.
I talk about something?
I'll be looking deep into Ohio real
just
quick.
a bag of wind. So now let's take a look at Ohio with 88% reporting, like Omar was just saying. You have the president actually outperforming himself numbers-wise in this state. A state that 2 hours ago we might have just as well said Joe Biden has it in the bag. President Trump has made an astounding comeback. Now, what's interesting is that the president is actually flip-flopping some counties from his last election. For instance, Mahone County is going towards the president, a county that favored Secretary Clinton in the last cycle, and Montgomery County, the county which holds Dayton, Ohio. Interesting enough, that county went towards the president in the last cycle. The president won it by less than 1,000 votes in 2016, and he's lost it for this election, currently down by 10,000 votes. But he's picked up votes in other counties along in the state. You have Hardin County, 98% reporting. Guernsey County, 98% reporting. Ashtabula County, 98% reporting. The president has left Joe Biden with only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 counties where he's currently in the lead, taking away even more than from what he did with Secretary Clinton. We're not going to call it yet, Omar. You are the lead of tonight.
We're not
But
calling it yet.
You can very confidently look at Ohio, and if you're in the Trump camp, you can confidently look at Ohio and say, yeah,
If
he's probably got it. Now, we'll take a look at Pennsylvania, where Clearfield County literally swapped from red to blue the second that I clicked on it. President winning 74% to 24% in that county of Pennsylvania. And overall for the state, the president seems to be doing quite well. 50% in, and he holds over 500,000 vote lead right now in Pennsylvania. Former Vice President Joe Biden can make up this lead. Like I said, at 48%, nothing is set in stone. But numbers are looking in Pennsylvania pretty good for President Trump. In Florida, a state that I would like to call, but our lovely owner and executive producer,
we're not calling that yet.
will not call Florida yet. President Trump still holds the same lead of 51.2% to 47.8%, outperforming what he did in 2016 against Secretary Clinton. In Georgia, the president is leading by just shy of 10 points. Really defying Democratic expectations that the state was going to flip this election. People were very hopeful. The Biden camp was incredibly hopeful, saying nonstop that they were going to turn Georgia and other southern states. And it just hasn't happened yet. The closest they're going to come right now is North Carolina, holding firm at 95%. North Carolina is leaning towards President Trump with 50.1% of the vote in favor of him.
Oh my
and
God.
48.7% of the vote not in favor of him. Now, I'd also like to redirect your attention towards Michigan.
This is not good in Michigan.
Michigan does not look good for the Biden camp right now. Detroit with 64% reporting. Wayne County, as I'll be more specific, 28% reporting in Wayne County. The president is only down by about 13% of the vote. Detroit, a heavily liberal city, the president should be down by much, much more at any point during the race. Oakland County, a suburb, the president is down by only 7 points. A county where Biden should be performing much better. Washtenaw County, another Chicago suburb with 55% reporting. The president is down by a hefty margin, meeting expectations. Around the rest of the state, from the corner of Michigan, of Keweenaw County, all the way down to Monroe County, the president is absolutely blowing former Vice President Joe Biden out of the water. Now, this is a state that I will say I predicted to go to former Vice President Joe Biden. If it goes to the president, I will be shocked. But I will say again, just like with Pennsylvania, I am a broken record, folks. Only 47% are in. 53% have yet to have their voices heard. And we will hear them tonight, folks. We absolutely will hear them tonight. And if you shift to the left in Minnesota, President Trump is down by 300,000 votes with 61% in. And in Wisconsin, the president is up by just shy of 100,000 votes, 98,000 votes. The president is just shy of that lead with 51 to 46% against Vice President Joe Biden, of course. In Iowa, the president has taken a remarkable lead of 7 points against former Vice President Biden. He has maintained his lead in Texas. He has actually holds a slight lead in Nevada. Montana leaning towards Joe, but there's 1.5% margin. That can easily be made up. Now, our wonderful man, Mark Mann, the webcam over here, has something to say.
All right. All right.
Welcome to the hot seat, Marcus.
It's really hard for me to get in here because I gotta it's not. I feel like I'm just hitting all of these buttons. But yeah, I've been doing some research, and honestly, before I started researching this, I thought this is looking very good for Trump. This is a very good day. But at the end of the day, when you look at the counties that we have projected, or if you look at the states that we have rejected, even project Florida to Trump, and I'd say project Texas. Well, I'm not saying project it, but if you projected Florida and Texas to Trump, he's still in a deficit with all these swing states. And a lot of these Midwestern states aren't really counting their and I can't count Pennsylvania as a Midwestern, but the Rust Belt and the Midwest, that big chunk of blank that we're looking at, a lot of these states are not counting yet. When you look at Pennsylvania, when you look at Michigan, those are two states that it looks like Trump is doing really good in. But at the end of the day, that's not what's happening yet. We don't know yet if that's what's going on. I actually was looking. We earlier in this podcast we talked about Pittsburgh and the counties around Pittsburgh, not the counties that include the city.
Send me the link.
It looks like it actually looks like Trump is winning those city counties. But there's actually a lot of counties in Pennsylvania that aren't even counting their mail-in votes until tomorrow, and that includes the county that that Pittsburgh is part of. So I think that it's not. We can't really say anything about these counties. We can't really say anything about, especially Pennsylvania and Michigan. If you want to talk about Ohio, if you want to talk about Minnesota and Iowa, I think that's fair to talk about. But if you
Marcus, I'm sorry to break in right here,
uh,
but I
Bob,
wanted.
hold on, let me set you up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, that's basically all I had to say. I'm gonna go back to silence.
Just like with Florida, we're not going to call it until my executive producer says, but I would like to note that the state of Ohio has been called for President Donald J. Trump, a state which he won in 2016 by Fox News once again, with an almost full 10% lead. Omer, would you like to bring up the Michigan Senate race? John James, somebody who I'm actually a huge fan of right now, is heavily in the lead.
Marcus transitions the thing to me. I totally will.
Please, this is incredible. I love John James.
So we are looking at again the Michigan Senate race, not the Michigan presidential race, the Michigan Senate race, which was expected to be very favorable for Gary Peters. Again, this is early, and a lot of the urban districts or a lot of the urban counties, Ann Arbor 54% reporting, Detroit only 27% reporting. So take all this with a grain of salt. Gary Peters actually very well could catch up. But Gary Peters is down by 13%, which equates to about 300,000 votes. There are votes out there to get that. It's not like Trump or Biden in Ohio, where the votes are looking less and less likely. So again, take this with a grain of salt. But interesting to see John James doing very well in the state of Ohio. Grand Rapids, he's winning by over 17. Or in the state of Michigan, rather. I apologize. Grand Rapids, Kent County, he's winning 17%, over 50,000 votes. He's winning very deep in a lot of these red states that need with. I think that's a lot of that's due to voter turnout. Might be able to even equate that somewhat to the president. But let's see. I will look into Ohio very quickly and make a call and see if I need to make a call on that. In the meantime, Luke, why don't you take us through why don't you take us through Texas really quickly, because there have been developments there.
I will absolutely take you to the state of Texas, but before I do that, I also want to say another congresswoman that I admire almost as much as my own representative, Lee Zeldin, Elise Stefanik, in New York's 21st Congressional District, has carried her district in the northern part of New York.
If we can we get the camera on Luke, please? All right. Thank you.
All right. Now, I'm going to run you guys through Texas the best that I can. I haven't had the state pulled up this entire time. I'm focusing on larger swing states, but I will run you through counties the best I can. So I won't be watching the camera. I will be looking at the map and reading out what I see. So, right now, we see in Houston, Texas, a city that went for Secretary Clinton by about 150,000 vote margin more. You see former Vice President Joe Biden carrying that by a little bit more, with 789,000 votes coming out for him compared to Secretary Clinton's 707,000 votes. That being said, the president is also outperforming expectations there as well. The president, who only carried 554,000 votes in 2016, now has over 601,000 votes, effectively adding 50,000 votes to his tally. Now, the entire handle of Texas, everywhere from Taylor County all the way up to Hartley County, are going towards the president, with a few that haven't been called. Floyd County, Armstrong County, and Haskell County have yet to report their votes, although in that region of Texas it can be assumed that it will go to the president once they are called. The president is now up by same margin, almost about 500,000 votes, being up 52.2% to 46.4%, with a nice margin of 87% of the votes in. The hope by the Biden camp that they would flip Texas and that Texas would become this new liberal bastion of electoral votes has not proven to come around. Now, while Joe Biden might perform better there than Secretary Clinton did, Trump garnered 52% of the vote and she only garnered 43% of the vote. It does not look likely that former Vice President Biden will carry the state. Omar, you raise your hand. What do you have to add?
Arizona. We're gonna make a projection here on Arizona. Arizona, we're gonna project is gonna go to former Vice President Joe Biden. Again, Joe Biden winning the state of Arizona as reported by Fox News.
Yep.
And we're
Oh, so you'll take their Arizona reporting, but not their Ohio and Florida reporting?
And by my own, I just with them out as a source, and I want to say that because I'm getting to something else. You transitioning me?
Oh well, I'll do that.
So yeah, thank you.
So are you doing another projection?
Yeah, we are doing that projection, and I want to
Actually do this. I have multiple reports coming in. I have multiple reports coming in from people I know. White House is not happy about Fox News already calling the state of Arizona. Again, no qualms about calling the state of Ohio yet, which we have not called because I'm looking into it and it's extremely unlikely, like very, very unlikely that 500,000 votes somehow go towards Biden in the next few days, somehow in Arizona, but
You mean
or in Ohio, rather. But Arizona, I'm pretty confident in reporting that Arizona is going to go to the former Vice President Joe Biden. Demographics again are just not in the favor of the
I don't even think it's the
president.
demographics.
Or
So
sorry,
people just don't like the president. There.
People
just don't like the president.
Combined with the people that don't like the president,
Yep.
combined with the fact that Arizona's results are coming in right now, and yeah, this is
Omar, with 96% of the vote in Florida, and the president's still holding over a 3-point lead.
I'm gonna hold off on Florida. I know
You
better.
will call Arizona.
I know better than to trust Florida. That's precisely why.
And Ohio, you can trust.
You can just understand my reasoning. I know better than to call Florida. Florida is one of those states. I'm gonna hold off until we see some actual results coming from there. But
North Carolina,
what did we say about Ohio?
Ohio, we are still gonna put in because they still have votes to come in, but
hopeful.
It's gonna be a long shot. Okay, the gap right now is 450,000 votes.
450,000 votes
with
88%
88% reporting. They're still accepting ballots postmarked until November 13th. I do believe it's going to be difficult to get 400,000 plus people to vote post-election.
You're not going to get
It's
that.
going to be that's a
You're not.
nearly impossible task to actually occur. It's never happened in the history of elections going back to anyone, unless you go to the JFK election where he had a bunch of dead people vote in Illinois. Shout out to Illinois.
Was it 60,000 people that voted for JFK that were dead?
60,000 cats. 60,000 dead cats.
60,000 dead cats gave JFK the election over Nixon. Oh wait, no, we're not supposed to talk about that.
Thank you, Frank Sinatra, for that. Hey, Nixon
And-
just sat by and accepted it. That was Nixon literally he was told everything. They gave him the reports and everything, and Nixon said, "Well, I don't really care. I just want to sit back and I'll come back in a few years."
I think one of the most telling things about Nixon, his role in Republican politics, was
Oh
the fact that
God, we're
his
gonna talk
president-
about Nixon's role in politics.
was that Eisenhower didn't campaign for him.
He didn't.
Eisenhower should be more of a beloved Republican president than he is. He should be more of a remembered president than he is. He's
Yeah.
remembered as a name more than his first policies. But
So
he did not campaign one lick
I
for Dick.
that did not count as
Was
language.
Richard,
That was
that's
his
what
name.
they called Richard Nixon.
Yep, tricky Dick.
Tricky Dick was his nickname.
So one important thing about Eisenhower,
And his
since
rapper name.
one important thing to
Killing
note
me, Smalls.
about
Killing me.
Eisenhower. Eisenhower, if you have not done so, definitely, okay, if you have not done so, definitely go back and look at Eisenhower's farewell address. Look at the way that he talked about the military-industrial complex. He spoke about how that's going to lead to many problems in our politics and in our society. Bernie Sanders, actually, probably as left as you can get in American politics today, Bernie Sanders actually quoted his entire speech in his last book from 2018.
He had a whole chapter where it was just the speech.
It was
wasn't
literally just a speech and like a paragraph of commentary about the speech. This speech, if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, doesn't matter. That is one of the most important speeches. Read it, watch it. The audio, listen to the audio. because it talks about problems that I believe we all really can relate to. It talks about problems that we all really can look into and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be spending all this money on defense. Maybe, yes, we definitely should be investing in our veterans and investing in the people on the ground, the boots on the ground. That's important. Invest in the people that are defending our country, but that doesn't mean we need to give out multi-billion-dollar contracts all the time to all of these
Absolutely.
defense companies. It doesn't mean we need to give out all of this money that could be going to better use for the American people. Money that could be going to infrastructure programs, money that could be going to education. And that's exactly some of the things that Eisenhower discusses in that speech. So definitely look into that if you haven't. Eisenhower's farewell address about the military-industrial
If I could add
complex.
my own 2 cents, a lot of people look to I'll say recent historical presidents for inspiration. You know, Republicans generally laud Ronald Reagan. Liberals love John F. Kennedy. And everybody basically goes to Bush and Clinton in awe in many instances for each respective party. There's a lot to be learned from the older administrations. I think personally, my favorite 3 presidents of all time, or not in an order, are Theodore Roosevelt, James Monroe, and Dwight Eisenhower. Read their writings, read their speeches, read their policy, and use it. And I'm going to say inform yourself, not because I don't think that you, the viewer, are informed. I'm going to say to inform yourself just so that you can learn more. You can see other concepts, other ideas that aren't talked about in the mainstream. I mean, Roosevelt, like I mentioned earlier, Teddy Roosevelt, was the first progressive president that the United States really had, and he was a Republican. Not saying that parties don't change ideas or that parties don't switch, but there's something to be said about that. That there's room in the party for different political beliefs, different ideologies to evolve. It doesn't have to be set in stone. Texas doesn't always have to be a Republican state, just like California has never had to always be a liberal state. You know, the ideologies that the people hold, the beliefs that they espout change. Read up on the older texts. See if they influence your mind. And with that, Omar, I'm going to mention that Fox News has called the great state of Texas for President Donald J. Trump. Texas and its 38 electoral votes.
Texas, I will take a look at right now, actually. It's
88% in.
I'll call that. Yeah, we'll call that.
We are calling
I looked at one county and I knew it. It's going.
We here at OQ Politics call the great state of Texas the Lone Star State, the state that fought off a foreign advance, that established their own country, and that joined our great union, and it's 38 electoral votes. We are calling that for President Donald J. Trump. The Republican stronghold has held firm, with the president holding over 8% of the vote in the lead as of now, with 88% reporting. Now with Ohio up to 89%, can you please call it? It's almost a 10-point lead.
I think this is a good time.
No, but I actually will call one state.
What?
But we're gonna call Florida.
Okay.
Breaking news: the state of Florida, swing state potentially in this election. No more. I'm gonna call it for Trump. It does not look like mail-in ballots apparently have been counted. And considering that that's true, if that's true,
Counted all by tonight.
Yeah.
So we're calling it hard.
I mean, hey, you got to be bold, right? If we're wrong, obviously the world will let us know, and we will correct ourselves. That's one thing OQ Politics is willing to do that most media outlets are not able to do. Marcus, you're on the camera.
Yeah, I am. Okay.
Most multimedia platforms will not admit when they're wrong. If we are in fact wrong about any of our projections, again, this is based off of what we see. We are all political scientists. We'll look into this greatly, but yeah. So Florida's gone. Florida is, in my opinion, gone for Trump. It's over for him there, or gone for Biden. Sorry.
Also, I'm going to make a projection, and I'm not going to clear it by anyone because I'm insane. Oh, I also didn't have my mic on. But I'm going to make a projection, and I haven't cleared it with anyone. But tell me if I'm wrong. But I'm going to project Utah for the Republicans.
We did. We actually missed that.
We did miss Utah while ranting.
I apologize to all the Mormons, all my Mormon brethren out there. You know I'm
We
not
see
Mormon.
you out there. We
see
don't
you
have
out
any
there.
props.
You guys are
like
very
Daredevil,
nice.
but we love you.
But yeah, we're Mormons for Trump.
Happening again.
For those viewers that know, Utah Senator Mitt Romney has been at odd ends with the president. However, the president's win in Utah, a Republican state generally, does not shock anyone.
This is wow. Ohio's not looking good. Oh my God! I looked. Oh my
yeah,
God!
I
This
just
is not
told you
looking
that.
good.
That's why I said, please just do it. End your suffering.
I don't look. My thing is though. Look,
wait
there's
for the New York Slimes to call it, by all means. But it's
there's
gonna
just
be
too
rough.
many. There's too many. Wow.
Pennsylvania, his margin just
Let me.
increased.
Okay.
Okay, now when it comes to Pennsylvania, there are
God.
Democratic counties.
Transition
that are
yourself,
not,
my guy.
Well, okay. Well, really, okay. Back on screen.
Yeah, like Northampton, Lackawanna, Chester, Dauphin. No, not Dauphin. Allegheny. Those counties are still kind of holding out in terms of how many they're reporting. Delaware County as well. How many Delaware counties are there in this country?
A lot. But here's the thing: like, there's certain counties that are not counting mail-in votes at all until tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think Pennsylvania is going to have to remain even.
Oh, I'm not saying call it. There's only 54% reporting, but 500,000 votes, as Omar mentioned earlier, is a hard deficit to make
up.
up.
Ohio, or are we talking about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
They have 500,000. The Biden camp has a 500,000 vote deficit right now.
Okay, so a lot. So I'll pull up the article right here. It was on. Okay, I'm gonna go back to this one here, right? So I'll pull the article up here. So basically, there's certain counties that are not counting their votes until the 4th of November, and far more Democrats have voted by mail, 1.6 million compared to 555,000 Republicans.
In what, Pennsylvania?
In Pennsylvania. So I'm not going to say, I don't know. I don't think we can call that at all tonight. There's certain counties that are going to wait.
I have a projection.
What's your projection?
I looked into it, man. Yeah, Ohio.
Imagine that.
Yeah, so there's no way this is gonna happen. Donald Trump has won the state.
Wait,
of
can I
Ohio.
call this one?
Yeah, you can call it.
Because I've been begging. Ohio, with its 18 electoral votes, a state that seals the fate of Republican presidents. We will now call for Donald J. Trump, current president of the United States, vying for re-election. Ohio and its 18 electoral votes are going towards President Trump. This state where 2.5 hours ago we were very uncertain if Trump could even recover. Trump has now taken an astounding nearly 10-point lead in the state, outperforming his 2016 numbers and flipping counties that went for Secretary Clinton to himself. Truly an amazing comeback in the great state of Ohio for President Donald J. Trump. With 89% reporting, there is very little margin for former Vice President Joe Biden to make up ground in Ohio.
This is just, yeah, Luke. I don't know what to say, man. This is
At what point do I start referring to you as Chank?
Chank. Oh God, no. Well, let me just say, Luke. Look, the Republicans. This is all the fault of the Democratic Party.
Can I unashamedly ask for a 5-minute break here now that we've just called?
After, just very quickly. If you can go to me real quick, Marcus. I will say this. Look, this is again. Florida, Ohio are states that Trump needed to win, and that I expected to go to Donald Trump. That doesn't mean that I'm happy about it. It doesn't mean progressives, Democrats, liberals should be happy about this. Anyone who's anti-Trump, even Republicans, should be happy about this. But before we take a break, and we will in about a minute, the fact that Trump is up by this much, the fact that he has a 450,000 vote lead at this point with these many with we don't know how many outstanding ballots, but there's not going to be 500,000 votes out there for Joe Biden, I don't think, and that's not a realistic option to really look at. It's indicative of the fact that Donald Trump, his message in Ohio, and it could go into the Rust Belt. We don't know. We're not going to know about Michigan until later. We're not going to know about Pennsylvania until much later, but it's just not looking good. It's just not looking good for if you're a liberal, if you're a progressive, if you're anti-Trump inherently, it's not looking good. And this is part of a problem that I will explain later with just the politics of our country. But in the meantime, we will take about a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 12:20. Be sure to tune in back at 12:20. In the meantime, subscribe, follow our podcast, Omar 2020. We will be back in 10 minutes.
Don't turn me on yet.
No, you're on already.
Okay, great.
All right.
Omar.
I will take it from here. Again, welcome back to the OQ Politics election coverage. I'm going to waste some time here. If you have not done so yet, please subscribe to the channel below. Hit that subscribe button, that notification bell as well. Make sure you get notified of every video. There's going to be a lot more videos coming in the next coming weeks. Also, we have a podcast. Umar 2020 is the name right now. Go to Umar 2020 on Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, and Spotify. Definitely follow those. We have a lot of good conversations, many good conversations coming up. Going to record another one with my friend Luke Kochi at some point in the near future. And let's just get right into it. So, before we left earlier, we called the states of Florida and Ohio. And I'm not really so much in fear of Florida. Florida was a state that I expected to go for Trump, and I'm not really surprised by that. I'm more surprised in the manner in which Ohio has gone for Trump. In 2016, I understood that there was a lot of discontent for the candidate at the time and the party at the time, but what I didn't see coming was basically the same result as last time around. Biden is losing right now by 7%, and it's looking to be that's basically going to be it in Ohio. Working class people in a lot of these working class counties have come out and said that they are not in favor of a Joe Biden presidency. They are not in favor of a Democratic establishment presidency. And to the people who say they expected Ohio to turn for the Democrats, I say you were wrong to begin with. You were wrong to begin with to expect a moderate candidate whose entire platform was nothing will fundamentally change could win over a bulk of working class voters in this state. Again, we have Michigan and Wisconsin, which we don't know. We don't know who's going to win those states, but I will say this. It's not looking good. If Ohio sticks the way it is, it's not looking good. And again, take it with a grain of salt if you will, but the more important message here overall is the Democratic Party has a problem. It has a problem whether or not Joe Biden wins Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Democratic Party has a huge problem winning over working class voters. That's a fact. And if you look at poll after poll in the primary, if you look at poll after poll and result after result in the elections, who was the one person that was able to get more Republican crossover? Who was the one person who was able to get most of the working class support, most union support in the primary? It was someone like a Bernie Sanders.
Oh, here it comes.
No, and again, people are going to say, oh, Omar, you're being a sore loser. You're being a person who doesn't understand what needs to be done in order to win in America, what needs to be done in order to be practical in America. That's not true. Okay? The reality is the Democratic Party for years, and again, Biden can win this election, but this is still true, for years, has cozied up to their corporate donors. They have for years cozied up to corporate America and neglected the working class of this country. They've neglected people like you and me who who barely make a median wage in this country, or don't make in my case. I'm going to be honest with you. Okay? They've neglected us, and they've put and I'm not saying the Republican Party's better. They're not. Okay? Luke, you can fight me on this as much as you want. I'm not going to change my view on that, but the point is, someone like Bernie Sanders who had a populist message, who had a working class message, someone who said, hey, you're struggling to pay your bills, you're struggling to pay your healthcare bills, I'm going to give you Medicare for all. We're gonna find a system that works. We're gonna eventually down the line maybe find a system that makes sure that you get the Medicare and medical care you need, so you don't have to worry about if you have cancer, you're gonna go into debt. You don't have to worry about you break your leg, you're going into debt. Someone like Bernie Sanders, someone like even Elizabeth Warren, who says, You go to college, you're not going to go into crippling debt for the rest of your life. You want to become a doctor, you want to help people, you're not going to be going into crippling debt for the rest of your life. And what happened? That one night in South Carolina, Joe Biden won a primary that everyone expected him to win. It was no surprise. But what happened? The media treated it as a huge upset of Bernie Sanders, who had all this momentum. No, everyone knew he was going to win South Carolina. He had all of the key endorsements. He had all of the votes there to begin with. And then somewhere along the lines, President Obama and other key Democratic figures somehow made it all work. Pete Buttigieg dropped out. Amy Klobuchar dropped out, and they all endorsed Biden. Beto also endorsed Biden at the same time. And what happened was the legs of the movement were cut up from under them, and it was just a continuation of the status quo. Now, we can argue about whether or not that's good, but I'm going to argue right now that's bad. It's bad. It's bad for our country. It's bad for us moving forward because we're not listening to the people who are hurting most in this country. And that's what we need to do starting moving forward. Whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, listen to the people that are hurting the most. Listen to the people that are represented the least in this country moving forward. And again, even if Biden wins, it's something we need to hone in on. Luke, now I'm going to cut to you about where we go. I'll cut to you and see where we go from here because we have a few other updates in this race.
We absolutely do, Omar. Nevada, a state where the Trump campaign has seemed oddly hopeful in being able to claim it from the Democrats' grips, has 1% reporting in, with the president up 12,500 votes to 3,700 votes. With 1% reporting in, you cannot call that state. But a lead nonetheless, and it's the first we've heard of the state for the night, so I'd like to mention it. Now, we have updates in Michigan and in Wisconsin. With Michigan, the president leads by 10 points. A little bit over 1/3 votes. The president is so far holding his line in the state, 54% to 44%, with over half the state reporting, 50% of the state reporting. And something to be noted right now is that the state still has a lot of votes to come in. Detroit, the counties around Detroit, so Wayne County, Oakland County, and Washita County only have 65, 69, and 31% reporting respectively.
Very nice.
Very nice. But you also have other counties like St. Joseph County, Barron County, Ontogon County, counties around the state that haven't always been incredibly favorable to the Republican Party that still have votes to come in that are now leaning heavily towards President Trump. This is very telling for the state of Michigan. The president had hoped to take the Rust Belt. I personally, as you saw on my election prediction map in the beginning, I thought the president would carry Wisconsin. I did not think he'd carry Michigan, but he's not looking too bad in that state right now.
Let's go. So, Kochi, I just want to get your opinion. Kochi, I want to get your opinion on something very
Sure.
quickly.
Fire away.
So, Republican pollster and strategist Frank Luntz. I believe you're familiar with his work. If you're not, Frank Luntz is one of the most popular pollsters and Republican strategists in the country. He recently came out with a statement, and it's one that I think speaks to a lot of the problems in the way we analyze elections in this country, and a lot of the problems in the way that we view elections. Frank Luntz said that if polling is wrong in this election, if the polls are wrong, if it's seen that Trump is actually going to win in states that he's down in polling in, and if he wins this election in total, the entire industry of polling is done. The knees are cut up from under them. It's done because there's no actual validity, and polling is no longer a good metric to gauge or they're no longer a good metric to predict elections. I think now for me, I think the best way to gauge an election is you go on the ground, you make calls to people. You go on the ground, you talk to people. You knock on doors. That's how I did it in
Knocked on
Maryland.
over 3,000 doors over my time working in politics.
dude.
You've probably knocked on the same, if not even more.
Dude, I mean,
Talk about this. When I was so
Long Island, I'm coming knocking.
so I worked
for an independent campaign in 2018, Neil Simon for U.S. Senate. For those who don't know, independent running against, very good man. Independent running against a multiple time incumbent in Ben Cardin, who has been in politics since the 60s. And one of the big things that I noticed from that was there was a lot of discontent for political parties. There was a lot of discontent for establishment political politics. And once you talk to people on the ground, you're able to make that connection. Now, we didn't do exceptionally well. But given the circumstances, given being a third party, receiving no real corporate money, all like, you know,
Larry Hogan vote for you guys?
Larry Hogan did vote for us, even though he to this day will probably not admit it, but he definitely did vote for us. I know that for a fact. But in all seriousness, so the fact that we even got 90,000 people to vote for us in an independent candidate in a statewide election was an accomplishment. And I know that because I saw the looks on people's faces as I met them. I saw the looks on people's faces as I got them to sign his petition and get on the ballot. 10,000 signatures we got that summer. And then we reached even more people throughout the summer and throughout the fall.
10,000 signatures and 80,000 more votes?
80,000 more votes.
The campaign that you guys ran was impressive.
It was impressive.
You should be proud of that campaign to the day you die.
No, to this day, I will always be proud of that campaign. I will always be proud of the people that I worked with on the campaign. But the thing that I want everyone to take away from this is always take polling, always take these pundits, Rachel Maddow, Tucker Carlson, all these people, take them with a grain of salt, always, all the time, especially Tucker Carlson. But look, they're not, even if they tell you, something's guaranteed, don't automatically believe it. Do a little bit of your own research. Look at independent websites. Look at independent media. Look at some real facts. I'm not talking about tweets. I'm not talking about any of that stuff. Look at numbers. A lot of times you can find everything in numbers. Again, I'm just gonna put a bow on this. I know I've been going on and on, ranting a little bit throughout the night, but talk to people on the ground and you'll know what's happening. I talked to a lot of people in Pennsylvania, working class people, and
The president is now up the president is up 16 and a half.
yeah, I'm not gonna call Pennsylvania tonight. That's just not gonna happen. With the amount of votes that still need to be called in that state, that's just not gonna happen tonight. But if you want it, the best way to gauge isn't through polling. Take polling with a grain of salt. It's important to look at demographics, yes. You can tell where people are doing well and where people aren't. And again, it's only to tell where people are doing well and not. If you're getting 15% in one demographic, you probably have your word cut out for you in that demographic. But if you're doing anywhere between 70 plus, you're probably doing decent. You're probably doing well. But don't ever take it as, oh, this is truth. We're finding this out in a lot of Senate races. We're finding this out in a lot of races tonight. Okay. We have some news, and I would like to take this if you don't mind, Kochi.
You know what? Feel free.
Luke Kochi, your opinion on this? Let me call some of these other races first because there are some races.
Call him out.
So Iowa is going to go to Donald Trump.
Yep.
Montana is going to be going to President Donald Trump. We also have winners in the Senate.
Oh, wait, there's one more.
Which one is that?
Hawaii.
Hawaii is going to former Vice President Joe Biden. Hawaii going to former Vice President Joe Biden.
Then calling in later state.
Okay. Senate. We'll go to Senate real quick. Joni Ernst has won. I don't know if we called that.
She's won.
Joni Ernst has won.
red bags
Jo-
galore.
It seems to be so.
I've seen better ones back. in
Ben Ray
2006.
Lujan has won in New Mexico, so that's gone Democrat.
Yep.
Ah, wrong color.
That is definitely the wrong color.
Yep.
Just some other quick notes before we get to this news.
There's another one.
Mississippi, I'm assuming,
Yes.
has gone red. I don't know who that is, but it's gone red.
We've already called it, but Florida has been called by the New York Times.
We already called it. Florida's been called by the New York Times in case anyone needs.
And Ohio as well have been called by the New York Times.
Yeah, so Ohio and Florida have been called by the New York Times. Again, before we get to this latest news, I don't think we're in Arizona yet, Marcus.
No, I'm looking at Colorado.
We already called Colorado.
For the Senate?
Hickenlooper.
Oh, we called it? Okay.
The Biden camp just released a statement saying we are going to win Pennsylvania while being down by almost 1 million votes.
They
Well,
did.
Also, the mail-ins.
1 million is a hard deficit.
That's almost exactly so.
With
like
62% reporting in, there's.
I
gonna
mean,
be
in
more
Pennsylvania, I could see that happening. I could totally see that happening in Pennsylvania.
So the margins for early vote or for mail-in votes in Pennsylvania, the Republicans have 555,000. The Democrats have 1.7 million. That is about 1 million, and that's assuming no deflections, but that's either way.
I was just say that's very heavily assuming there are no
But
deflections.
I'd figure that the amount of Republican defections is going to be equal to the amount of Republican defections.
You mean Democrat defections?
Well, the amount of deflections for each party to each party
Are probably going to be about equal, give or take.
Yeah, and you have Pittsburgh. You have like places like Pittsburgh who haven't even reported anywhere near the total they did in 2016. We have a ways to go. Philadelphia, not close. Chester County.
Chester County has reported 70%, and it's leading for the president. by
70% of the ones they have. 70% of the ones they have. That is important to note
Yeah.
in this race specifically.
Yes.
It's not 70% of the total. They don't know the total particularly yet. So we're gonna wait on Pennsylvania definitely in the next few days.
Remember when you guys told me that I was reaching on Florida? You guys were reaching on PA.
No, I told you were reaching on Arizona.
No, I always said the president was
I
going to
don't,
lose
I don't think
Arizona.
we're reaching on Pennsylvania. I'd stand by that.
Yeah, I 100% stand by this. We don't.
We'll see in the coming days. You
We don't
guys
nearly
have
have enough.
We're not counting these votes until tomorrow.
Yeah, we don't nearly have enough votes in Pennsylvania,
Are you
especially
saying
in a big
all
district.
Pennsylvania?
Oh God, no.
We're
I
not.
don't think
Well,
it's
we're saying
decided.
too. Are we saying that Trump's going to lose Pennsylvania? No, we're just saying that we shouldn't call it.
Wisconsin, though, is not
At
looking
least
good
that's my
for
opinion.
former Vice President Joe Biden. Biden's brief remarks are over. He made projected optimism, even as many Democrats are deeply anxious about the result. Oh, yeah, Democrats
He's
gonna be
down by almost 5
okay.
points.
Democrats gonna be anxious no matter what happens. Even if they win, they're gonna be pretty freaking anxious
71%.
because they have
5
lost.
points.
Because they are losing quite dramatically in a few key states. I want to talk about this briefly. Elaine Luria and Abigail Spanberger are two moderates who flipped seats in 2018, and they are down big. The elections in those districts have not been called yet, but two moderates, Democratic moderates, who are down big early in their re-election bids. Those are two races to keep very close eyes on.
We're also, it looks like Virginia was called for Warner. Did we call that already?
Yes.
Yeah.
We've
If
talked about
not,
that.
if not, yeah, definitely call that for Warner.
But Virginia is going to be a slim margin of victory for
Biden,
Vice
but
President Biden. He's still down by almost an entire point. Joe Biden had the state called for him over 4 hours ago, and
I
he
think
has not been
I think
leading
it's
once.
but I do think it's if you look at 2016 and now it's gonna happen. It's not a matter of if, it's when.
Well, at this point, it's 12,000 votes.
New Kent only has 63% in.
Okay, so one thing I will note right here.
Fairfax is his last hope.
Let's move on to Minnesota, a state that you believed would flip for President Donald Trump, and I want to note this. Officials have said that they expect the count and report close to 100% of the votes cast before Election Day by noon on Wednesday. So we'll know by tomorrow the result of Minnesota with 74% of the or 72%, 78 rather. 78%
Oh,
of the
hold
results
on.
in minute.
I have a
What?
very important thing that we're all overlooking.
Can I let
What is
me
it?
just finish up Minnesota? You can go to the webcam and do that. So, 78% in Minnesota, and Joe Biden is in the lead. He's won. It's looking like 2 more counties than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Hillary Clinton had 8. I believe he's at 10 right now. Again, Joe Biden is in the lead, and he has won, and he's winning by about 12 points, which equates to just about 300,000 votes. Again, 78% reporting. We'll probably know the full result by sometime on early Wednesday. Be on the lookout for that. I just something to note. Trump's first tweet of the night came as Biden made his remarks, a sign he was glued to his TV. "We are up big," quote, he said, while continuing to cast doubt on the election results. So it seems that Trump's actually espousing some sort of pessimism about his standing. And that's and
Pessimism. He just said we're up big.
well, no, he's thinking pessimistically because he wouldn't say we're up big. He would have just said we've
6
won.
hours ago, he posted, "We are looking really good all over the country."
He's gonna say,
Thank you,
okay.
exclamation
Look.
mark.
President Trump is gonna say that regardless. Right? He's not gonna come out and say, hey, oh God, like unless he truly believes that he's winning or in a position to win. He's gonna say, oh yeah, we're winning big. Of course we are, right? But if he was in a position where they're winning, and he actually believes that they're winning, he would have been like, we won. He would have made a speech by now because that was the strategy beforehand. The election night results, if we're winning big, if we're actually in a position to win, they're gonna go out there and they're gonna claim victory. That was always in the plans. Everyone knows it. It was in the strategy. He said it multiple times.
Yeah, but his advisors tonight are going to keep him more tempered than that. Him
When
saying
when has
we're
Trump's
winning
advisors
big is
been
not
able
a
to keep him
spouting
tempered?
pessimism. Again, you called me nuts for saying that he overperformed in Miami-Dade by 200,000 votes. You are reaching right now, man. You are ridiculously
How am I reaching? I'm
Trump
giving
is
you
not a spouting pessimism by saying we're winning really big.
as opposed to
Joe Biden just said that, and you're not saying he's a spouting pessimism.
Okay, Joe Biden. Joe Biden. I don't know if I necessarily agree with him claiming victory. That's probably not.
He's not claiming victory.
He
Both candidates are saying that.
no.
they're
Joe
doing
Biden
well.
did say he's on track to win. He did say he's on track to win.
Yeah.
So he's essentially. So I don't know if that's really a good sign.
Saying we're on track to win and saying we're looking really good all over the country, thank you, are basically on the same par.
I don't believe so. That's not true. Not for
Trump.
Trump.
No, because
Trump
both candidates have different ways of saying
No.
things.
Donald Trump, throughout his entire presidency, when have you known him to even remotely step back and not just go full force on something? He's not a half
The
measure
last
kind of guy.
debate, he did not go
That
full
was-
force.
Oh
no.
my God! Come
did
on,
not
you're
go
gonna talk
full
about
force
a
on
debate. You're gonna talk about a debate. I'm talking
You're
about
asking
the way
me
that
times where he
I'm
didn't
talking about
rhetorically
the
go
way that
all the way to the
we're getting
wall.
back to the way that we were in the beginning, which was argumentative and CNN.
Yeah, it's because we're tired.
We're really freaking tired.
America, we're great friends, but we're gonna
Yeah.
disagree on this
Yeah.
one. I don't think that's Trump being pessimistic.
I do believe that's Trump being.
I'm going to the webcam.
More so pessimistic. Mute us, man.
And that is why I have the power. So yeah, I kind of teased it about 7 minutes ago that I have some very important news, and we've had a lot of discussions about Virginia, saying that the traditional Virginia areas of Alexandria, Loudoun County, Fairfax have basically all been counted, but there is a place that has only 27% of the vote going, and it's a very heavy Democratic area. And that's
Arlington.
Richmond.
Oh, Richmond.
Richmond is at 27% of the vote.
Oh, wow.
And that is going to be a huge bastion of votes for Joe Biden. Right now, Joe Biden has 71% of the 27% claimed or reported. So if you expand that, that's going to be at least 40,000 votes in Virginia. Like, I mean, I'm just estimating here.
The president only has a 12,000 vote lead on former Vice President Joe Biden right now. He's leading by only 0.4%. So
Richmond can do it.
yeah, Richmond, Marcus, I 100% agree with you. With only 27% calling in, Richmond can flip it over for Biden. I will say that there are other counties like
Well, and I want to be fair too. I do have some experience in Virginia, not as much as in the Midwest where I'm more familiar. But we're looking at 72% in Norfolk County, which I don't think is a huge good
Yep.
away from Fort in Norfolk. Absentee ballots for the military have much more lenient rules, so that's going to be something that is going to happen for a while. You know, we're going to see those votes coming in for a while.
You also have counties like Boatork County, which only has 48%, and that is, granted, you're not going to find as many votes as you will in Richmond and Boatork County, but you still have a shot at President Trump picking up quite a few more votes than people will expect him to. Virginia, I really think, Marcus, and I mean, I want to hear your opinion on this. I think Virginia is going to come down to a closer margin of victory than in 2016 with Secretary Clinton.
Now, I don't think it should have been called as early as it was, considering how close we are now. But I think Richmond was definitely a factor in this in being called.
It had to have been, but I will also say that Westmoreland County and Northumberland County, two rural counties just south of the Chesapeake, they're only at 50% or less.
And it does look like Fairfax is reporting in at 28%.
28%.
But that's not huge. That's going to be a middle ground county.
Yeah.
Right now it's leaning a little bit more towards Biden. I can see that continuing, but that's not going to be a
It might be like a 60-40 type county. It's not going to be a blowout.
Big gains on that. But yeah, if you look at the southern, almost near the border of North Carolina, that's going to be a Democratic vote area. And you got Norfolk County, and you got Portsmouth is actually at 81%. That's going to be more Democratic. But there's also going to be an influx of military absentee ballots. I'd say at least probably in the low thousands, maybe 5 to 10,000, and you're going to see higher margins for Trump, but not too much. There have been studies in the past that show that military votes are actually pretty much 50-50. So there's 25% Republicans, there's 25% Democrats in the military, and 50% independents. Consistently when they poll this among officers and enlisted. So we're not going to see huge influxes and changes when it comes to those absentee votes, but I'd say, if I had to guess, they're probably going to be maybe an extra 1,000 for Trump when those actually get called in.
Like a net 1,000, you'd say?
Net 1,000.
Yeah. So Marcus, something else that I want to look at right here with Virginia is Henrico County, Chesterfield County, and Powhatan County. Those are three counties that are Richmond suburbs. They're right on the outskirts of the city. All three leaning toward the president. One heavily, one moderately, one lightly. All three at 50% of the vote counted, or less. Basically, you have 28% in Chesterfield. You have 54% in Powhatan counted, and you have only 37 in Henrico County. If the president can perform in the suburbs, something that he's been gunning for, the amount of times that I've seen a tweet saying, "I will save the suburbs" over the past month and a half has been ridiculous. If the president can shore up his support in the suburbs, something that he's struggled with a little bit in Ohio and in other states, but that he's holding the line at, you might very well see him gaining some votes in these counties as well. Now, I don't think the state of Virginia will go to President Trump. In my election map that I presented with you guys in the very beginning, I did not think Virginia would go to Trump. But the margin of victory is going to be incredibly slim in this state. With the amount of votes coming back in and the amount of votes that we still have left, I think you're going to see a lot closer than what you saw with Secretary Clinton. And if I had to attribute that to something, Marcus, I would honestly probably put that on Second Amendment rights. Gun rights has been a huge cornerstone of Virginia politics over the past half a year.
Hold on here, though. But when you look at it, why does Werner has a 5-point lead right now? Why does Werner have a 5-point lead if gun rights is the number one thing that you think is driving this?
Probably because people are looking at the president as because Virginia senators have never been incredibly tough on Second Amendment rights. So you can trust a
Werner's been no friend of the NRA.
No, they haven't been friends of the NRA. But Virginia senators haven't been incredibly tough on Second Amendment rights. So I could see perhaps Virginians giving Werner the benefit of the doubt that, like Jim Webb, who I believe used to represent Virginia, correct? Am I right on that, Omer?
You're right, but I have no time.
Yeah. So like Jim Webb, a Democrat, former Secretary of the Navy under Ronald Reagan, or Assistant Secretary of the Navy, he was a Democrat that espoused Second Amendment rights. They could trust Werner, perhaps, to do so. When it comes to former Vice President Joe Biden and President Trump. Although the gun lobbies will say that Trump has been no staunch ally of Second Amendment rights, Biden and his vice presidential candidate Kamala Harris have espoused nothing but vitriolic statements towards the Second Amendment and gun rights. And the governor of Virginia, forgetting his name, Ralph Northam. Yep. Does nothing but infringe upon them constantly. The state senate, which is now turned blue for the first time in 40 years, something like that, has started putting legislation towards restricting firearms rights of individual citizens. So with Virginia in particular, more so than other states, I can see this as being a keystone issue of the voting population. This is something that can turn a working class Union Democrat into a Trump voter overnight.
Well, here's what I'd have to say in response to that. I don't think it's guns. I think it's coal in the western part of Virginia.
Interesting.
West Virginia. Well, I mean, I'll go to an old adage. There's a common debate on whether or not the Country Roads Take Me. Is it Take Me Home? Just Take Me Home is the title.
By the way, that song is about Maryland. In case you didn't know.
It's about, what's it called? It's like Sweetwater Road or whatever it is.
No, it's Country Roads.
Take Me Home to the Place I Belong.
Country Roads Take Me Home, I believe. Well,
No, Country Roads. It's just the name.
Country Roads.
Okay.
Okay, but let me finish this.
Just to be clear, for the 3 people that are watching, Country Roads is definitely the name of the song. Oh, God bless us.
And we have an actual live audience.
We do have a live audience, and we have 5 viewers, guys. We're catching up to the mainstream media.
You mean the mainstream media? But let me finish this anyway, alright? So some people say that this song, I'm not gonna say that, I don't know. It's apparently Country Roads.
Almost heaven.
It's about West Virginia, like the state. A lot of people will say it's about Western Virginia, and apparently there's some who say it's about Maryland. That's news to me.
It's about a road in Maryland and geographic features that are found in Virginia, and he sings about West Virginia. It's a geographical region that literally doesn't exist. But Marcus, continue.
So what I'm saying is that this song depicts a region of West Virginia and western part of Virginia. These areas are very intertwined economically and socially and have the same values. Trump does very well in West Virginia because of coal. And he does well in Western Virginia because of coal. He does it because he has that type of voter in that region relates to Trump's populism better than it would a conventional Republican. I don't know the facts, and obviously we won't know all of the facts until all the votes are in. But I would say that this western region of Virginia is the reason why Trump is even in this race. Well, he's not in this race, but was even in this race. I would like to come back to this, and if we ever do have a podcast with all 3 of us again, I would like to do that at some point after the election and break down these things that we're kind of questioning now when we have concrete facts that we can point to. But I would beg to argue that this western region of Virginia broke more for Trump than it did the Republican Senate candidate.
I think firearm ownership is a cornerstone of the populist movement. The whole point is to be able to oppose a grandstanding, overreaching government. The whole point is to oppose forces that would otherwise change your own culture, your own identity. So I'll agree with you to the point of energy had a lot to do with it. The economics had a lot to do with it. But I really think that Second Amendment rights are weighing in on Virginia minds tonight. Now, will that push VA red? Probably not.
Elaine Luria has retaken the lead. So in the Virginia congressional race, the one, she's one of the people I was talking about that flipped before, so she's retaking the lead.
Is it enough to turn Virginia red? I don't think so, but it is enough to make a statement about the state by keeping the margins so close that you won't be able to know until tomorrow.
I have a projection, by the way.
Absolutely.
Oh, we have a
Now
projection?
yes, we absolutely do have a projection. Would you like to call it, or shall I? Because I was wrong on this.
Why don't you put your name on it?
I'll put my name on it. Luke Alexander Kochi, was wrong in projecting the following state. And by such, I lose the CUA Politics Department
Poll.
bet on this. No, there's an actual bet where I'd have won stuff. I'm peeved right now. Marcus, are you ready?
I am ready.
Former Vice President Joseph R. Biden of Pennsylvania will carry the state of Minnesota and its 10 electoral votes, blocking Trump's entire sweep of the Rust Belt. The Trump campaign was hopeful about Minnesota, and in days following the Kenosha shooting, they had believed that they might actually be able to make up ground in light of the recent protests and riots. However, it has now been called for former Vice President Joseph Biden. Minnesota has long been a blue state, or at very least to my knowledge, since the Clinton days. I believe. I could be wrong on that.
You're goddamn right, Ted. So, no, Hillary, we did our darndest and we won that state, but,
our internal polling was pretty good on that. As far as Hillary Clinton winning, Hillary and I, we go back a long time. She's my wife, but it's just a little bit.
So Minnesota has prevented a Rust Belt sweep. President Trump only lost Minnesota by 40,000 votes.
40,000 votes.
In 2016, and is currently losing the state by a 10% margin of 1.5 million votes to 1.2 million votes, effectively having about a 270,000 vote deficit to Vice President Biden. This being a punch in the gut for the Trump campaign, as sentiments in Minnesota can arguably be reflected in Wisconsin and in Michigan, where we await the final results. Wisconsin, of course, leaning towards President Trump, 51 to 47, with only 72% reporting, and Michigan leaning 53 to 44 towards President Trump, with only 58% reporting.
Yeah.
These two states are still up in the air right now for both candidates. If you're the Trump campaign, you're praying, you are hopeful, and if you're the Biden campaign, you are sweating and you are praying for deliverance from what the exit polls and voting results look right now.
So if you're Joe Biden, so here's the thing. He won Arizona. Let's say that hypothetically, it was all hypothetical. We're not
Hypothetically, for the sake of the argument.
right. We're not calling anything obviously right now. But if let's just say hypothetically, Joe Biden loses, like Donald Trump wins North Carolina, Donald Trump wins Georgia. We don't know if that's gonna happen. We might find out tomorrow. Might find out in the next few days. But
Let's just assume that for argument's sake. If Joe Biden's still not in a terrible position, because I still believe Michigan, again, a lot of ballots to be cast there. To be counted there. Now, if Joe Biden loses Wisconsin, if Donald Trump wins Wisconsin, then I truly do believe that Joe Biden should be sweating it out, and he probably will be, because that means that you probably lost a lot of people in Michigan. That means you probably have lost working class people like you did in Ohio, or didn't gain working class people in Pennsylvania. And if that's the case, it's again not looking good for the Democratic Party. But yeah, so this is. So I don't really think, but I think even doing that is hyperbole at this point. It's we have to wait till at least Wisconsin to even really speculate on where this is going. Maine has not been called yet, obviously. We're gonna wait on Maine.
Do we have any results from this Senate race?
Sarah Gideon came out and said she will not be making a speech tonight. Instead, the campaign said in a statement, it is clear that the race will not be called tonight. So, and it's pretty clear if you look at it. Well, I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of ballots. So there's going to be.
Give a little bit of hope to the Susan Collins camp.
Maybe.
The Democratic candidate won't just go ahead. I mean, maybe it's just being cordial.
Maybe it's just being factual. Maybe it's just being honest. But I do believe that Sarah Gideon does mean well when she says that. Twitter placed a warning label on Trump's tweet that claimed without evidence that the Democrats were trying to steal the election, noting that the tweet contained misleading information. God bless you, Dorsey. But let's.
Oh, can we talk about that for a second?
We will. I do want to talk about.
Social media censorship.
let's talk about that after I quickly give an update on Montana, which
By all means.
is
your show.
extremely close. Montana is just about it's only a what is that 6,000 vote difference, and Billings is only reporting Billings is actually reporting 94%, but Missoula is reporting 98% win for Bullock. Hill County is only reporting 8%. So we have a few counties that haven't even reported. We have a bunch of counties actually that have not reported yet, but.
Sure there are people in those counties?
We are half sure that there are people in those counties. So let's we're gonna hold off on probably the Montana Senate, but that's a close race. Like I said, it's gonna be a close race regardless because of how popular Steve Bullock is in that state. We're gonna see if maybe again my Reuben almost came out there. I'm gonna see if maybe Daines can hold on there. I'm hopeful that he won't, but we will see. Purdue is up pretty by a lot on Ossoff, but what?
CNN
Has not
still
confirmed.
hasn't called Texas, Arizona, Florida, or Ohio.
No, New York Times has called. New York Times has called. Okay, yeah. Well,
Okay.
even well, I mean,
Well,
I'm very confident. If I'm wrong, I will shave my head.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
You hold me to
I'm
it.
gonna hold you.
I
to
did-
that. That
I-
includes the beard.
I did
that
not.
includes the beard and the mustache.
I did not say when I would do
And
it.
show up.
Did
that
not-
includes the beard and the mustache.
Did not say when I do it though.
I want a commitment. Can you commit right now, Omar, across this debate stage, that you will not shave your face?
I did say on this podcast that I would, or on this stream that I would not lie. I'm not, and if I did, I would be honest about it. Look,
Oh, of course.
If I lied, I would be honest.
look.
Well, I lied. I'd be completely honest
I'm
about
just
that.
kidding. If I was wrong, I'd be honest
What are you,
about it.
CIA?
Don't get me started. That's a
Now
whole.
they're watching. We got an extra viewer.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all of us, thank you for sticking with us tonight as we go through these rants and
Hellacious times. Oh my.
hellacious times.
This is okay. Let's talk about this quickly. We are living we live in a society. No, let me be.
Wonder how I got these battleground seats.
God damn it! Look, in all seriousness, though, we do live in an extremely interesting times, regardless of where this election goes, regardless of where the next 4 years lead to. We definitely live in interesting times. That's what this election has showed. That's what a lot of these results are showing. But again, let's be honest. None of this is out of the ordinary. The key here, I think, to look for in the next few hours is the Wisconsin results. If the Wisconsin results come out in favor of Trump, I think that's something to look forward to. Again, do not in any way take Wisconsin as Trump winning this election, because it's not. That's not what it means outright. But will it hint to it? Maybe. But don't look for that as determining the election. I believe Marcus is getting giddy over here. So we're going to take it to the webcam.
Oh my God. So yes, I am a little bit giddy. That's what I am. Okay. So I just want to read some of the comments. We have the boss. He has said Marcus looks like he's a hacker, and I love that comment. He also said should put up some acoustic foam in the garage. That is a fair criticism.
If you would like to fund said addition to my garage,
We-
I'm sure myself and my landlords would be fairly receptive of it. So by all means, my Venmo is, well, we'll get to that at another
Well,
point.
actually, you don't need to Venmo, because this actually has a donation thing.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. YouTube has donations under streams.
No, I say that like, really?
It does. It actually. It's
Well,
good.
folks, if you would like to donate to my garage getting soundproofed, or
Yes.
alternatively the cheaper option, which would be to silence my roommates, by all means, please let us know in the comments, which I will thank you for actually commenting, asking questions, prompting us to discuss other things.
So
Now, Marcus, what other comments do we have right now?
So yeah, if you
Joe
want to
Foster
donate,
commented a while ago.
if you want to donate through the donate button, and then say what you want your donation for, and then we will get if you donate $10, we will get $10 worth of acoustic foam, and you will see the
Also, if you want to contribute,
Patreon.com/OQ podcast. Patreon.com/OQ podcast.
Can I just give you $10?
What?
What?
You could. I mean, you do it on Patreon.com. That way, it'll show I have a patron.
But wait, we have one more comment to read.
Oh Lord.
Notice good
And actually, we can't read that. We can't read that.
Oh,
We can't read that.
let me read it.
Did
No,
somebody earlier named, I think it was Sophie J,
Oh, I know.
asked about Georgia. Omar, we haven't really gone in depth into Georgia, and I've even had texts maybe 3 or 4 from friends tonight asking Luke what is going on in the Peach State.
Wait, question. Just come back to me real quick. Unmute me.
So I got a question. Was the one comment you weren't gonna read about me?
Oh no.
It was a comment about me and the way I'm speaking right now. But we're not gonna get into that. Let's talk about Georgia.
Let's talk about
Let's twerk about Georgia.
Let's talk about the state of the Peachoid.
The Peachoid. So
Kevin
Georgia.
Spacey, I mean Frank Underwood. I mean,
Do not code that. He was South Carolina in that show. Do not co-sign that.
But the real
There was a
Peachoid
peach.
isn't
There was a
Georgia.
peach there. Do not co-sign that, Coachy. It was Gaffney, South Carolina. Coachy, we do not co-sign that. Kevin Spacey is not a good person. So
Not a good person. Take note.
let's look at the Georgia Senate races. So Georgia Senate races, no surprise here. Kelly Loeffler and Ralph Warnock have both won. Warnock getting 30%, Loeffler getting 27.2%, very close for Doug Collins for that Georgia race for Republicans, but they're both going to go in a runoff. Now, getting to the main course of this Georgia Senate race, let's look at the race between incumbent David Perdue and Democratic challenger John Ossoff. Probably, I don't know. Probably some corporate guy. I thought it was Tyson.
Tyson's the other one. There's Purdue and Tyson.
No, I only eat
Tyson,
Mike Tyson chicken. I only eat Mike Tyson chicken.
Well, Purdue makes some great pre-packaged chicken.
So,
individual packaged chicken
Purdue is right now. He's up by 300,000 votes still,
hard, possible to overcome,
but
difficult
it
to
could take a couple days for all mail-in ballots to be scanned and counted.
Georgia will take quite a while.
And we're not seeing the results or the turnout that we saw, or right now we're not seeing the same amount of people that we saw in 2016. So it's gonna be a while for those mail-in ballots, I think, to come in. That's definitely true. So we're gonna wait off on the Georgia race. Again, the main thing for anyone who's looking at a race right now, if you're looking for the presidential race, next few hours, I would say 10 to 12 hours, definitely keep an eye on your notifications. Keep an eye on the state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin is key because if Trump loses that state now, I do believe that in that case, it's still going to be very hard for him to win because he would still need to get Pennsylvania and Michigan.
I think Michigan. Forgive me. I think Wisconsin is an easier state for the president
Much
to
easier.
win than Michigan.
Much easier
Especially
state.
because of the auto industry bailouts. But what I'll say is, currently, former Vice President Joe Biden holds not a lead in Wisconsin. He is leading in 14 counties, contrasted with only the 13 counties that Secretary Clinton won in 2016.
Can I just say something real quick?
Sure.
God bless the Washington Post. Trump is projected to hold the key state, battleground state of Florida. God bless him.
They're a little bit behind, but I commend their thoroughness? Question mark.
Hey man, hey,
O'Leary? Question mark.
keep talking.
So, In Ohio, we saw that the president was losing in many more counties. 14 counties at his max. He was losing, contrasted to the 8 counties that Secretary Clinton won in 2016. And he came back, and now I believe it's only 7 counties that former Vice President Joe Biden is carrying. So 1 less than Secretary Clinton. Trump has flipped Clinton counties and lost only 1 of his own that he passed. I believe it was Dayton, Delaware County in Ohio, or Dayton County. Whichever one holds Dayton, Ohio. I can't remember off the top of my head. In Wisconsin, former Vice President Joe Biden only holds 1 more county than Secretary Clinton won. If the numbers of Ohio and the trend of Ohio are similar to that of Wisconsin, you will more than likely see a Trump victory. But there's still a lot of votes yet to come in. Currently, the state is at 75% reporting. But with 75% reporting, you have the president holding about 110,000 vote lead. That 110,000 vote lead results in about a 4+ point lead in terms of percentage points. The president has a good shot of holding Wisconsin. And I agree with Omar. If the president can hold the line in Wisconsin, I think that means that he has a shot at victory because it's easier to win. Yes.
A shot. Look, this is.
It's not a 1 in a million shot.
It's
a good
it's
chance.
It's an indication. We need to remember that indication is different than projecting
Yes.
a winner, than predicting, that even really being likely.
Yes.
Because we don't know. Michigan is a true toss-up because of the auto bailouts that happened under Biden and Obama.
Because there's a lot of goodwill for him there.
Despite
Now,
former Vice President
No,
Biden being
I
down
actually I don't know if you maybe while I'm speaking, can you check the math on this real quick?
for which state?
No, I'm saying like projected like
the New York Times finally declared Texas for Trump.
Listen, folks, you heard it here first. The New York Slimes is now catching up.
I do not
They're a
refer
little
to
bit
them as
slow,
that. Do
but you know
not
what?
refer to them as
We
that.
appreciate their thoroughness. just
OQ
like the
Media and
Washington
OQ Politics does not co-sign anything. His views are his own.
Indeed, my views are my own. They are
And-
not reflective of anybody else's.
Oh, can I get a disclaimer too?
Go ahead, get your
Sure.
disclaimer.
Oh,
So we're gonna shoot through the webcam.
we are okay. So yeah, my disclaimer is all my views. I'll own them. They don't reflect anyone in this room. I feel like I'm just.
Except for him.
No, yeah, just me. I'll just throw all my views.
God
But
bless.
Also, while I have the camera, can I say some more things?
Go ahead, buddy.
All right, I like to say things. But yeah, so this is going to be a little segment of the show called "What Urban Areas Are Still Left Out." So Milwaukee is at a solid 36%, like it has been for a long time.
Marcus, can you mute me and Omar for a second?
All right. So yeah, Milwaukee has been at 36% for a long time, and the rest of Wisconsin as a whole has 75% of its votes in. Milwaukee 36%. That's looking good for Biden in Wisconsin. Now this is going to be very interesting for everyone out there. Georgia is reporting 86% for the entire state. But when you look at the counties, it's getting pretty insane, right? So DeKalb County, which includes a big swath of a swatch, I don't know, a big part of Atlanta, is at 39%. This county is going 83% for Biden at this point. When these votes hit, it's gonna be big. It's gonna be massive. Same thing with Fulton County. Fulton County is the biggest part of Atlanta, and it has 72% for Biden with 72% of votes in. Georgia might actually go for Biden this election. This is getting insane. Same thing with Cobb County. It's got 91%, which actually that's not so important compared to the other two, But same thing with Cobb and Douglas. Is are two counties that are pro-Biden and have thousands of votes.
You think they're gonna pull in 300,000 votes, Marcus?
This is just Atlanta. This is just Atlanta. Savannah is at 80%. And then Daughtry County, which
Daughtry.
Daughtry is at 49% with a 40% percentage advantage.
Yeah, but you have counties like
Secretary of State.
you have counties like
Sorry.
Telfair.
Guys, Secretary of State of Georgia.
Oh, they already said it wouldn't be called until midday on Wednesday.
Yeah,
Right?
Secretary of State of Georgia has said that we will know by tomorrow who the winner is. That's just noting. So, again, 2 states to look out for midday tomorrow: Wisconsin, Georgia. Trump's hold on to Georgia. If Trump holds on to Georgia, it's probably a good indication of things that happen in North Carolina.
The lone Democrat in Georgia has just. Oh, sorry, not Democrat in Georgia. The lone Democrat in Oklahoma has just conceded her race to the Republicans, giving them a 100% margin.
Who's the Democrat in Oklahoma?
Kendra Horn.
Oh,
Kendra Horn has lost her seat and conceded the race. Not
Oh,
even
dear.
losing. She has given up all hope on the race. Democrats losing at very least one seat in the House. Definitely
just to talk about something to come back to something we talked about before. J.D. Scholten has now lost that race in Iowa for I believe it was Steve King's old seat. He had a decent showing. Kara Eastman, and so this race is actually pretty interesting if we look at it. Nebraska's second district. Nebraska's second district between incumbent Don Bacon and Kara Eastman with 97% reporting. Don Bacon only has a 15,000 vote lead. There's still a lot of votes to be counted. There's apparently some mail-in votes to be counted. So they're not calling the election yet, but that's something to keep an eye on because, and regardless, I just want this to be known. Regardless of whether or not she even wins, the fact that this race is as close as it is in a state that is as red as Nebraska is an accomplishment because Kara Eastman isn't just your, regular Democrat. She is a Bernie Sanders, Andrew Yang type of progressive candidate.
But a Bernie Sanders Democrat that has that prairie populism to their note is going to obviously do.
That's
better
what
than
I'm
a neoliberal
trying.
Democrat.
That's what I'm trying to
Absolutely.
say. But
Yeah.
look. I don't have to convince you. I have to convince the neo-libs and the neo-cons watching at home, and the moderates watching at home of this.
Bernie Sanders-esque candidate is going to do.
But
better
the media
than
will never.
Nebraska.
The media will never say it.
No, absolutely not.
That's
but of
why I'm
course-
trying to say it. So let me freaking say it. Look. I mean, this is an accomplishment. It's akin to Jessica Cisneros in Texas against Henry Cuellar, one of the only Democrats who was pro-life. He almost lost his primary to a Democratic Socialist incumbent. If you look at someone like Dan Lipinski, another moderate, very conservative Democrat, lost his primary, and Mary Newman is now going to be the new congresswoman in that district in Illinois.
Homer.
Yes, sir?
I just want to mention something about Green Bay when you get the chance.
You could have just waited. I was about to end.
Okay.
But you're seeing this. You're seeing, regardless of this election, I think in the future, and this is, given the results of this and how electable Biden allegedly was, or still is, there's a lot of time. I think in the future, it really, if you're looking for the betterment of people and the betterment of the future of your party, if you're a Democratic Party, you need to start including these progressives and giving them a real voice and not tokenizing them in the way that you are. Otherwise, you're going to alienate the voters. You're going to alienate them. Because these are the people who actually are able to connect to working class people. They're able to connect to working class voters and working class Americans everywhere. And, it might not be the way that you want it, but you really need to start looking at it if you're the Democrats. Luke Kochi.
Wow.
Believe
Call that seventh grade.
it
English
is.
teacher.
It is 1:30 a.m. Luke, Green Bay.
We started at. Can we take a moment to say that we started at 6?
I started way before 6. I got here with all my equipment in like 11.
Fair.
So
At
So-
some point we
so
gotta
there's-
show this setup.
There's two things that I want to mention. The first is that in Brown County, the county that encompasses Green Bay. The president is leading with over 60% of the vote in by 15 points.
Jesus.
An incredible margin for a major urban area. Now, Marcus?
Can I take that for a second?
Sure.
So yes, I think a huge part of that is Brett Favre's endorsement. Back to you, Luke.
Wait, who did Brett Favre endorse in that race?
Brett
Favre endorsed Trump.
Damn. You cut the wrong transition
Yeah,
with it already.
I did.
So, anyways, the next thing I want to address is that you were talking about Trump saying winning big about 45 minutes ago, and you said that's defeatism. Biden said, "I think we got this in the bag," or something of that note, and then also just announced he's going home to go to bed. You want to talk about defeatism from a candidate? Say, "We're gonna win, guys. Don't worry," and then go to sleep.
Okay. All right.
Sleepy Joe,
Put
Joe
the
Biden,
camera- Put the camera on.
going
me.
straight
Put the camera
into
on
the
me.
Trump stereotypes of Joe Biden.
See, now you're just gaslighting. This is what
You're doing is you're just
No,
gas-
gaslighting is me quoting QAnon theories. This is me calling you
That's
out
not
on saying Trump is
gaslighting.
embracing
No,
defeatism.
that's not gaslighting. That's just shit talking. So let's be
Oh,
honest.
number 7.
Number 7. I will be donating $14 to Amnesty International after this. Look,
Can't you do Doctors Without Borders?
I will donate $14 to something very, very beneficial to everybody. Okay, look. Actually, I'm gonna donate to the Yemeni crisis. Okay,
Absolutely.
that's what I'm gonna donate to. Decided that. Okay, so look. No, but this is gaslighting, dude. You can't just.
You can't just take one tweet and say, "Oh, that's defeatism," and then when I
It
say
is
actually
though.
Joe
It is.
Biden,
No, it's not
it's
about
not.
defeatism. It's about like, dude. You and I both know when the president. You and I both know how to read the president at this point. You and I are in deep in politics. We've been reading into this, and we're not one of these, people. We're not one of these CEOs or one of these people who's like working in politics and doesn't know what a meme is until 2020. All right, completely sidetrack this. CNN.
both
Okay.
veterans of the Great Meme War.
Chris Glizza called 2020 a few months ago the meme election, which is hilarious, considering 2016
was the
meme election. This is like the anxiety,
Revenge of the meme election.
revenge of the meme election. I don't understand. See, so we're not out of touch, people. We're completely in touch with voters. We're completely in touch with politics. You cannot sit here and tell me that if Donald Trump didn't think he was in position to win Wisconsin, in position to win Michigan, in position to win these states, he would not have already said, "Hey, he would have at least said we're in position to win," because his rhetoric leading up to this point about everything in his presidency
And
has
if he had
has led up to this point. He would have done that. That's it. Everything tells you that, and you
And
cannot.
if he had, you
let
said
me
he'd
finish.
be trampling upon
Let me
democracy,
please,
Omar.
Let me Can
He's
I
being
finish?
respectful.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish? Okay, I'm finished.
He's being respectful right now, and you are absolutely
Respectful.
trashing the president.
Respectful.
No, because if the president
Oh
declared
my
victory,
God,
no,
respectful.
because you know for a
The
fact,
man,
Omar.
the man who says
no,
that.
Omar,
oh,
stop.
come on.
Now can I finish?
Oh my
The-
God, respect.
If the president declared victory right now, if the president said, Wisconsin is mine, Michigan is mine, Pennsylvania is mine, North Carolina is mine,
Mhm.
Georgia is mine, you'd say this is an absolute disgrace to the democratic tenets of our country. You'd say this is a disgrace to the republic.
You're damn right I
disgrace
would,
to
because it would
democracy.
be.
And the president's not doing
We're
that.
not talking about whether or not it's a disgrace to the democratic process. We're not talking about that. What I'm talking about is how the president feels. We can't. The president has been tweeting enough over the past 4 years.
The
Let me
president is being
finish.
presidential.
Let me finish. All right. Look, the president's been tweeting enough. We know the way this man thinks. We know the way his brain works, dude. If he's not outright and if he's not extremely expressive and concise about the way he feels about something, you know something's off.
Bro, Biden just said we're gonna win and then went to bed.
Okay.
If there's nothing more that's pure
And I don't
Joe
agree with-
Biden,
and
that's
I don't
it.
agree with that either. But we weren't talking about Joe Biden. We were talking about the president. We were talking about Donald Trump. So don't try to change the subject.
Is it so far-fetched that he's being respectful
okay,
of the democratic
okay,
process?
Okay, this is what. Okay, I'm gonna be real with y'all. the 5 people who's watching, this is what a lot of mainstream conservative media and mainstream conservative campaigns do. They completely change the subject so you're distracted from the original point.
I'm not distracting
This
you.
is always what they do. Look, you cannot sit here and tell me that Donald Trump is confident about this election.
I can. Donald
He's
Trump is
not.
confident about this election.
He's
I
not.
just said it right there.
He's not. The way he's speaking about it, he's not confident about this
Listen,
election.
if I was looking at Michigan, if I was looking at
We're not
Wisconsin,
looking. We're talking-
if I was
we're
looking
trying
at
to interpret the way he did.
Pennsylvania, then I would be confident. Obviously, he is looking. He's the
Okay,
president of the
I
United
think
States.
this is probably a good time for a break.
Okay, what are we doing? 20 minutes?
Let's go about another 20-minute break, then we'll reassess and see where we are. How about this? We'll come back at about 2.
All right, 2.
We'll come back at about 2 a.m.
Well, we'll do 2.
We'll do 2 a.m. We'll see where we are. I'll probably grab something to eat if I can. But we're gonna see where we are, and we'll hopefully cool down and finish this conversation off screen.
I think it's like 45 degrees outside, so we got a good shot at doing that.
Cool. We'll be back in 20. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our stream. This is going to be we bump ba-da-dum, bump 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 bump. We have NBC on upstairs. We were watching, just tuning into some of the coverage of lamestream media, MSDNC. So before we get into it, again, subscribe to the channel for the 3 people probably still watching, and welcome if you are. We have a few more things to get to as we are coming down to hopefully the end of this stream. Lots of things have happened tonight. Lots of things are gonna happen tomorrow. Remember, main thing to remember is, as an American, be steadfast in your beliefs and always also be able to understand where where a lot of the pain is in this country. That's how you're going to win elections. This is how you're going to see the other side of things. So, moving on. Big race tonight, Luke, in Alaska. We have not gotten to this, but this is a race that I actually wanted to talk about. Independent Al Gross is running against incumbent Republican Senator Dan Sullivan. And that race is too close to be called. Not a lot of precincts reporting, but polling in that district in that race has been extremely close throughout this election. Dan Sullivan again is the incumbent Alaskan senator. Al Gross running an independent campaign. I actually know one of the people who worked on his campaign. Worked with me on Neil Simon for U.S. Senate. And it's very much he's running I believe as someone who's going to caucus with them, but he's going to add to that Democratic wing of the Democratic Party. So it's independent wing of the Democratic Party. So it would be like people like Bernie Sanders, people like Angus King, and it's not necessarily left wing as Bernie Sanders is. Angus King is pretty moderate, and I believe that's more so where Al Gross would fit into if he were elected. So. Again, a very close race, and it's another election. Like I was talking about the Montana election, it's another election that could very well shift focus and shift things unexpectedly in this entire landscape.
Omar, it very well could shift things, with the Republican hoping to hold on by the majority by either one.
A Republican hoping to hold on by a majority.
Sorry,
I'm so glad we got that right.
The Republicans hoping to hold their majority by 1 or 2 votes, or by 1 or 2 seats
it's
at
late,
most
people.
in the Senate. It really does mean a lot that we're questioning the state of Alaska's Senate race, especially since President Trump won his race in Alaska of a margin of, I believe it was like 53 to 38%.
Oh, did we call Alaska?
2016.
Did we call Alaska yet?
No, he's at 2016.
Oh, okay.
In 2016.
Okay.
No. We have not called Alaska yet. That being said,
I'll let you make that call.
Sitting Senator Dan Sullivan has a pretty good shot at winning. Polls have him winning from 3 points up to 8 points up across the state. The state heavily favors President Trump, and while Senator Sullivan has not been the largest public advocate of the president, he has voted with Mitch McConnell literally 97% of the time during his tenure as a senator in the past several years, and by voting with Mitch McConnell, he by and large, also votes with the president. I think that you're going to see Dan Sullivan keeping his Senate seat for the next 6 years, whether it's because the people like him or whether the people like President Trump and are willing to stomach Senator Sullivan in order to afford President Trump majority in the Senate, no matter how slim. I think we're going to see Senator Dan Sullivan coming out with a win tonight, Homer. Polls indicative of that. The general leanings of Alaska indicative of that. Al Gross had a shot. He still has a shot, but really, it's getting close to a fool's hope at this point that he is going to be winning the Senate election up here in Alaska, especially with the president polling so well.
According to political polls, Susan Collins' margin in Maine is currently 16 points ahead of where Trump is. Interesting.
Wait.
Okay.
Can I say this? Can I say this on camera? If Susan Collins wins her Senate race tonight, I will just by and large eat the door
off my hinges. I will be
Well,
that shocked.
We
Out the door.
Actually, we do. We have my closet door that's currently in our garage.
I,
took it
um,
off its hinges
I
2 weeks
will
ago.
I will keep you to your word on that. We will have a video if in fact Susan Collins does win. We will have a video
You
of
know-
Luke Kochi eating a door.
I will say this though. One of the things that I discussed with Omer and other friends before the presidential election is that the polls for a lot of voters may just be indicative of how they're feeling in the moment. Insofar as when they get in the booth or when they receive that ballot in the mail and they want to vote for President Trump and they know that without a Senate majority, he cannot properly govern and we will just have 4 years of absolute hellish gridlock. Voters may just stomach Susan Collins. Now, I believe that applies to Republican voters. I don't know if that applies to independent voters. Independent voters might feel differently. You know, Susan Collins for years has had Democrats and independents that vote for her. For years, that has been a trademark. She has been a New England moderate Republican that has been able to garner support from all sides of the aisle, and especially the center of the aisle. But when it comes to this election, she has seemingly lost a lot of her support from all of those factions because she rhetorically will speak against the president. She will then practically vote with the president, angering both the right and the left in equal parts. But when it comes down to it, I think the Republicans in the state and perhaps independents that lean Republican are just unregistered and are just not registered as Republicans. I think they will end up voting for Susan Collins largely, not all, largely because they know that without granting President Trump, if he does win a re-election bid, if he does win, a Senate majority, they'd be throwing him into the lion's den, and essentially they'd be throwing the country into an LA 14-lane style gridlock on a freeway. It's not going to be fun. No one wants to see it. So I think Susan Collins has a shot. Like I said before, though, if she wins, I'm going to eat a door that's in my garage right now because I'm going to be that shocked.
The video will definitely be on this channel if that happens.
Is that an OQ Politics promise, Omer?
OQ Politics promise. Now, is this a promise to eat? How much of the door are we going to be eating in this video?
See, just like you said that you'd shave your head and didn't specify when, I'm not going to specify how much of the door I'm going to eat.
Fair enough. Okay, so
Are you going to pack the quartz?
me personally, probably not. I don't think I'm gonna ever have that much power. But so okay. One thing I did want to get to, we talked about the Alaska Senate race. Let's go back to talk about the presidency just very briefly. So right now Joe Biden has about a almost a 1.5 million popular vote lead on President Donald Trump. The former vice president, of course, was probably expected to win popular vote. He was up in national polling a lot. So the question becomes, Luke, it's looking more and more likely Joe Biden, no matter what happens in Wisconsin, no matter what happens in a lot of these states, he's more than likely probably going to win the popular vote. And it's looking like we're going to end up in a situation where Democrat wins the popular vote. And potentially, again, very potentially, we're nowhere near. Like, I'm not even gonna even hint as to where we're going on this, but potentially, if President Trump wins, we could have a third time in the past 20 years that a Democrat has lost the presidency but won the popular vote. Now, I know you're a big staunch supporter of the Electoral College. And this is something I had Dwayne Paul Murphy, a grassroots advocate out in California. He was on the podcast, and we were talking about some reforms to the Electoral College and how we can have people's voice heard better, but also keep the republic-style politics and republic-style representation that we need in this country, right?
Or I just want to let you know we might have another call-in guest. A friend of mine that's studying law in Ireland. Can we support it?
Nah, I think we're good on calling. Like, I already took all the equipment away for
Oh, you took all the equipment away for it?
splitter and shit. Yeah.
Oh, really? Where is it? This is gonna be an interesting take.
We can do a Zoom call like tomorrow for this. I'll do a Zoom with you guys
It's in
tomorrow.
Ireland.
He or she can zoom in tomorrow.
Yeah, I think this is gonna have to be saved for the audio podcast, which we should plug.
We should plug. By the way, we should plug the audio podcast. Omer 2020, OMER 2020 on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, and wherever you get your podcast today. It's going to be rebranded in the next few weeks to the OQ Politics Podcast. Make sure you subscribe for all the updates on that. Follow me on Twitter at OMERQ_. And if worst case, follow us on Facebook. Very easy at OQ Politics. Now, back to the Electoral College. Again, had Dwayne Paul Murphy on to talk about the Electoral College, and one of the things that we kind of came to was a little bit of a
Bringing Dwayne Paul in?
no. We talked, and we had a little bit of a I think more of a compromise about how to keep a representative republic mindset to the Electoral College, but also have the people's
Constitutional republic with democratic tenets woven in.
Sure, yeah, whatever you want to spin it as. Basically, it's on lines of a proportional electoral college, and how that would work is, kind of like how the primaries work. You guess my drift?
Yes.
So so the number of electoral votes would be allocated based off of your total winning percentage in that state, which, if you look at it, that does make sense. It's not a winner take all. So if someone wins a state by 1% or less than 1%, all of their votes don't go automatically out of state. It's proportionally allocated, right? And what do you think about that? As someone who's a staunch supporter of the Republic of the Electoral College, ignoring the fact that the Republicans have won with the Electoral College multiple times in the past 20
I
years.
think the Electoral College is an amazing mechanism.
Oh, that's a
think it is
scorching
a
hot take.
Crucial mechanism within our government. One of the tenets, or not tenets, one of the notions that the founding fathers believed in was that a direct democracy, or anything close to a direct democracy, would lead to nothing but tyranny by the majority. When you have 51% dominating 49% by sheer will of votes, that doesn't effectively represent the 49%. In terms of a country where you have 50 states, and if Puerto Rico gets its way, 51 states, you will essentially get a tyranny by the majority if you don't abide by an electoral college system. The electoral college system protects the geographic diversity, the ethnic diversity,
Really?
and yes,
How
does.
does it protect the ethnic diversity?
Oh, it
Explain.
absolutely does.
Explain.
Because in the state of New York, it allows New York City to grant all 29 electoral votes based off of one singular city.
Again, wouldn't that be better? You as someone who is more for a representative form of government, wouldn't that be better with a proportional allocation? In that scenario, it would be more representative of the overall population of that state.
No, I think the state would be better to be broken up. I'm a huge, if not staunch supporter of the Electoral College. I haven't always been. When I was younger, I very much disliked the Electoral College. But in the past maybe 6 years before, I want to state this is before it was the tool used by President Trump used to win the election. Before then, I have been a very big fan for protecting the geographic and regional diversities of a country. When you have a country of 330 million people spread from coast to coast on one of the largest countries in the world, on a country that takes up the size of half of a continent, you cannot abide by a majority wins all system. That's ridiculous. That's tyranny by the majority. That's mob rule.
Wins all system even in the state though, because in states like New York, you were just talking about, majority of the. Oh wow! I started sounding
Yes,
like
and the
Mitch
majority
like.
in New York is counterbalanced.
You didn't
by-
let me finish. Why- you get-
I know exactly where you're going with this.
Well,
The majority in New
how do
York-
you know? How do you know I wasn't going to Connecticut with this?
Because I've probably talked with you about this in at least
we
74
we
times.
have talked about this. Look.
talked about this
Let's get the
numerous
brass
times.
tacks though. Let's get the brass tacks. Okay.
I
thought you said Nebraska tax.
Brass
for a second.
tax.
I'm
I
like,
don't-
got
I-
no
I don't-
clue what that is.
I don't dislike the electoral college necessarily, but I do think it is flawed. I think a better way forward would be proportional allocation because it would protect your individual liberties as a state, but it would also be more representative of you as a state, as is ranked choice voting, as is anything that breaks down votes to more like representative of what the states are. Now, the percentages, we can debate on that, but you can't tell me it's a perfect system. You can't tell me the electoral college is a perfect system because
I
it's
don't
not.
think any government is a perfect system.
Oh, really?
If men were angels, no government would be necessary. There is no perfect governmental
is that
system.
is that a Red Hawk Down quote?
Red Hawk Down. Isn't that Federalist 10? Pretty sure that's Federalist 10.
Federalist 10.
Founding documents of this country, Omar.
Ah.
You want to talk to me about the Electoral College? Read up on the actual beliefs and views of the founding fathers as they crafted the system of government. This is the
have you
longest
ever read
lasting
Thomas? Have
constitution.
you ever read Thomas Jefferson's writings about the Quran? Don't come at me.
Yes.
Don't come at me, bro. Don't come at me with this concept.
No, I have. I have read Jefferson's writings about the Quran.
Okay. Let's stop our bickering for a second. We do have an interesting note here. Erie County, Pennsylvania counted 13,121 mail-in ballots, which Biden won 5-1. There are 37,000 mail-in votes still out. Democrats expect them to carry that with at least a 3-to-1 ratio. That means that he would win this bellwether county, which I believe, I'm gonna look it up. I do believe Erie County was was it a Trump county? Yeah,
Erie County was
a
won by the
Trump
president
county.
by just under 2,000 votes in 2016. The president won the county with 48 to 46% against Secretary Clinton, with the illustrious Gary Johnson taking, believe it or not, 3% of the vote.
What you haven't one thing we have not seen, and
Is
it's kind of
Jo
surprising.
Jorgensen?
Joe Jorgensen. I've not seen a lot of Joe Jorgensen on these maps.
I wonder if New York Times is waiting to put those in later.
Probably.
But they haven't mentioned. I think that should be mentioned is that the Times has not mentioned a single third-party candidate once on their electoral.
Yeah.
map.
So far we have. So this is according to the Associated Press. They have counted some for Joe Jorgensen. They've counted 1.5 million approximately. I'm gonna look into which states those are exactly, but 1.5 million so far accounted for Joe Jorgensen. 297,000 sorry, getting late, guys. 297,000 votes for Howie Hawkins, the Green Party candidate, and other candidates, which I'm assuming a bulk of this is going to end up going to Kanye. 330,000.
Hey, Omar.
Am I wrong in assuming
we're-
that a bulk of those votes are probably going to go to Kanye?
Omar, as we're looking at Pennsylvania counties,
Called?
I'd like to we got call?
We got
What are
some
we calling?
calls.
We got some Senate calls.
Oh, God.
Oh gosh, can I finish this thought quickly on Pennsylvania? Then we'll do the Senate calls.
Bump. Go.
So currently, President Trump is leading in Bucks County, Lehigh County, and Northampton County. Northampton with 88%, Lehigh with 66%, and Bucks with 55%. That's not a great look right now for Vice President Biden. That's not a great look at all for the Vice President, as Secretary Clinton carried Bucks and Lehigh County by 5 points minimum in Lehigh and by almost 2 points in Bucks.
We've got a while to go in Pennsylvania. In the meantime, I will go to the Senate, where we have some developments and we have some calls that we're going to make.
Let's do it.
So, as I said, race to keep an eye on. Steve Daines, the battle of the Steves. Steve Daines versus Steve Bullock. The incumbent Steve Daines has won. So far, he is up by a margin of 29,000 votes. Margin is closing in, though, but it's looking like the math isn't going to work out for the governor. The very popular Democratic governor has lost. And Steve Daines is going to be in the Senate for the next 6 years representing the state of Montana. Moving on, we have another projection with Senator Tina Smith has won against Jason Lewis. She has won re-election. She is up right now by just about 200,000 votes, give or take. She is up there, and it looks like she's going to be there for the next 6 years. So everything so far staying to form. As far as the Senate goes, you had a missed opportunity there for the Democrats in potentially taking a state like Montana. So missed opportunity there. Just another thing to note: Michigan. Very early. We have some things to call to really look into. And unofficial results could take up until November 6th. So let's give it till the end of the week before we start contemplating on Michigan, really. But John James, the Republican, is up in the Senate race there against incumbent Gary Peters. And again, let's wait. Let's hold off.
Oh no, we're not calling 66% in for the presidency. Around
and they said they're not expecting until November 6th to call.
That's just wonderful.
So
can we mention Wisconsin right now, Omar? With 80% of the vote in right now.
80% of the vote in. You go ahead.
Wisconsin has 80% of the vote in. The president is up 51.1% to 47.1%, effectively holding a 3-point lead over former Vice President Joe Biden. The president is up by about 120,000 votes, give or take, in the state of Wisconsin, with many districts reporting in still more votes to be counted. A lot of Trump districts, a lot of red districts are only at 70%, 80%. Some are at 98%. Some are fully done. But there are still many to be counted as far as votes.
Two districts to note, though.
Can I say something?
Two districts to note. Milwaukee.
For Biden.
Okay, so there's one big elephant or a donkey in the room, and that's Milwaukee, who is at
41%.
And Kenosha's only at 59%. So there's votes to be had there. Big thing for Biden, though. He did win in Sauk County, which is a suburb of Milwaukee.
The president only carried that county by
almost
100 votes.
Yeah, but it was a close race then. But Biden had closed the gap there. So that could be things to look out for. Again, my Dave Rubin voice came out.
Biden won. Biden has basically won Sauk County by about 800 votes. The president won it by 100 votes last time, but the president also had about 4,000, give or take, votes more in this cycle than Secretary Clinton did, as did Joe Biden.
This is where, like, if
we're close.
This is where, like, okay, so next time we have a presidential election stream, I say that we go all in on a big touchscreen, like, TV, like John King has on CNN, so I can play around with this stuff in the background and make, like, real projections, because I'm doing this with my laptop. Yeah, and it's like I'm doing it, but it's just like I would feel so much better if I had like a touchscreen TV to do it with. You know what I'm saying? But
I absolutely agree.
Door County also. Door County went for Trump. Door County, hey man, it's a dub for Biden.
Me and Nomi County. Oh my gosh, the full county has in total only about 1,500 votes.
Okay.
And it's at 98+% in. That is insane. Now it's going for former Vice President Joe Biden as it did for Secretary Clinton down in
Our
2016.
McDonald's is here, by the way.
Our McDonald's is here?
Yes.
Our Ronald's?
Our Ronald McDonald's is here.
That's amazing.
This is true.
Okay, so as I guess we'll take a break by saying Wisconsin at 80% reporting in. Michigan at 66% reporting in. Maine at 67% reporting in.
Okay.
Pennsylvania 72%. North Carolina, it's been at 95% for about 3 hours. Georgia at 91%. Arizona at 80%. And Nevada at 78%, with the president just trailing by 29,000 votes.
All right. So with that, we're going to be taking a 10-minute break. We'll be back. A 14-minute break. We'll be back at 2:40 to indulge you guys and talk more about any potential results. We might have some results in Alaska by then. So we'll be talking about that. Again, be sure to subscribe to the channel, follow the podcast, Omer 2020, Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the OQ Politics live stream. As you can tell, I no longer have my blazer because I took it off in a a fit of both confusion and kind of agony.
Right now is a great time to bring up George Dukakis and a tank, or
Right now is a great time for me to just finish this goddamn point. Look, Donald Trump just made a speech. We were originally planning on live streaming it and leave with our reactions. Thank God we didn't. Because, oof, that was one hell of a whatever that was. But he spoke earlier than we actually thought. We thought he was going to speak around 3. That's why we intended to come back around 2:30. But so we were a little delayed in that. And for that, we apologize. But Donald Trump has just said that he just claimed victory. And that part is not so much surprising. And even the next part I'm about to talk about, where he said that he claimed that any votes that they find, any votes that are potentially counted after right now are somehow illegal, and unjustified, and should not be counted towards the total. It's heavily implied. He even said it. It is, again, Donald Trump is somebody who had multiple times in his tenure, in his time in politics, in his time as president, has made us question our democracy, has made us question our republic, has made us question our standing and our individual liberties and freedoms as Americans. This is someone who does not care. He doesn't care about you, doesn't care about me, he doesn't care about anyone in this country that's not Donald Trump, that's not his children, that's not his family. He's not fit to be our president. He's not fit to run this country. And I'm not talking about mental fitness. I'm talking about on a moral and on a merit-based system. He's not fit to lead us. This is someone, when you're the American president, you're supposed to put yourself over this country. That's an inherent. Luke, even you can agree with me on that point. You're president of this country. It's your duty. It's your duty to put yourself in front of the country. That's what your job is.
Wait, you mean your country in front of yourself?
Or your country in front of yourself. I apologize. You know what?
A lot of confusion about that lately.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You're supposed to put yourself in front of your country. You're supposed to stand up for what's right. Stand up for our Constitution. Stand up for the rights of every single American. And Donald Trump repeatedly, throughout his presidency, has not done that. We have a president who lies. We have a president who challenges election results before the results even come in. And as they're coming in, he's claiming that these results are not valid. He's claiming that he has won when it's not clear one way or another if that's happening. The fact that he's mentioned the Supreme Court in his speech is not just bad politics. It's not just bad strategy. It's bad for the American people because it sets a precedent of behavior. It sets a precedent that you, as president, can claim whatever you want, can claim yourself as a victor, can do anything and be above the law. And who's going to hold him accountable? No one. Because in the past 4 years, this man has made corrupt business deals. This man has given his children and given his family jobs in the White House, not based off of merit, but based off of nepotism. He's engaged in acts of perennial. He's engaged in acts such as posturing for war in an election year. He's done everything in the book that's corrupt. He's done everything in the Frank Underwood book. If you watch House of Cards, the Machiavellian book of political trickery, he's done all of it. And tonight he has proved that he is not even close to be worth the office of president. Donald Trump, in my opinion, will go down as one of the worst presidents we've ever had. And you could take everything in the past 4 years away, just base it off of his actions tonight. He's one of the worst presidents we've ever had. He's by far the worst president of my lifetime, because he has put the American democracy back further than we could ever have imagined just a few years ago. It is sickening, but again, nothing is it's not unexpected. The funny part is I expected all of this to happen, Luke, Marcus. I expected this to happen, but I'm still having this angry reaction. I'm still I'm disappointed, upset, angry. I'm feeling a lot of emotions, and it doesn't matter, who's up in the States. It matters what the president does and what he says. By uttering the Supreme Court now, on this night, before the results are even clear, that means he is willing to do whatever he needs to, or whatever he wants to undermine our elections and undermine our voices as Americans. This isn't just about Trump and policies anymore, man. This is about our voices. This is about our votes. This man doesn't respect your votes, whether you voted for him or against him. He just cares about the end result. He just cares about himself winning. And we got to do better. We got to do better. I don't want to go on anymore. It's just a damn shame.
So in closing, let's announce where the states are as they stand. We'll start from west and work our way east. Starting in Nevada, we currently have 79% of all districts reporting, with former Vice President Joe Biden up 50.3% to 47.8%. The Vice President is leading in a vote count by about 27,000 votes. A closable margin, not one that will be easy for the president, but it is closable, however unlikely. Next up is Arizona, 82% of the vote reporting. 1.3 million votes have gone to former Vice President Joe Biden, and 1.2 million votes have gone to President Trump, reversing the president's victory in this state nominally from 2016 and throwing a Republican bastion of 11 electoral votes into the wind. We'll go to the north up in Wisconsin, where on the Great Lakes it sits with its 10 electoral votes. 81% of all districts are reporting in Wisconsin. 51% of the vote is leaning to President Donald Trump. 4,000 shy of 1.5 million folks in Wisconsin have voted for the president, and only 1.3 million have voted for former Vice President Joe Biden. That is about a 3-point victory margin, similar to what he's seen in Florida, and I believe actually just shy of his 2016, if not, I think possibly just over his 2016 victory. Further, onto the Great Lakes, Michigan. 69% of the vote reporting in. Donald Trump holding 2 million votes, 53.1% of the population. And former Vice President Joe Biden holding only 1.7 million votes, 45.2% of the population. Effectively a 7-point difference. Something that with 30% of the vote left will be a difficult gap for Vice President Biden to close. One that he will need to close to ensure victory. Pennsylvania, 74% of the vote reporting in. The state is currently leaning towards President Trump. Earlier in the night, it was seen leaning towards former Vice President Joe Biden. President Trump is leading by 12 points in the state. Actually, a little bit over that, with a margin of 55.7% to 43%. Broken down in the actual vote tally, that is 2.9 million to 2.2 million. The president being just about 44,000 votes shy of hitting 3 million votes in the state of Pennsylvania. Moving to the north, Maine. 67% of the votes reporting in. Former Vice President Joe Biden seems to be doing very well in this state, leading the president by just shy of 100,000 votes. He's leading 54.5% to 42.4%. Working our way down south, North Carolina, with 95% of the vote being reported in. North Carolina has been at 95% for about the last 3 hours, give or take. The vote count is currently 2.7 million to 2.6 million, giving the president approximately 100,000 vote lead. In percentage points, this is 50.1% to 48.7%. With Georgia at 91% of the vote tallying in, the president holds 2.3 million votes, and the vice president holds 2.2 million votes. The president has about 120,000 vote lead, give or take. In percentage points, this is 50.6% to 48.1%. I should also add that the farthest westmost and eastmost state, Alaska. The president is currently winning with 31% of the vote in, 60.5% to 35.2%, which is in votes 68,000 to 39,000. Ladies and gentlemen, these are where the states currently stand, and we most likely will not see adjustments until tomorrow. There are some states which we'll find out by noon, others which we'll find out by close of business, and other states that we might not find out for a few days. The presidential election hangs in the balance. There will be many fights, people in the streets to pundits on the news. Keep a level head, keep faith, keep hope, and most of all, hold true the idea of the Republic and defend it at all costs. Homer, it's your show, so I'll let you close it out. Oh, Marcus.
Transition to it.
Kind of feels like a funeral. You're just like, you say your words of condolences for what we've lost, because I think we have lost tonight. Not in the sense many Democrats thought they lost in 2016. They felt as though Trump was going. That was it for the Democratic Party. That was it for their political agenda for the next 4 years. That was it for everything that Obama did in 8 years. That's actually, that's what people thought was going on, But 2020 has been different. In 2020, it's this election. It's different because if I just take that, yeah, it's a lot different. Because what we lost is different. I'm a registered Democrat in the state of Maryland. My vote doesn't really matter. In both primaries, I voted for Bernie Sanders both times, 2016 and 2020. I don't have any qualms saying that. I think he was the most qualified candidate on the field. But it doesn't matter who I voted for in the primary. It doesn't matter who I voted for in the general. It doesn't matter who I voted for at all. And that's what a lot of Americans feel tonight. Because what was lost tonight wasn't for a political party. What was lost tonight was for the country. When you have a president who prematurely declares victory in America, that hurts. That doesn't hurt because I'm a registered Democrat. That hurts because I'm a citizen of America, and I'm willing to defend my country and my Constitution. And there's a lot of people who are willing to do that in this country, and that gives me hope. But the President Donald J. Trump, he did something tonight that I haven't seen in my lifetime, and I hope I never do again. To cast doubt on a national election before the results even come in, before you even have a specific allegation to make, is irresponsible. It's against everything that millions of people have died for and have been willing to die for since the inception of this country. We aren't supposed to have kings, we aren't supposed to have tyrants, we're supposed to have servants, elected servants who represent us. But when you do things like this, you don't represent the people that elected you. And that hurts more than 2016. Honestly, at this point, if Trump's not going to step down, I hope he won. Because at least he can have legal justification for his presidency for the next 4 years. And if he loses in the Electoral College, he needs to step down. That's it. You know? And I hope the Republican Party holds him to it. Because I don't think the Democratic Party is in a position to do it. And even if they were, I don't think they have the gusto to do it. I think at this point, we have to hope that either the best case scenario, if Trump pulls this and continues to pull this shenanigans, is that he won. And that's it.
Sadly.
We lost this as a country tonight. And it's just, going into this election, I knew Trump was going to win 2016 for a long time. I stated it in March, and I put money on it. I put $100 that I didn't have on it in July of 2016. I didn't know who was going to win this election. And I still don't know who's going to legitimately win this election. I just hope that we can find out.
Homer, it's your show.
And
Are you gonna close this out for tonight?
Luke Kochi, Marcus Webster, thank you guys both for your time. Thank you both for letting me use your garage. Thank you guys for your hard work and putting this together and research and helping with the stream. We successfully, I believe, brought insights that were important to a lot of people. We brought, I believe, me some more subscribers, which is good, to try to keep things light. But yeah, thank you guys for coming on. We'll try to do something again, set something up, hopefully in the near future. Try to do something. I am going to be starting a weekly show soon, and I'll just plug that right now, and it'll be on this channel, so make sure you subscribe. But again, thank you guys. I'll just close out by reading off some comments in this feed right now. One specific comment.
What feed is it?
Our feed right here. One comment, two comments specifically. Can't legally stop counts, but he can rile up supporters and have them going to polling places. And number 2, this election is not over. Votes are not being counted. Votes are still being counted still, and a lot of them are mail-in ballots, which skew heavily Democrat. Actually, a third thing that I do want to say is this is how authoritarianism starts. I argued this is not how authoritarianism starts. This is how authoritarianism seeps in, and this is how authoritarianism becomes the status quo. So, sad night for America, in my opinion. Again, my views are my own. All of our views are our own.
We're going to be putting that in the description of this video.
Sure.
Please.
I got you. All of our views are our own. But, again, sad day for me, at least. But again, happy I could at least share this time with 2 of my best friends, Marcus Webster and Luke Kochi. Thank you guys again.
Pleasure being here with you, Omar.
One last look at the webcam. Marcus did a lot of hard work today, guys. Big ups for Marcus. Thank you. He really kept the stream alive as much as he could, as much as better than I probably would ever. But, yeah. So, and thank everyone who watched tonight. It was a great experience getting to do this. It was a great experience getting to practice this. And I'll just close out the show now by Marcus, can you put the camera on me real quick?
Okay.
Just want to close out.
You want some music? I got some music.
I got some music.
Go
queued
ahead
up.
with some music. I'm good with music,
Not
good with
music
whatever.
here,
Yeah. Just want to say thank you guys for listening. Thank you guys for watching. And this has been an experience. So to play us out, we have whatever Marcus is setting up for me. I'm just gonna keep talking, keep distracting with my
Alright.
words until he plays it.
It's playing.
That's a wrap, Omar.
That is a wrap.
Oh, it's not playing actually.
It's not. It's not playing. Wow.
Because it is because this is
Yo, put my mic on. I'm gonna hit us up with some Ray Charles.
Hold on, no. that's
I
copyrighted.
don't want any Ray Charles.
It'll get taken down actually.
Let's here.
I know how to fix this.
Guys.
I'm fixing it.